I think the stream is up. Let me find. Yep, live. Go. Okay. Hopefully this works. Okay. Okay. Oh shit. Wait, no. You said the shit. Okay, I think that's it. Um, I better do this. 3, 2, 1. Um, wait. Okay. Aspects of magic. The first one. Ugh. Every item, object, or creature is bound by varying mystical elements known as aspects. Aspects describe the object's makeup and bend towards the magical elements. A simple stone may possess the aspect of terra, while more complex items like trees or even creatures can be made up of various different aspects in varying amounts. There are close to 50 known aspects, with more being discovered all the time. There are two main types of aspects, primal and compound. Primal aspects are the most basic types of aspects, and there are only 6 of them. Air, terra, earth, ignis, fire, aqua, water, order, religio, entropy. These form the basic building blocks of all other aspects. Compound aspects are built from 2 other aspects. The simplest compound aspects are made from 2 primal aspects, but it is possible to have incredibly complex compound aspects made from successive layers of simpler aspects. The simplest example of such compound aspect is the aspect of Victus, life, which is a combination of terra and aqua. To view what aspects an item possesses, simply hover your cursor over the item and press sneak shift, and you will see what aspects that item has, what amounts of each. You will first need to study the item, however. Until then, the aspects will remain unknown. Aspects that have somehow been separated from their object and purified is known as Viz, and is very valuable, both as a crafting ingredient and as a subject for magical research. This is most often found into wands, but it is also possible to store it as a magical liquid. This is stored as a liquid. This stored as a liquid is known as essentia. Aquilitas is cognitio and ordo. Air is primal. Alienis is vacuus plus tenebrae. Aqua is a primal aspect. Arbor is air and herba. Ashram is lux plus primordium. Oram is precantario and air. Bestia is morus plus victus. Alum is vitruis plus merulum. Nidio is ignis plus spiritus. Corpus is mortis plus bestia. Decidia is vinculum plus spiritus. Electrum is potentia plus machina. Exanimus is morus plus mortius. Brico is humanus plus instrumentum. Famus, actually it's fames, which is super stupid. Vic is victus plus vacuus. Gelum is ignis plus peridio. Gloria is humanus plus ira. Gula is fames plus vacuus. Herba is victus plus terra. Okay. Humanus is Bestia plus Cognitio. Ignis is a primal aspect. Furnace is Ignis plus Precantio. Instrumentum is Humanus plus Ordo. Nvidia is Sensus plus Fames. Ira is Stellum plus Ignis. Ira is Morus plus Terra. Limus is Victus plus Aqua. Lucrum is Humanus plus Fames. Lux is Air plus Ignis. Luxuria is Corpus plus Fames. Magneto is Metallum plus Ita. Messis is Herba plus Humanus. Metallum is Terra plus Vitreous. Meto is Messis plus Instrumentum. Mortus is Victus plus Perditio. Morus is Aer plus Ordo. Nebrisum is Perforio plus Lucrum. Ordo is a primal aspect. Panus is Instrumentum plus Bestia. Perditio is a primal aspect. Perforio is Humanus plus Terra. Permutario is Perditius plus Ordo. Honestly, I would like memorize all of these. Potentia is Ordo plus Ignis. Precantio is Vecius plus Potentia. Primordium is Vecius plus Morus. Rario is Lux plus Potentia. Sano is Victus plus Ordo. Sensus is Air plus Spiritus. Spiritus is Victus plus Mortus. Stroncio is Cognitio plus Perditio. Superbe is Volatus plus Vecius. Tabernus is Tutman plus Ita. Telum is Instrumentum plus Ignis. Tempestas is Air and Aqua. Tempus is Vacuus plus Ordo. Tenebrae is Vacuus plus Lux. Terminus is Lucrum plus Alienis. Terra is a primal aspect. Tutamen is Instrumentum plus Terra. Vacuus is Air plus Perditio. Venom is Aqua plus Perditio. Versania is Cognitio plus Vidium. Victus is Aqua plus Terra. Vinculum is Morus plus Perditio. Vidium is Precantatio plus Perditio. Vitreous is Terra plus Ordo. Volatus is Air plus Morus. Okay, nice. That's the first one. That's the first entry done. Let's write this down. 1 out of 1211. Holy. Okay. Now we'll do research. Drink good water. Before you can build most thaumaturgical items and blocks, you first need to discover how to do so. There are several steps in this process. First one is exploring the world and examining blocks, items, and creatures with a thermometer. The second step is taking the research points you gathered from the first step and expanding your aspect knowledge with the research table. The third one is using aspects you know and discovering practical knowledge and recipes with the research table. You cannot perform research without research points, and the best way to gain research points is by exploration and examining objects in the world. The first thing you will need to do is construct a thermometer. God. To the next page by pointing the thermometer at objects or creatures and holding the right mouse button. You will start examining them. The process does not take long, but your movement speed is reduced while it is occurring. Once complete, the thermometer will display what aspects the object contains. At the bottom right of this screen, you will also see a summary of the aspects and research points. Okay. The recipe. 6 shards. Code casing. What is this shit? This is so outdated. You will initially not be able to examine all objects since you have not discovered their component aspects. For example, an object containing the Lux aspect can only be examined if you have previously discovered the Lux aspect or know the 2 aspects that combine to create it. Okay. The very first time you discover an aspect by examining something, you gain 2 more research points than you would have normally. Ooh. Never actually knew that. Objects and creatures can usually only ever be examined once. Occasionally, examining something will reveal additional clues and insights into thaumaturgical research, unlocking subjects that you can research further. Research discovered in this fashion will have amber icons. Okay, scribing tools, glass file, feather, some black dye. Okay, combining aspects. Once you have gathered some research points, you can attempt to combine them into compound aspects with a research table. craft a research table, simply place two tables next to each other and click on them with a set of scribing tools. The recipe for tables is listed under Artiface Research category. If you open the research tables inventory, you will see an interface as a picture on the right. Scribing tools you use to craft the table will be located in slot 1. You should see all primal aspects and possibly some compound aspects listed in the areas marked 3 with varying amounts attached to them. When you enter a world for the first time, every player is assigned a small pool of primal aspects to get them started. Okay. The thermometer beforehand. What? The thermometer before. What? So, the thermometer beforehand, then you might have a significant number of primal compound aspects listed here. If you had the thermometer beforehand, you can now start combining aspects into more complex compound aspects by simply dragging and dropping by right-clicking while dragging one aspect over the other, or by right-clicking. Well, okay. If successful, you should see what was gained in the bottom right, and it should appear in areas 3. The compound aspects are consumed even if the combination did not result in a valid compound aspect. The primary research. You need to be carrying a set of scribing tools and paper for this step. If you open your Thaumonomicon, you will see all the knowledge You will see all the knowledge have and also all the knowledge that you are now able to pursue. All the knowledge that you have, maybe? Now able to pursue. Okay. You can read their title instead of seeing strange runes. Oh, if you can read their title instead of seeing strange runes, you are simply able to click on them. Paper and ink will be consumed from your inventory and you will gain a research note. You can now take this research note to the table to start researching it by placing it in slot 2. Section 4 will now display a sheet of paper covered in hexagonal tiles with aspect icons around the outer edge. Excuse me. If you see question mark icons, it means you do not know that aspect yet, and you will need to learn it fast. To complete your research, you simply need to connect and activate all the aspects. You do this by writing an aspect to a hex adjacent to it that is either composed of the target aspect or can be combined with another aspect to form the target aspect. To write an aspect, simply drag and drop or right-click while dragging over the hex. Placing an aspect consumes 1 research point. If you make a mistake, you can click on the aspect to remove it, but you will also not regain the research point. You continue doing this until you have formed a pattern connecting all the starting aspects. The aura aspects need to be connected to all the others. They simply need to form a connected whole. Oh, need not be connected to all the others. Once this is done, the research will complete and the research note will turn into a discovery. Note, placing and removing aspects from the hex grid consumes ink from the scribing tools, from your scribing tools. If it runs out, you will not be able to proceed until you refill it. Secondary research. Hexagonal icons indicate secondary research. Much like primary research, you just need to click on them. However, instead of gaining a research note, you will simply learn the research directly. Secondary research does have an aspect cost you need to pay, but they do not require you to be carrying scribing tools or paper. Nice. 2 out of 11. Okay, we're ramping. Knowledge fragments. In your travels, you might happen upon fragments of ancient and lost knowledge. On their own, they are only worth a few research points. When used, but if you gather enough of them together, you might gain unique research that you can pursue. Usually, the research they reveal cannot be gained through normal means. The fragments of knowledge can on occasion lead to a false theory, but this will be revealed when you attempt to research it. When this happens, most of your knowledge fragments will be returned to you, and it usually means you have exhausted all current avenues of research into lost knowledge. Okay, this is a fast one, nice. Good. You know? Let's do research expertise. You have become more efficient at performing research. Whenever you remove an aspect that you placed in a hex, there is a 25% chance that you will regain the research point. Additionally, you are also able to see what aspects you need to combine to create an aspect you are hovering over. Lastly, you are skilled enough to perform mass aspect combination by holding control while combining. This way you can combine up to 10 aspects at a time. Nice. Okay. Research mastery. You have become even more efficient at performing research. Whenever you remove an aspect that you placed in a hex, there is a 50% chance that you will regain a research point. Additionally, there is a 10% chance that whenever you place an aspect that it will not cost any research points to do so. Lastly, you are able to derive aspects in the research table by shift left clicking on the aspect you wish to create. If you have enough of the component aspect, they will automatically get automatically combined, maybe. Perform this in badge hold control. Okay. Research duplication. You have discovered a way to copy completed research notes. You can see a copy button in the research table. When you complete research or place a completed research note in the research table, and as long as you are carrying paper and ink and you have enough aspects available, it will become active. The more copies are created of that research, the more expensive copying it will become. Teles Arcana. Additionally, while hovering over any completed research in the Thaumonomicon, a new button will become visible. Shift-clicking this button will create a completed research paper of that research at the cost of paper, some ink from your scribing tools, and some research aspects. Okay. There's two more. Deconstruction table. There comes a point in any thaumaturgist's career where he is unable to progress with research due to his lack of knowledge. One possible resource is the deconstruction table. The table allows you to break down objects into their simplest parts, which you can examine. There are limits, however. The table breaks down compound aspects into their component aspects until only primal aspects remain. During this process, much knowledge is lost, and at best, the thaumaturge can hope for, and at best, the thaumaturge can hope for is a single piece of primal knowledge. What the fuck is this? For example, iron metallum. Okay. Pressure table, some screws, some meter table, some tools, and a screwdriver. Nice. Will be simplified into Terra and Ordo, only one of which will have a chance of being discovered. It's also fairly slow, and the fewer aspect an object has, the lower the chance to discover something. Container scanning. Thanks to your research about deconstructing items, you've learned to look inside other blocks with your thermometer by using it to deconstruct the block magically. You can scan any block that can hold items, such as chest or hopper, to scan all contains items automatically. Second. Okay. I think that's two more. 8. Warp warnings. Let's do that one. Thaumcraft offers considerable power from its devices and tools, but power comes with a price. That price is represented by warp, a corruption of the character's mind and soul, inflicting progressively more dire effects upon them. While the effects of warp can range from annoying to deadly, accumulating enough of it can also grant you access to greater power at the cost of increasing madness and attention from the dark powers. At least others may call it madness, but it is truly insanity when the voices in your head grant useful knowledge and the monsters that appear before you leave remains behind. Oh, but is it truly insanity? Okay. Warp theory adds a bunch of new warp effects to the player. Be very careful because you don't want to spawn a wither in your base. Read on for a list of effects, of the effects. 5 warp is a message, 10 warp is a fake explosion, 15 warp is a coin and pumpkin. I don't actually think this happens in GTNH, to be honest. I've never had the pumpkin. 20 warp is Laex spawn phantoms, 25 warp is fake creeper, fake rain, 30 warp is Gregtech fake sounds and spawns bats, 35 warp is blood, fake enderman, 40 warp is spawn friendly creeper, 45 warp is jump boost nausea, 50 warp is insomnia Vizrain, 55 warp thunderstorm, 60 warp spawn fire bats, 65 warp blindness poison, 70 warp is livestock rain, 75 warp is spawn doppelganger, 80 warp is spawn enderman wither potion, 85 warp is wind, 90 warp is ender pearl, 95 warp is blaze fireball, 100 warp is litmus paper and junk, 110 warp is obsidian, 120 warp is lightning, 125 warp is inventory swap, 130 warp is random teleport, 140 warp acceleration, 150 warp is fake wither inventory scramble, 160 warp is countdown bomb, 170 warp is mushrooms, 175 warp is snow, 180 warp is decay, 190 warp is swamp, 200 warp is spawn wither. The swamp one is the worst one because it can like actually grief your base very easily. Here is another one. Ramping. Warp, flux, and all things bad. Warp. Many believe man was not meant to meddle with magic, and nothing gives more credence to this than the existence of warp. Researching forbidden magics or creating objects of a questionable nature tends to distort a thaumaturge's view of reality, twisting both their minds and their bodies. This effect is called warp. While some warp gained is temporary and will fade over time, there is no known way to get rid of permanent warp once it is gained, and a thaumaturge who chooses to ignore the dangers in the pursuit of power often finds himself on a slippery slope. Warp usually manifests as minor lapses in concentration, physical pain, or hallucinations. These are more than merely mental though, as the visions sometimes impart useful knowledge, or seeming hallucinations prove to be frighteningly real. Flux. If warp is the mental manifestation of magic gone wrong, then flux is its physical manifestation. Flux can manifest in 3 ways: a liquid, a gas, and a physical melody. The first 2 manifestations are considered annoyances by most thaumaturges, and is often the result of wasteful use of magic. It is not particularly hard to clean up, but coming into contact with it often causes the third manifestation, flux flu. Flux flu is not particularly dangerous, but while a thaumaturge is suffering from it, if he finds it difficult to focus with, which often leads to increased vis usage to get something done. Nice. 10. Let's do plants and trees. Greatwood trees. These large and majestic trees can be found dotted all over the countryside. Their wood is able to absorb impressive amounts of magic, making it a popular component in the crafting of magical devices. Silverwood trees. These are rare. Wait, what are these recipes? 2 slabs into a plank? What is this? These rare and magical trees are a wondrous sight. Their leaves shimmer with magical energy, and their pale, soft wood is valued for its purifying properties. The tree's magical nature is such that aura nodes often form within their hearts. This feature alone makes a silverwood sapling a price beyond measure. Shimmerleaf. The strange glowing flowers only grow in the shadows of silverwood trees. They can be harvested and pulped to produce quicksilver. Cinder pearl. Found only in the hottest of climates, these plants burn with elemental fire. They can be harvested and ground to produce a fine powder akin to blaze powder. Monopod. This strange pod-like plant is only found growing on trees in magical forests. They grow very slowly and when harvested usually only yield 1 or 2 beans. These beans, known as mana beans, contain concentrated amounts of essentia. They can also be consumed, though the results are often a bit unpredictable. Holy fuck. They can be replanted, but cultivation is difficult and time-consuming. Wild mana pods usually only produce primal aspects, though it is said that planting beans adjacent to existing ones sometimes results in beans with compound aspects. Okay, that's 11. Ores. Infused stone. On occasion, there is so much primal energy in an aura that it will settle into solid stone to form infused ore. The magic forms crystals within the rock that can be harvested. These crystals have various elemental properties and have many uses in thaumaturgy. There are 6 types of infused stone, one for each of the primal aspects. They can be combined together to form crystal clusters. Crystal clusters have no special properties beyond adding a touch of class to any home. Breaking a crystal cluster causes it to shatter into its compound crystals. Air crystal cluster, fire crystal cluster, water crystal cluster, earth crystal cluster, order crystal cluster, and entropy crystal cluster. And the mixed crystal cluster, of course. Cinnabar. This reddish ore is also found deep underground and when smelted produces quicksilver. Amber. This ore is found near the surface and when mined drops chunks of amber. Okay. We're 1% there pretty much. Holy shit. Wait, how? 25 times 100? Wait, 60. Holy shit, am I slow? Okay, this might be bad. The pack. These strange humanoids can be found wherever the veil between worlds is at its thinnest. They seem drawn to the magical energies that abound in such places. Don't let their small stature fool you, they have incredible strength and can carry many times their own body weight. Pack are normally not aggressive, but when riled up, they will band together and hunt down their attacker. Under normal conditions, they avoid people at all costs. Packs are notoriously avaricious and will loot anything not nailed down, though they prefer precious things. It is said that if you feed this desire for material wealth, it could be possible to befriend one. Once befriended, they often carry wondrous objects that they might be willing to part with. It should be noted that such friendships seldom last long. Okay. Oh, 13. Enchantments. Thaumcraft adds several unique enchantments. Haste. This enchantment can be applied to footwear of all types and increases the wearer's land speed. The higher the enchantment level, the greater the speed bonus granted. Repair. This enchantment slowly repairs the durability of items by drawing Vis from wands in your inventory. The Vis cost is determined by the value of the item. The higher the level of the enchantment, the quicker this takes place. This enchantment can only be applied to items made with Thaumcraft, and even then, not all of them. Okay. 14. Nice. Auras and nodes. The aura is a field of magical energy prevalent throughout the world. Its origin is unclear. Some believe it is the accumulated life force of living beings, while others believe it to merely be another type of energy seeping in from some other place. The last theory seems to be most likely, as the aura is often found surrounding a node of concentrated mystical energy known as an aura node. Each aura node has a base amount of magical energy it can contain, and this energy is aligned to one or more aspects. Is usually aligned to primal aspects, but rarely a node may contain compound aspects. These aspects within an aura node can be tapped by a thaumaturge for his own purposes. The simplest way to do so is with the use of a wand. Energy that has been harvested in this manner is known as Vis. Aura nodes are hard to see with the naked eye, but faint glimmers of light often betray their presence. The thermometer makes nodes slightly easier to find, as looking through its lens makes them clearly visible. Important. Caution must be taken when draining a node. There is a small chance that when a specific type of aspect within a node is completely drained, it may disappear or harm the integrity of the node. It is possible for the node to disappear completely if all aspects are used up. Fortunately, most nodes replenish their aspects over time, and if properly maintained, can provide a clever thaumaturge with all the viz he could want. Nodes research, no, oh my god. Nodes react in interesting ways to other nearby nodes, and bigger nodes tend to drain the viz out of their smaller neighbors to increase their own girth. Girth? That's 15. Advanced node tapping. Usually the process of drawing viz from a node with a wand is quite slow, but not anymore. You have discovered a more efficient way of tapping into other nodes, resulting in a doubling of the viz draw rate. Nice. Master node tapping. You have added further refinements to the method to use to tap aura nodes. You are now able to draw viz 3 times faster than normal. Node preserver. You now have better control over the amount of viz you draw from nodes. You will always leave at least one viz of each aspect in the node until you are sneaking. Be warned, this level of control is not possible when using wands crafted from normal wood and iron. Node catalyzation. By applying your knowledge of nodes and worded jars, you have successfully devised a method of catalyzing the formation of new nodes. By turning a freshly crafted blank node matrix, or already a turned one, it is recursive. It is a recursive process, maybe, towards any combination of essentia to provide the seed of a node's growth. You can then infuse it with a large amount of compatible viz to spark the node's growth. It's pretty expensive. Oh, Leprechaun Crystal. An attuned node matrix. And the attuned node matrix has various aspects and some node in. Oh, you can make a node in a jar with this thing. That's pretty cool. Okay, node in a jar. Where jars have proven themselves capable of storing all manners of mundane and mystical things, and you believe you have discovered another use for them. Trapping aura nodes. By constructing a large version of a jar around a node and detecting the proper mystical formula with your wand, the node will become trapped inside the construct, which will quickly shrink to a more manageable size. The jar can then be safely picked up and moved around, but the initial trapping spell does have a very good chance of damaging the node. The node is also frozen at the state it was when trapped and will never again be able to recharge any viz it was missing. Okay. Labs, glass, regular. While trapped, the node is kept suspended. It will not regenerate viz, nor can viz be drawn from it. It's possible to free the node from the jar by placing it in the world and clicking on it with a wand. The jar will be destroyed in the process. Okay, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You're at 20? I think I missed something. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 20, 21, 22. What did I miss something? I think I miscounted somewhere because it's supposed to be 21. Oh. My game is not responding. Hello? Oh no. Imagine it crashes. Dude, this is fucking up my speedrun. Come on. Okay, I think my game crashed. Holy fuck. What? A second then. Man, this is such a time loss. Holy shit. Oh, yeah, that sucks. Maybe my laptop is having a hard time handling the stream. I don't know. Quite upsetting. Okay, we're in. Take a while, but hopefully this time loss won't kill our run. Still going for the world record, of course. Wow, 34. Well, if this takes 20 hours, that would suck so much. I don't want to sit here for 20 hours. There's no way. You gotta speed up. Should have done a test run, man. Oh my days. Maybe the next run. Maybe the next run will be sub 10. This will have to be like sub 15. Because this is looking bleak. I mean the first like chapter is very long. So maybe the curve will save us. I'll go grab some more water, chat. I mean, there's no chat. Who am I fucking talking? Back, back. Go. Almost in. I hope I didn't craft my world somehow. That would suck. Okay. Get back into the box. We're good, I think. Yeah, I think we're all good. Crimson Cold. Crimson Cold. Much of this book is written in a spidery and unintelligible script, but what you do understand offers some strange insights into the goals of the Crimson Cold. Their origins are shrouded in mystery, but it seems their goal is the perfection of a ritual they refer to as apertis oculis, opening the eye. What it does isn't clear, but you doubt it is anything good. I mean, it is good. You get a fucking primordial pearl from it. Like, come on. Interestingly enough, you think thaumaturgy might offer the missing pieces they have so long sought. Obviously, only a madman would pursue this line of study. I think this is it for this chapter, because they read everything, so this is 22. Right? They read no tapping. Okay. 22 out of 12, chapter 1 done. Thaumaturgy. And thaumaturgy will start from, I think basic wand craft is the one. Basic wand craft. The casting wand is your most basic, but also your most important tool. It is all what you use to craft objects, activate blocks like the crucible, and countless other tasks. The most basic wand stores a very limited amount of magical energy called Viz that it uses to perform its tasks. To replenish the energy in a wand, you must right-click and hold to draw Viz from an aura node. While holding a wand, you will see an indicator on the top left of the screen that shows how much Viz is stored in the wand. Holding shift will display the exact numbers held by the wand and any possible discounts you have to performing magical tasks. Wands are always constructed by the combination of a rod, and two end caps. As you progress with your studies, you are sure you will discover different materials that you can use to craft rods and caps to make powerful wands. Only the basic wands can be put together in a normal crafting table. All other wands require the arcane workbench and will cost Viz to construct. The basic wand is constructed from mundane wood and iron, both of which make poor materials for working magic. Iron cap, some foil screws and a ring, iron cap wooden wand, aluminium screws, some naga scales, and the impregnated stick, of course. That's 23. Let's go to the cores. Greatwood Wand Core. Carved from Greatwood logs, this rod has double the Viz storage potential of mundane wood, being able to store up to 50 Viz of each type. Here's the Greatwood rod. 3 logs. Nice. 24. Bone Wand Core. A bone used as a wand core has slightly greater storage potential than Greatwood cores. What makes it superior to Greatwood cores, however, is that if the level of peridio stored inside it drops below 10%, it will slowly replenish without the use of a node. Bone rod, shards, full rod, bone staff core. A staff core carved from bone can store 175 Viz of each type. Like the wand core, it will slowly replenish its Viz stores. Yep, some crystals, 2 rods, primal charm. That's 26. Reed Wand Core. A wand core made from reeds has slightly greater storage potential than Greatwood cores. What makes it superior to Greatwood cores, however, is that if the level of air stored inside it drops below 10%, it will slowly replenish without the use of a node. Nice. Reed punchy stick. Okay. Reed Staff Core. A staff core crafted from reeds can store 175 Viz of each type. Like the wand core, it will slowly replenish its Viz storage. Yep. Water Record. Nice. 28. Blaze Rod Wand Core. Blaze rods used as wand cores has slightly greater storage potential than Greatwood cores. What makes it superior to Greatwood cores, however, is that if the level of ignis stored inside drops below 10%, its fiery nature will slowly replenish itself. By blazing rod, plant shards, some crystals. Okay. Blaze Rod Staff Core. A staff core crafted from blaze rods can store 175 Viz of each type. There it is, the same recipe as the other ones. 30. Okay, we're ramping really fast. Let's do obsidian wand core first. The wand core chiseled from obsidian has slightly greater storage potential than Greatwood cores. What makes it superior to Greatwood cores, however, is that if the level of terra stored inside it drops below 10%, it will slowly replenish without the use of a node. Obsidian sticks, some crystals, 1 shards. Obsidian staff core. A staff core shield from obsidian can store 175 Viz of each type. Like the wand core, it slowly replenishes its Viz storage. Primal charm, rods, crystals. Okay. 32. Icy wand cores crafted from ice can store slightly more Viz than Greatwood cores. What makes it superior to Greatwood cores, however, is that if the level of aqua stored inside it drops below 10%, its icy nature will slowly replenish it. Iron ice, white crystals, pen shards. Okay. Icy staff core. A staff core crafted from ice can store 175 Viz of each type. Like the wand core, it will slowly replenish its Viz storage. 2 rods, crystal, primal charm, as before. 34. Quartz wand core. A wand core chiseled from the nether quartz has slightly greater storage potential than Greatwood cores. What makes it superior to Greatwood cores, however, is that if the level of stored Viz inside it drops below 10%, it will slowly replenish without the use of a node. 2 shards, 2 other crystals, Cerberus wand. core. What? Sirtus quartz rod core. What? Charged Sirtus quartz rod. Quartz staff core. A staff core chiseled from quartz can store 175 Vs of each type. Like the wand core, it will slowly replenish its Vis stores. Again, the recipe is pretty much the same. 36. Silverwood wand core. Silverwood has proved to be an excellent repository of magical energy, and wand cores crafted from it can store up to 100 Vs of each type. Oh my days. 2 logs, 6 crystals. Crafting scepters. Crafting scepters are specialized ones made to be used to craft mystical objects and nothing else. Foci cannot be attached to them, but they have several features that still make them worthwhile using. Firstly, they have an additional 10% Viz discount above and beyond what their caps would normally grant. Secondly, they are able to hold 50 more Viz, 50% more Viz, and than their cores would normally allow. Like other ones, they can be crafted using combinations of rods and caps. Just a few examples are given on the next page. Yeah, they need stainless for the most primitive ones. Saki. Yeah. Definitely. Come on. Okay, that's 2. Let's do 38. Check. Silverwood staff core crafted from silverwood. Staff cores crafted from silverwood can store up to 250 Vs of each type. Yeah. Magic staffs. Ones are they stock and trade of the Thaumonomicon, but sometimes you want more bang for your buck. Magical staves are basically just bigger ones. They are able to store more Viz. Since they are physically larger and sturdier than a wand, they can actually be used as weapons in an emergency. Fortunately, this also makes it unsuitable for the intricate workmanship and fine control required by an arcane workbench or similar crafting. A staff made from greatwood has more than double the Viz storage potential of a greatwood wand, being able to store up to 125 Viz of each type. Note, you still need to add caps to a stave rod, just like you would for a wand. The 2? Am I stupid? I think there's 2. Staff course staff. Right? Yeah, I hope I didn't fuck it up. Wand core substitution with proper technique. A casting implement's core can be replaced. This destroys the implement's existing core, but preserves its caps. Replacing an implement's core requires the same amount of Viz as it would take to craft the same implement from scratch. Upgrading a gold-banded greatwood wand to a gold-banded silverwood wand will cost just as much as creating a gold-banded silverwood wand directly. Yep. Yeah, this is actually fairly useful. That's 41. Copper wand caps. Copper has similar properties to iron when used as a wand cap, but is as efficient as gold when used to channel order and produce Viz. 42. Gold wand caps. Gold is far superior focusing agent than iron, and wand capped with and wands capped with this material take no penalty when used to channel Viz. Silver wand cap. Silver has similar properties to gold when used as a wand cap, but it's slightly more efficient at channeling the 4 elemental primals: fire, earth, and air and water. Crafting these wand caps in an arcane work table is not sufficient. They need to be infused with additional magical energy to make them usable. Yep. Fusion. Stupid. 2 more. 44. Wand cap substitution with proper technique. A casting implement's caps can be replaced. This destroys the implement's existing caps but preserves its core. Replacing an implement's caps requires the same amount of Viz as it would take to craft the same implement from scratch. Upgrading a gold-banded greatwood wand to a thaumium bossed greatwood wand will cost just as much as crafting a thaumium bossed greatwood wand directly. This is actually useful. Thaumium wand caps. Thaumium is known for its abilities to store and absorb magic, so using it to craft wand caps is a logical choice. Very efficient and focusing Viz of all types. Crafting these wand caps in an arcane work table is not sufficient. They need to be infused with additional magical energy to make them usable. Yep. I think that was 2 more. Wand foci. Some careful experimentation has shown you a way to and the abilities or the most basic ones by combining crystalline Viz shards with quartz crystals and infusing them with magic. You're able to align the crystal into a mystical matrix. If the proper types and amounts of this is focused through this matrix, it will reshape the raw magical energies into something useful, controlled, and geared to a specific task. Adding a focus to your wand is a simple task. Simply press F while holding the wand, and any foci in you are carrying will show up in a radial menu, allowing you to choose from any one of the ones you are carrying with a simple click. Your initial experiments involved the shaping of fire, and the resulting focus proved it to be a simple and useful tool. It is capable of sending forth a cone of elemental fire, burning all in its wake. Yep, and focus fire. 7. On focus excavation, this focus turns your wand into a tool capable of moving vast amounts of earth and stone with little effort. Simply point it at what you want to excavate, and the magic does the rest. Tougher materials take longer to mine, and anything other than earth, stone, and similar materials will take much longer to mine. Wand focus warding. This powerful focus has a very interesting ability. When used on a block, it will create an invisible protective barrier around the block. From that point on the block will not be able to be removed. From that point on, the block will not be able to be removed or destroyed until you once again use the wand on it. The focus can be used on most simple blocks, and they will retain many of their normal properties. So while warded, these blocks will effectively become frozen in time. While holding a wand with this focus, you will be able to see all blocks that you and only you have warded. Right, that's it. Nice. 49. Slowly catching up. On focus frost, this focus is capable of hurling chunks of ice. Care must be taken when aiming, as the ice chunks tend to bounce off solid objects. This can be used to your advantage, however, as you can bounce the shards around the corners or even hit multiple foes. On focus shock, this focus is capable of focusing elemental energy into bolts of lightning that you can hurl at your enemies. On focus equal trade, you can use this focus to trade dozens of blocks in the world with some you are carrying. You must first choose the block you wish to change into other blocks by sneaking in and right-clicking on the desired block. When you then left-click on another block, it will turn into the target block. Right-clicking will transform a whole swath of blocks. You must be carrying enough target blocks, and the transformed blocks will replace them in your inventory. Only blocks with at least one face adjacent to open air or non-solid blocks will be transformed. Nice. One focus portable hole. You have succeeded in using this to create extra dimensional spaces. Using this focus on a wall or other surface will create an extra dimensional passage leading to the other side. This hole only remains open for a few seconds and drains this from the wand depending on its depth. Extra dimensional holes cannot be created through certain kinds of matter or particularly complex objects. Okay, that's for 53. Focus pouch. Once you have gathered a sizable collection of foci, it is quite annoying to carry them all with you. This pouch solves that problem. Whenever you change the focus on your wand, it will check this pouch first, and any foci that get removed will be placed inside it first. You can also right-click the pouch or place or remove foci by hand. It can also be carried in your belt web bobble slot. 4. Wand focus 9 hells. Your trip onto the nether have taught you to hear the tiny terrors known as hellbats. Now you have discovered a way to summon the terrors and send them after your enemies. Excellent. Tier 5 upgrade, Vampire Bats. This upgrade changes the summoned bats into Vampire Bats. So they suck the life out of their target, they to replenish their own, but some of the stolen life force is given to the summoner. 6. Node stabilizer. I think that's yeah. This side, yeah. Node stabilizer. This handy device has several beneficial effects if placed below a node. Firstly, it prevents the node from draining this from other nodes or being drained in turn. Secondly, it prevents unstable nodes from losing their viz, and it has a tiny chance of eventually removing the unstable condition completely. Lastly, it has a very, very small chance of turning fading nodes into pale ones. This requires power, however, and the node stabilizer draws this from the node itself. Does not draw enough to reduce the vis of the node, but it does have its normal recharge rate. Node stabilizer. Okay. Applying a redstone signal will switch the stabilizer off. 57. Let's go advanced node stabilizer. Advanced node stabilizers perform all the functions of the lesser versions with a few major differences. Firstly, they still prevent the lesser nodes from having their vis drained, but it does allow stabilized nodes to drain the vis from lesser ones. Secondly, it has a higher chance to improve unstable and fading nodes. Fortunately, this costs a lot more power from the stabilized node. Still not enough to drain vis from it, but even the brightest node will have its recharge rate almost completely negated. Yep. It. Go one recharge pedestal. Traveling around the countryside to recharge your wand is all good and well, but an automatic way of doing it would be much better. The specifically crafted pedestal does just that. Any wand placed in it will automatically draw vis from nearby nodes. Nodes will not be fully drained unless it is a poor quality wand crafted from iron or sticks. Compound recharge focus. In your travels, you have discovered several nodes that contain compound aspects, but yet there has been no way to tap this rich source of vis till now. This focus can be placed on the top of a wand recharge pedestal, which will allow any wand it contains to siphon off the compound vis from nearby nodes. Fortunately, each point of compound vis is broken down into a single point of primal vis, and all the excess energy is lost. However, it is a good start, and you are sure you will discover better ways to access this resource. Okay, let's do more. That's 60. Fuck off. And this storage. Most of the time, a single wand is more than enough for any thaumatorch, but there are occasions the vis is stored. It stores just isn't enough. Carrying more than one wand would solve this, but station has shown that there is another way. By crafting an amulet capable of storing vis, you will be able to recharge wands and other items in the field while it is being worn. Your success has been mixed, however, you can only recharge wands while holding them in your own hand. Even the recharge rate is slow. Okay. However, the amulet is able to act as a good power source for other things like repair, enchant, or runic shielding. The amulet can only be recharged in the wand pedestal or from a nearby vis relays. See one? Actually, this doesn't really. This should be 65 at the end. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, that's 65. This recharging relay. An annoyance for any thaumatorch that performs regular arcane crafting is to constantly keep his wand charged. Now that you have found a way to draw vis directly from nodes, you are able to craft a vis charging relay. This functions like a normal relay, but it is designed to be placed on top of an arcane crafting table. It will draw vis from the relay and recharge once placed in the table. The only drawback is that it recharges much slower than it would from a wand recharging pedestal or doing it by hand. Okay, pretty nice. 62. Harnessing vis. Without vis nodes, thaumatorches would not even be able to perform their simplest of tasks, but the nodes themselves have several limitations that make their use impractical or for extensive operations. Foremost amongst these limitations is the fact that they are easily depleted, and it takes quite some time for them to once again gather energy from the mystical source they are connected to. You think you may have found a way around that limitation. In effect, nodes are tiny gateways to a mysterious font of mystical energy, around which the energy slowly accumulates in the form of vis. The gateway is so small that only a tiny amount of energy leaks into our reality. By levering open this doorway, you can create vis to pour forth in a torrent. This is even more dangerous than it sounds, however, and careful steps must be taken during the entire process. Firstly, the node needs to be stabilized during the entire process. Once that is done, you need to craft and place a node transducer above the node, and you apply a redstone signal. Oh, when you apply When you apply a redstone signal to the transducer, the node will begin converting an energy to an energized node and quickly lose its stored Viz in the process. The process takes some time, but when it is done, the node will change into an energized node. Caution should be taken to keep both the stabilizer and transducer active from now on. Energized nodes no longer store or recharge Viz, nor can Viz be drawn from them with one or other means. Instead, they produce a steady supply of CV, centiviz, or a hundredth of Viz, each tick. This energy can be tapped by placing Viz relays near the energized node. Each relay acts as a conduit for CV, and any number of relays can be placed within 8 blocks of an energized node. Relays also transfer energy to each other, allowing you to create a network that transfers Viz to anything that needs it, like the infernal furnace. These are the Viz relays. Relays use a branch system to so each relay can have only one source, either another relay or an energized node, but may have multiple child relays that branch off it. You can also tune a relay to one of the primal aspects by using an appropriate Viz shard on it. You can with the wand will also cycle through the possible attunements. Holy shit. This does not limit what Viz can flow through that relay, but does prevent it from connecting to any other relay, except untuned ones or ones tuned to the same primal. Ooh, holy shit, this chapter. Fuck, we're a whole fucking hour in. Oh my days. We're not even at 10. No, my record. The amount of energy a node produces per tick is finite, so any attention to many devices to a single source might exceed the amount of CV it can produce. It's possible to turn an energized node back into a normal node. Simply cut the redstone signal to a transducer and it will slowly turn back into a normal node. Caution should be taken, however, since the node will contribute drain of Viz and those runs the risk of being damaged. Holy shit. 63. God, that was painful. 2 more. Focal manipulation. Wand foci are capable of amazing feats, but they aren't very flexible. A single focus is seldom capable of performing more than a single function. You have discovered a way to upgrade basic foci to alter the way they manipulate magic. You simply need to place a focus in a focal manipulator and choose the upgrade you wish to apply to it. You also need to provide it with Viz from relays and spend experience points to get the process started. But after that, it is a simple matter of waiting. Each focus can be upgraded up to 5 times. Yep. But each rank is double the cost. While some upgrades can be applied multiple times or at any rank, many foci can have upgrades that can only be applied at certain ranks or only if certain requisite upgrades had been taken at lower ranks. Implementation is encouraged. Upgrades are permanent. You are not aware of any method to remove unwanted upgrades, so care must be taken when choosing them. It at 64. Focal disenchanting. While experimenting with the focal manipulator, you often found yourself left with perfectly functional foci which were ruined by their upgrades. To your delight, some additional experimentation revealed that the enchantments on foci are nowhere near as permanent as they seem. By applying Perditio Viz to any upgraded focus in the focal manipulator, you can remove the last upgrade applied to the focus, recover up to 75 of the experience spent on that upgrade. Since each level stores more experience as you gain more levels, draining a focus at a level higher than the minimum will lose additional experience due to the larger experience bars being consumed. Nice, 65. We're finished with Thaumaturgy, right? Yep. Alchemy. Yeah, we'll start from basic alchemy. To craft the crucible, you must simply use your wand on a cauldron placed in the world. Crucible is an important tool for any thaumaturgy. It allows him to render physical objects into their component essentia and recombine it again as he wishes. The crucible needs to be placed over a source of constant... What? over a source of constant heat and filled with water. Once the water starts boiling, you simply throw any items you wish into the crucible, and they will be broken down into the component essentia. If you know the proper formula and the mix of essentia within the crucible is correct, okay, correct, and you can drop a special item in the crucible known as a catalyst. The catalyst throws the essentia into itself and transforms into a whole new item that the crucible then ejects. Any leftover essentia remains within the crucible for further use, but it is not a good idea to leave essentia within the crucible for too long. Crafting also uses some of the water within the crucible, and you will eventually need to refill it. Essentia within the crucible is constantly degrading. Bound essentia degrades into one of the component aspects, and primal essentia simply evaporates. Beyond the waste of resources, evaporating and degrading essentia can cause many strange side effects. You can empty a crucible by shift right clicking on it with a wand, all as the essentia is dumped into the atmosphere, not something you would want to do often. There are some basic alchemical recipes anyone can perform. See the following pages for their recipes. Balanced waste shards. These are normal waste shards that have been alchemically infused with the 5 primal elements they do not already possess. This results in a shard of crystal that is perfectly resonating with primal energy. Melting a balanced waste shard in a furnace creates Talismandus. The following. Talismandus, or Thaumonomicon salt, as it is more commonly known, is crafted by exposing a balanced waste shard to high enough heat that it shatters into a fine powder. Like its mundane counterpart, Thaumonomicon salt adds flavor, metaphorically speaking, to any magic recipe or formula. It is a strong binding agent able to hold the most disparate magical elements together. Oh god! Oh! How am I suffering at 5% in? 66. Ethereal Bloom. Shimmerleaf is often overshadowed by its mystical neighbor, the Silverwood tree, but it has magical properties of its own. Like the Silverwood Shimmerleaf, flowers have purifying properties that lie dormant. I found a way to awaken these properties and turn it into an ethereal bloom. Ethereal blooms slowly but surely. Ethereal blooms slowly but surely restore land corrupted by mystical means to its former glory. This includes the blight known as taint. While it cannot combat taint directly, few tainted growths can thrive outside the native environment for long and tend to die back. The flower only purifies the land bathed in its light out to a range of about 8 blocks. 7. Holy shit, 6 out, guys! We're in! Glass files are capable of holding all manners of liquids and substances, but their most important use to thaumaturgy is their ability of essentia. 8. Oh my god, guys, 6-8, 6-8. You meme. Let's do salts first. Warp is a danger for even the most careful of thaumaturgists. For those that have done a bit too much dabbling, warp effects are probably more than just an annoyance. Purifying past salts help with that. Simply tossing these salts in the water will turn the water into a silvery purifying liquid that soothes away the stress of the day and brings temporary relief from the effects of warp. It should be noted, however, that the more warp a thaumaturge suffers from, the shorter duration of the protection. The salts are quite fragile and will soon dissolve if passed around hazardly. 9. Let's go. Arcane Spa. Pouring best salts into water is a bit of a chore, but luckily one easily solved with a bit of magic. You've created a handy machine that, when filled with water and bath salts, will automatically mix them and pump the liquid into an area about. Liquid will fill a 5x5 area about the location where the machine is placed. Additionally, you have found that it can be used to pump nearly any liquid. You can fill it with automation. You can fill it with automation or by clicking on the block with the appropriate container. Playing a redstone signal will disable it. Nice. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70. 70 Sanitizing soap cleaning the body is easy enough, but once warp becomes a nuisance, you need something that can clean the mind as well. The soap cleans the flesh, but the effects it has on your psyche is what truly makes it special. When used, it has a small chance of reducing non-permanent warp and will remove all temporary warp. Using it will, while under the effects of warp art or while staying in purifying fluid, will increase your odds. Okay, let's go right. Nita or Nita. This flame seems to be fueled by magic itself. The number of uses. Ugh. The number of uses for an ever-burning flame seems endless. Fortunately, it seems to produce much more light than heat. Despite that, it could still prove to be a steady source of energy. Niter can also be placed in the world to act as a magical light source. And Alumentum. The substance throbs with fiery energy, and it is more than eager to release that energy at the slightest bump. It may be unstable, but it would probably make a good source of fuel. Probably not a good idea to throw it against a solid surface unless you enjoy explosion. 73. Energy distillation. In the future, we will definitely need to have ready access to multiple different kinds of aspects, not just primal aspects drawn from your wand. Using basic chemical principles, you have devised a way to break down and convert them into essentia. First step in this process requires an alchemical furnace. The alchemical furnace works much like a normal furnace by burning coal to produce heat, but instead of smelting ores into metal, it breaks down objects into a slurry of raw, unprocessed essentia. Yep. Oh, sorry. The next step in the process is to take the essentia slurry and distill it using an arcane alembic. To work, arcane alembics need to be placed on top of an alchemical furnace. The essentia slurry will slowly be drawn into the alembic, and the individual aspected essentia separated out. If the alchemical furnace is being powered by alumentum, the distillation process is much faster. You can stack up to 5 different alembics on top of a single furnace. The essentia can then be extracted out of an alembic using files. Okay. 34. Ooh. Essentia tubes. You discovered several ways to transport essentia, but none of them has proven useful for large-scale alchemical operations until now. Whew. You have unlocked the key to create stable and relatively leak-free tubing. While mundane chemicals can be transported in glass, certain types of essentia either dissolve or simply pass right through it. By wrapping the glass in iron and treating it with quicksilver, you have managed to protect it from even the most volatile types of essentia. Gold fittings finish off the piping system and make it visually appealing. The tubes can be connected to all manner of alchemical devices, though word jars and alembics are their primary targets. Essentia flows through the tubes whenever something is connected to them that can accept it, like water jars. Jars containing different kinds of essentia will only draw their kind of essentia towards them. Tubes, however, can only draw and transport one kind of essentia at a time. The highest drawing strength will take priority. Without the proper use of values, it is quite easy for a network of tubes to get gummed up. The use of valves is essential. When you see gases being vented from a tube, it means different kinds of suction are interfering with each other. The color gives a clue as to the types of solution or the types of suction. The essentia valve acts much like a normal length of tubing, except it can be turned off by a hand or a redstone signal. When this is done, the flow of essentia through it will be cut off. The essentia resonator is handy for troubleshooting your tube network. You can use it on a tube or other essentia using device to see what essentia it currently contains at the suction it is applying. Tubes can be connected and disconnected from their neighbors by clicking on a section of tubing with a wand. The wand can also be used to click on the central section to rotate certain tubes like the valve. 25. Does be long. Essentia crystallization. You have nearly mastered the art of turning concrete objects into liquid essentia. Doing the reverse is a simple matter. The essentia crystallizer draws in liquid essentia from a pipe network and slowly converts it into a small shards of crystalline essentia. Crystalline essentia is safe to handle and very stable. The crystallizer either ejects the crystals into the world or into a container. It can be disabled with a redstone signal. Supplying it with Terra Ves will greatly increase its speed. 6. Advanced Essentia Tubes. Filtered Essentia Tubes work like normal tubes, except it is possible to mark them with labels. When marked, they will restrict Essentia flow through them to what they have been marked with. Shift clicking on them with an empty hand will remove the label. Restricted Essentia tubes work like normal tubes, except they have the the suction the any suction pattern through them. Directional Essentia tubes only accept suction from one direction. The blue markings indicate the direction from which suction will be accepted. Okay, 7. Advanced Essentia tubes. Oh no, I just did this. Alchemical centrifuge. Alchemical centrifuge is a wondrous invention that allows you to break essentia into its component parts. Compound essentia flows into the centrifuge from below. It will be simply broken down into the primal or compound essentia that it is made from. Only one of the components is created for each point of essentia broken down. The resulting essentia needs to be drawn from the top of the centrifuge because of the idiosyncrasies of the tube pressure system. It would be best to connect an essentia buffer to the top of the centrifuge in next page. The essentia buffer allows you to store a limited amount of essentia, 8 points total, so it can be made up of any combination of essentia types. Like a jar, it has suction, so it applies the minimum amount of suction possible. God. This means that is usually only able to draw essentia from an essentia source it is directly attached to. However, tubes can be connected to all of its sides, meaning it is invaluable for getting essentia out of devices like centrifuge that could contain variable types of essentia. You can attach bellows to the buffer. Each attached bellow increases its suction by 32. Additionally, you can toggle individual connections on and off, as with a normal tube. But if you shift click on a connection, it will choke the suction back to 1. Blue band or red band, 0 on that side. This allows for some interesting possibilities when routing essentia. 8. Automated alchemy. Up to now, alchemy has been somewhat of a shame. And piece of miscounted aspects degrading essentia and ingredients that require manual labor to mix. This is finally a thing of the past. The Thaumonomicon is a marvelous invention that allows. Okay, we can take a little break. Because honestly, this is pretty difficult. Flurben actually kind of killed with it. God. I'm back. Yeah. The thaumatorium is a marvelous invention that allows a thaumaturge to select which formula to use, what catalyst to add. Then automatically draws essentia from available sources used as long as there is a simple supply of catalyst, it required object perfectly every time. The crucible that forms its base does not require water, but a heat source is still needed. When you access this device, you will see several slots. The top left slot is where you place the catalyst. Once you have done this, you will be able to choose which recipe you wish to craft with that catalyst from a list of possibilities in the top right slot. The bottom bar shows the essentia required in the order they will be required, but it will also display progress bars once the machine is in operation. The created object is ejected out the front of the device or inventory, placed in front of the ejection port. Normally, a thaumatorium can only have one active formula. By attaching a mnemonic matrix to its side, you can by attaching a mnemonic matrix to its side, you can increase the number of formulas you can keep track. Each matrix increases the number of formulas by 2. Okay, 79. Ported jars and labels. Essentia can be stored in ported jars. Ported jars can be placed in world and able to store essentia virtually indefinitely. The enchantment placed on the jars also makes adding or extracting essentia a breeze. Jars can be filled from an alembic by clicking with the jar directly on the alembic. They can also be filled by and emptied using files. What is more, they make an excellent storage mediums for gems and preserves. Shift clicking on jars and alembics with an empty hand will empty them. As long as a jar contains some essentia, you can attach a jar label to it. This label will log the jar to that type of essentia and it will not be able to accept any other kind of essentia. You can remove a label by shift-clicking with an empty hand on the side of the jar, containing the label. Take care not to shift-click on any other sides, it will empty the jar as normal. You can place a label in a crafting bench with a file of essentia to assign an effect to it, and when placed in an empty jar, it will automatically log the jar to that aspect. The essentia used in the recipe is not consumed. Placing it on a filled jar will change the label to the jar's essentia type. The label can be made blank again by simply placing it by itself on a crafting grid. In a crafting grid. Nice. It's 80. Odd. Difficult, man. Okay. Thaumium reinforced jars. You have heard of your fellow thaumaturgists talk about the benefit of digitized essentia storage. Storing enough essentia for your advanced infusion has indeed been an issue for you too. Or those jars are simply too pleasing to look at to even consider the idea of replacing them with some compact technological construct. Thanks to this new discovery, you have managed to triple the capacity of your jars by improving them with a thick thaumium lining. This should buy you some more time to come up with a better solution. This is honestly like horribly balanced, like titanium frame box. What the fuck are you doing, even? This is horrible. This shouldn't be EV. Compressing this much essentia in a tiny space causes some volatility. Picking up reinforced jars is probably a bad idea. You imagine that you could get even more out of your jars if only you had some kind of material harder than even diamond or any of the other magical metals you have seen so far. Did they read this? Like, oh, there's the white jar. It's 81. Let's do the Ichor one first. Ichor jar. This is it. By infusing a jar with a single piece of Ichor, you created something to rival digitized essentia storage without sacrificing any of the beauty of the jars. Ichor jars can hold an astounding 4096 essentia and fit nicely into your recently acquired set of Ichor-based achievements. You definitely don't want to disturb these jars. Luckily, Ichor is resilient enough to make accidentally destroying one unlikely. This is actually well balanced, like 4K, almost Meridium. Makes sense to use this to be IV, EV. I mean, I got us Meridium in EV, so that's whatever. Void jars function much the same as normal worded jars, with one important difference. Even when full, they are still able to accept essentia, but the excess essentia is simply lost. This allows you to always make some essentia of that type available, but get rid of any excess that may build up. Like normal jars, void jars can accept labels, but their suction with the label is less than that of a normal labeled jar. About halfway between unlabeled and labeled jar. Okay, that's 80. I've done this, I've done this, I've done this, I've done this. Go left. We're going to go down. Now let's go left. Magic Tallow. By pressing hidden flash in a crucible, you can create magical tallow suited for many arcane uses. This tallow can be used to craft candles. It is also possible to craft different colored candles by combining a candle with a dye in an arcane workbench. Okay. Alchemical duplication. There are many substances in the world that are alchemical in nature. By carefully adding the proper aspects to these substances, you should be able to make more of them. Okay, nice. Glowstone, clay, slime ball, gunpowder. 85. Test. Chemical manufacture. You have mastered the basic of alchemy and alchemical duplication, and are now ready to try creating more complex substances from scratch. You have formulated several recipes that create normally hard to get substances and items via alchemy. Shard recrystallization. Sometimes when processing your crystal stone shards, they become a pile of dust instead of the mostly required shard. You have finally found a way to reverse this process by using Witch's Essentia for crystallizing the shards. Very nice. 87. New meme. 87. Entropic processing. While creating magical and mundane substances is quite satisfying, sometimes you just want to break things down into their component parts. What is simpler than adding entropic energy into the energy to things? Actually, there are several reasons why this is a bad idea, but what is progress without some risk? Yeah, that's pointless. 89, 80, 88, I mean. Bottle taint. Cleaning taint is one thing, but ever considered spreading it by concentrating and collecting the essence of taint into a bottle is simply a matter of dropping it somewhere. Create a patch of taint. It is up to you to decide why you would want to do this. 9. Liquid death. This liquid is so dangerously toxic that virtually nothing can prevent it from dissolving flesh, bone, and even harder substances. Nothing alive or even displays the semblance of life can survive it. Apart from obvious practical implications, this vial substance has another interesting property. Any essence is a dissolved creature possessed form into crystals that can be harvested. We will leave it to the reader's imagination that what uses those crystals can be put to. 90, we're 19. You will go metallurgy. Metals have proven to be quite easy to manipulate via thaumaturgical principles. Your first experiments have led to the discovery of thaumium. Thaumium is the result of infusing base metals with raw magical energy. The result is a metal harder than iron with the ability to accept enchantments beyond that which iron is normally capable of. Metals such as this has many applications in crafting of more advanced thaumaturgical devices. It can also be used to craft tools, arms, and armor. The crafting table using the normal recipes. Anyone? Let's do purification first. The native crystal clusters are rare concentrations of metals in its purest form. You have discovered a way to purify and concentrate normal iron ore to a native iron cluster. When smelted, these clusters produce twice the normal amount of iron ingots. I need 2. Nice. Gold. My native clusters are like a concentration of metal in its pure form. You have discovered a way to purify and concentrate normal gold into a native gold cluster, as well as these clusters produce twice the normal amount of gold ingots. Native clusters are a rare concentration of metals in its purest form. You have discovered a way to purify and concentrate normal copper ore into a native copper cluster. When smelted, these clusters produce twice the normal amount of copper ingots. In purification. Native clusters are a rare concentration of metals in its purest form. You have discovered a way to purify and concentrate normal tin ore into a native tin cluster. When smelted, these clusters produce twice the normal amount of tin ingots. Silver purification. Native clusters are a rare concentration of metals in its pure form. You have discovered a way to purify and concentrate normal silver ore into a native cluster. When smelted, these clusters produce twice the normal amount of silver ingots. Lead purification. Native clusters are a rare concentration of metals in its purest form. You discover a way to purify and concentrate normal lead ore into a native lead cluster. When smelted, these clusters produce twice the normal amount of lead ingots. This 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 7. You have discovered a way to multiply iron by steeping iron nuggets in metalum harvested from other metals. 98. You have discovered a way to multiply gold by steeping gold nuggets in metalum harvested from other metals. You have discovered a way to multiply copper by steeping copper nuggets in metalum harvested from other metals. You have discovered a way to multiply tin by steeping tin nuggets in metalum harvested from other metals. You have discovered a way to multiply silver by steeping silver nuggets in metalum harvested from other metals. You have discovered a way to multiply lead by steeping lead nuggets in metalum harvested from other metals. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 103. Let's do coal first. You discovered a way of making charcoal magically instead of using regular ovens for this purpose. To create charcoal from wood, you first need air-free environment. Some vacuum essentia is needed for that, and then you need to incinerate the wood using igneous essentia and wait until the water is inside the wood is burned away. But however, doesn't create creosote oil as byproduct. 104. Water transportation. Discovered a way of filling a bucket with aqua essentia in order to simply get water. 105. Oh yeah, we're speeding up. Steel transmutation. You have discovered a way of making iron harder by just reordering its components. This method can be used to create a material called steel, which is used in many non-thermoturgic applications. 6. Now just this. You've discovered a way to multiply zinc by steeping zinc nuggets in metal and harvested from other metal. You've discovered a way to multiply antimony by steeping antimony in nuggets harvested from other metals. You have discovered a way to multiply nickel by steeping nickel nuggets in metal harvested from other metals. You discovered a way to multiply cobalt by steeping cobalt nuggets in metal harvested from other metals. You have discovered that your discovery of bronze transmutation has led you to the conclusion it works with other alloys such as transmutation. Your discovery of bronze transmutation has led you to the conclusion it works with other alloys such as brass as well. You have discovered a way of creating alloys using your already known transmutations of copper and tin. Method can be used to create bronze directly without having to go through an alloying process. You have discovered the discovery of bronze transmutation has led you to the conclusion it works with other alloys such as battery alloy as well. Your discovery of bronze transmutation has led you to the conclusion it works with other alloys such as soldering alloy as well. Your discovery of bronze transmutation has led you to the conclusion it works with other alloys such as silver as well. Your discovery of bronze transmutation has led you to the conclusion it works with other alloys such as copper nickel as well. Your discovery of You have discovered a way to multiply bismuth by steeping bismuth nuggets in metalum harvested from other metals. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 118. Advanced metallurgic transmutation. Now that you have discovered all the basic metals, you can finally move on to the next level of magic metal metallurgy and create more advanced metals. Aluminum transmutation. You have discovered a way to multiply aluminum by steeping aluminum nuggets in metal harvested from other metals. This transmutation is slightly harder to achieve because aluminum has special properties which require more order to achieve the desired result. Skystone transmutation. You have discovered a way to convert obsidian to skystone. Not sure why you'd want to do this, unless skystone is somehow unavailable in your world. Basaltic mineral transmutation. You have discovered a way to convert basaltic mineral sand to granitic mineral sand and vice versa. If for people living in the sky who can't access it normally, or if you really want one or another. This is 121. Wait, we're 10% there. 1.5 hours? How much is that? It's 90 minutes times 10. 15 hours is actually okay, I don't mind. I think this is it for this thing. Yeah, I think I did everything. Okay. God. Ugh. The drag! God, this is so difficult. The Flurben guy has some fucking determination on him. Some balls. Okay, let's go. Artifice. Infusion. Arcane crafting and alchemy can go only so far. Something better is needed to create truly powerful mystical objects. Fusion crafting is the process of infusing a single object with magical energy and the properties of other objects. You could, for example, infuse a stone with fire, base, and the feather would result in a very light stone. As is usual with thaumaturgy, things are not quite that simple. To even get started with fusion crafting, there are several things you need: a runic matrix, arcane pedestal, and a ready supply of magic in the form of essentia. This is actually kind of lovely. Well, not lovely. It's actually horrible. The fucking Eye of Ender being gated now. Fucking by crops or HV. We're stupid. They've removed them from Bleach Towers. But Duct, my goat, is petitioning for an Eldritch Eye. Fucking in this recipe, and that's actually like really good. It would be so good. Once you have your runic matrix properly placed into a structure commonly known as an infusion altar, you can begin to craft. The central pedestal located under the matrix is where the item you wish to infuse will go. You will also need several more pedestals placed around the altar, where you can place the blocks and items you wish to infuse into the target object. Lastly, you will need porta jars or similar essentia containers containing the requisite amount of this. Once all this is gathered, you can click on the runic matrix with a wand to start the crafting process. During the first stage of crafting, essentia will be drained from nearby sources. Crafting will stall. There is sufficient essentia available. Something that you do not want, as will be explained on the following pages. Once all the required essentia has been infused into the target object, the other objects will have their essential essence drained. Only when this is done will the crafting process be complete. Will the crafting process complete? Fusion crafting is not without risks. The entire process involves forcing vast energies into a single object. Unpredictable things tend to happen. Usually one of the fusion objects gets knocked off a pedestal or flux gets generated, but more catastrophic events are not unheard of. The longer crafting continues due to unresolved problems, like lack of wizard dropped items, the greater the chance of something bad happening. These effects can be reduced by various means. Firstly, you wish to keep the entire fusion structure as symmetrical as possible. Be careful note where you place pedestals and make sure they are balanced with other pedestals on opposite sides of the altar. When placing fusion items into them, you may wish to keep them balanced as well. Lastly, you can place occult paraphernalia around the altar in symmetrical formations, candles, skulls, crystals, etc. Will have the effect of reducing Holy fuck, this chapter will suck! Fuck, L65 of fucking artifice garbage. Oh my days. This will fucking kill me. 122. Ugh. Arcane lamp. The mystical lamp can be attached into walls, floors, or ceilings and will provide strong and steady light. Additional sources of light may also appear up to 16 blocks away wherever light levels fall below accepted. Remember, only you can prevent zombie outbreaks. These secondary sources of light will disappear soon after the lamp has been removed. You are sure additional uses for the lamp will present itself, so remember to check here after making new discoveries. When attached to the base of an arcane board, the arcane lamp gains an additional ability. It will light up the tunnels that the board digs. The Lamp of Growth. Unlike the arcane lamp from which it is made, the Lamp of Growth does not cast much as it is provided with her base energy. If it is done, any plants which grow where its light shines, the brightness will grow much faster than normal. Okay. Essential can be fed to the lamp by attaching it directly to an essential piping system. Lamp of Fertility. Any living creature bathed in the gentle pink glow of this lamp is immediately placed in a much more romantic mood. If they are able, they will seek others of their kind to mate. The lamp will have no effect if there is 8 or more of a particular species already present. Requires Victor's Essential to function, which can be fed to a lamp by attaching it directly to an essential piping system. I think that's... Is that 125? Is that 124? 25. Okay. Go left. Pickaxe of the core. By infusing a thaumium pickaxe with fire shards, you have created a pickaxe that glows with the heat of a forge. When you mine ore blocks, there is a chance you will mine a cluster instead. Native clusters are much easier to process and produces double the normal amount of metal when smelted. Can also be used to sound out any surface you click against to find out what valuables ore, lava, or water can be found nearby. If shift is held while using the tool, all its special properties are suspended and it functions like a normal pickaxe. 126. Axe of the stream. By combining water shards and a thaumium axe, you have created a tool that embodies the aspects of motion as a flow. Functions like a normal axe on all materials except natural logs and trees. When you use them, the axe seeks the furthest block of the same type. It's still connected to the block you're attempting to harvest, and harvest that one instead. In fact, you will chop trees from the top down, and if you hit the bottommost block. And if chopped in this fashion, will automatically float towards you. Press and hold right click, the axe will draw all nearby items toward you, not just wood it chopped. It shifts. If shift is held while using the tool, special properties are suspended and it functions like normal axe. 127. Sword of Zephyr. You have merged the elemental fury of air shards with a thaumium sword. When infused to strike a foe, the blade will sweep in a wide arc, hitting additional foes near your main target. While blocking, the sword will conjure a sphere of whirling winds around you, pushing enemies and loose objects away and deflecting incoming projectiles. While blocking, it will also slowly lift you into the air. Combining earth shards with the thaumium shovel, you've created a peerless digging implement. When used to dig earth, sand, and similar materials, it will dig in a 3x3 area. Dig a 3x3 area. If you right-click on the side of a block, it will attempt to place a 3x3 section of the same material in the world as long as you have the sufficient blocks in your inventory. The orientation of the digging and construction depends on the face you dug or clicked. If shift is pressed, you can see where blocks will be placed in the world, and you can change the orientation of how blocks are placed by pressing G on the keyboard. Blocks can be placed either parallel to the block face selected or extending out of the face vertically or horizontally. If shift is held while using this tool, all its special properties are suspended and it functions like a normal shovel. 129. Oh, growth. My goat. This is the best fucking item in the game. High key. By merging the magical energy from order and entropy shards with a thaumium hoe, you've created a farming implement with few equals. When used to fill fields, it will till a 3x3 area instead of just a single block. When used onto crops or other plants, it will act as bone meal to promote its growth, though at a higher cost to its durability. Might even be able to grow plants that normal bone meal can't. If shift is held while using this tool, all its special properties are suspended and it functions like a normal hoe. 30, pretty nice. Done with this shit. Do well, yes. The advanced chemical furnace is no longer enough to support your essential production. The LES, Large Essential Smeltery, is an advanced version of the advanced chemical furnace, which consumes electricity and CNVs to smelt essential. This is mostly useless, to be honest. Like, you can just VA the fucking AF. It's faster, usually. Ignis and Aqua are the basic conditions for the operation of LES. The minimum demand is about the highest energy hatch tier to the power of 2 times 1.15 CV divided by work, and the machine can run only after it is satisfied. Further affects the pollution and the random the generation of flux gas. Randomly exhaust flux gas at the facing of the muffler when smelting essentia. Pressure can speed up the machine to work 100 CV over 5 per tick. Over 5 ticks. Up to 200%. Output hatch. The essential diffusion cell tier and structure size only affects the in parallel. The max parallel is 64. Atoms without essential will be smelted to 1 point of perio. Pretty shit. 131. Essential output hatch me. Someday you will use it. Sure to connect to the network. It has no cache. 132. Air cells. The novice cell has such a low efficiency that you can bet it, so you discard and you wait to make some better cells. The novice cell will provide 1 stable point, the adaptive 1 provides 2 stable point, and the master 1 provides 5 stable point, and the grandmaster 1 provides 10 stable point. Per stable point, the generator can create more electricity from pre-essential. I think this is for the... What is it? What is it called? Essentia... I don't remember, the fucking removed generator. They also allow you to use better hatches. What was it called? It's used as a placeholder for fucking wiki articles nowadays. Really sad. A bone bow. You have discovered a way of crafting a bow from bone and infusing it with entropic energy. The resulting weapon is capable of firing much faster than a normal bow, and the arrows launched from it travel faster and hit harder. Primal arrows. These arrows are each infused with a specific type of primal energy, which gives them interesting and destructive properties. These arrows. These arrows crackle with energy. They inflict similar damage to normal arrows, but the magical energy bypassed any kind of armor protection. Fire arrow. These arrows inflict pure fire damage and set their targets alight. These arrows inflict normal damage, but shields your target to the bone, reducing their movement speed. Earth arrows. These arrows have no special property beyond packing a lot more of a punch than a normal arrow. Horror arrow. This arrow does a little less damage than normal, but it bypasses armor and leaves your enemy weakened. Entropy arrow. This arrow does slightly less damage than normal, but it flicks with an effect whatever it hits. Primal arrows cannot be picked up from the ground, and the enchantment has only a 1 in 3 chance of preventing a primal arrow from being 135. Infernal furnace. By harnessing raw ignis within a furnace crafted from obsidian and nether brick, you have created a highly efficient fuel-free furnace. So efficient, in fact, that occasionally it will produce bonus materials in the form of nuggets or other items. While this is essentially free, it is also very slow unless the furnace gets a new supply of ignis essentia or vis every now and again. This can be done by any method you have discovered so far or still will discover. It should also be noted that the occasional bit of flux escapes into the environment. Items you wish to smelt needs to be dropped into the top of the furnace and let out the 136. Arcane bellows. Arcane bellows perform much the same function. The arcane bellows performs much the same function as its mundane counterpart. The only difference is that it happily pumps away by itself, sending a stream of ending air. Yeah. Attaching to an infernal furnace has shown some interesting results. The elemental infused air not only stokes the flames, increasing its smelting speed, but causes them to burn much purer. resulting in a reduction of flux generated and increasing the chance of creating bonus nuggets and other materials when smelted. They can also be attached to normal chemical furnaces to increase their speed. It is also possible to attach them to crucibles to reduce the time it takes for their water to boil. Bellows can be deactivated by applying a redstone. You are confident more uses will reveal themselves eventually. 37. What did Arcana? Let's do that one next. We're going like this, counterclockwise from. Wait, did they do the flux scrubber? Even the most skilled thaumatorch occasionally leaves a mess in forms of flux. It is a nuisance everyone has to deal with, but this machine removes the drudgery involved. The flux scrubber, when powered with RVs, will slowly remove any form of flux within 16 blocks of where it is placed. What is more, it is able to reclaim a small portion of the magic that makes up the flux in form of precantio essences. Its internal buffer is very small and will continue operating even when full. It must be emptied if you wish to reclaim all the essentia. 138. Yeah, let's do fucking cardboard wings and be free like a bird theory. Happy to have crafted or looted your first copter pack, or in general having access to jetpacks. Annoyed about the fact that you need some type of fuel or energy for your jetpacks to work. What would a thaumaturge give to achieve the ability to fly without these restrictions? Maybe some warp? Not at this point yet, maybe later. But what should you do now to achieve freedom like a bird? Maybe you remember Icarus and what happened to him. If you remember well, let us say that you remember. If you remember, well, let us say that you remember. Then why not take a look at the Traveler's Wings? For me, they could be the key for what you want to achieve. But even if you own them, what should you do with them? I would like to try to infuse them with what items would you need to ask. The final result would be what? We are of the ideas. I see. So let us make theoretical studies first. You want to fly like a bird? Try to get Volaris because it is reference to flight. Another ingredient should be Tempestus to stand the harsh weathers out there. The next and obvious, as obvious it would be, Precantarium, as well as we are going to use magic after all to achieve your goal. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense, would it? Also, morals will be required. Well done. We got the main aspects, but how can we get rid of requiring energy for fuel? I would suggest to get Nebrism, the source of cheatiness. Yes, you are right. We are going to cheat a little bit for your goal, but don't blame me for that. Terminus. I couldn't withstand to use it. You should have a few jars full with Volatus, Tempestus, Precantario, Nebris, Amoros, and Terminus to be prepared. Now it is time to find out which items you would need for the infusion as well as the item to be infused with. From the second page, we have the Traveler's Wings, which I would suggest to be used as the key item and infuse them with all other items at the infusion altar. At last, you would need nether stars and angel blocks, the first part of ingredients. Now we are getting to the downside of the list. Regified items are also used for reasons. Actually, fucking Dream Master hates the fucking angel ring, so probably fucking hero this shit or whatever. The first downside will be from GT++. Magical Feather at least two of them, which requiring to be in EVH before you can continue at this point. The last one, which I throw to you, will be 2 engraved gold chips, 1 Incorium rings, and 2 titanium screws. Fucking titanium screws. And as you gather all the materials you'll need theoretically, so now go and get them and come back to me when you have acquired them. The next research will show you the recipes for your beloved item, extra utilities, angel ring. And they come in different styles too. Holy fuck, what a fucking drag. Why did they fucking write this shit? Holy shit. Be free like a bird crafting. Okay, so... Oh, fucking ephemeral pearl. Titanium screws, iridium ring. This is so disgusting. Okay, you got all the items in Chart Essentia. Oh, and thanks for taking some warp, because warp is fun, isn't it? Well, at least it is the payment. Well, at last it is the payment. Fine, here all the recipes you wanted. Fun with them, but don't pay me for their own difficulty to acquire them, or you can use them to finally these recipes. First recipe, Angel Ring, Invisible Wings. Totally forgot to tell you about some pearls and sorry, extremely promoted. So you assume to get an arcane recipe here for all different variants? Nope, it will be Infusion 2, as the arcane table can't handle the power which is hidden within this powerful item. For this item, take a look on the following recipe to get all the items, the essential together. Second and following ones are angel rings with the following options: golden wings, dragon wings, feathery wings, fairy wings. Note that when you have transmogrified your wings, that this step is final. This means that you need at least 5 rings to own the complete collection. Why ever you would do this? This is horrible. Fucking dragon egg for the dragon ring? Are you fucking kidding me? Who is doing this shit? 140. Might do that in my run, to be honest. Might like the whole collection. That would be so sick. A little bit of stretching for the road. Thaumium crowbar. By substituting thaumium for steel and imbuing it with a touch of order, you have discovered a way to create how to create a crowbar. It is far more receptive to magic. Okay, another small break. I'll go take a leak, maybe feed my cat or something. Be right back. Yeah, I'm back. Let's go. My hands as always. Hell yeah. Um, yeah, so tables, I guess. Table. The table is more than a simple decorative block. It also serves as a base for other surfaces useful in the practice of magic, like the arcane work table and the research table. Arcane work table. To create an arcane work table, simply right-click with a wand on a table you have placed in the world. The arcane work table serves the same purpose as a normal crafting table with a few key exceptions. Apart from normal crafting recipes, it can also craft some of the items unique to thaumaturgy. To do that, you need to place a wand in the top right slot. This will allow you to craft items that require Ves by drawing the energy directly from the wand. The Ves required to craft an item will be shown in the 6 circular symbols surrounding the crafting grid. The research table is created by placing two tables next to each other and then clicking on them with scribing tools. The research table is the most important tool for any thaumaturge. It is used to unlock all the hidden secrets of the universe and discover new ways to harness magic. Okay, that's plus 3, 144. Basic artificing. Primal charm. Primal charms form an important basis for any thaumaturgical constructs. They have no inherent power of their own beyond being able to focus and channel primal energy and essentia. Rumors persist that these charms have additional powers, but there is little more than say. Oh, this session I 5? Oh, 5. Let's do the grades. Item grade. The item grade allows you to toggle it open or close it with your hand and or with a redstone signal in the item in the open position. If in the open position, any dropped items will simply fall right through it. In dropped items can also be piped into the top of an item grade using a hopper or other means, and if open, it will be ejected out of the bottom. Alchemical grade. By combining a grade with a hungry chest, you seem to have created a chest whose contents exist both in the container and in the world at the same time. Despite having lost some capacity and the ability to close the grate, this device will help automating the advanced alchemical furnace in a quick way. It is really 137. Arcane stone is a basic building material for many complex mystical constructs. It is normal stone that has been seared by elemental fire and strengthened by elemental earth. Pretty cool. Paving stone of travel. By altering the magical structure of arcane stone, you are able to create a paving stone that adds new bounds to the step of anyone walking across it. Anything walking across it will have greater speed and agility for a couple of seconds. Paving stone of warding. You have discovered a way of turning arcane stone into mystical wards that will prevent most creatures from crossing them. Be noted that these wards aren't always 100% foolproof, and they cannot prevent other players from entering an area, but they keep most common threats at bay. You also prevent columns from crossing them. For best results, you need an unbroken line of them between the areas you wish to protect and the outside world. An active redstone signal will disable this block. The color of the runes about the paving stone indicates its current status. Purple runes will show that it is currently preventing something from passing through. Blue runes indicate it has been deactivated with redstone signal. Red runes shows that something is preventing it from fully warding the area, and the gap exists where something might be able to pass through. Thermometer. This thermometer is one of the most useful and important tools in a thaumaturgist's arsenal, second only to the wand. Firstly, it allows you to scan objects, features, or mystical phenomena and determine their magical makeup. You simply need to hold the right mouse button and wait. Secondly, it makes discovering nodes easier as they become clearly visible if viewed through the thermometer lens, even through solid objects. Goggles of revealing. Building on the basic principles of the thermometer, you have begun refining its ability to detect magic into something more revealing. This set of mystical lenses will make aura nodes much easier to find, along with revealing all manner of hidden things. They form an important tool in any thaumaturgist's arsenal. This should be gold, rose gold, to be honest, but not just regular gold. Arcane Ear. The Arcane Ear is a device that is capable of detecting the sound emitted from the nearby node blocks. If it hears a note it recognizes, it will emit a short redstone pulse. The Arcane Ear needs to be tuned in a manner identical to node blocks. The tone and note it listens for depends on the material it is placed upon. Sinister Lodestone. You have made an interesting discovery during your study of nodes. Different kinds of nodes emit varying types of radiant energy, but none are quite as distinct as that of sinister nodes. The energy emitted by sinister nodes is quite unique and simple to track. By infusing a piece of flint, you think you can create a simple scrying device that will light up whenever it is pointed towards such a node. The range is limited, but it is a worthwhile invention, since you have often found sinister nodes in most places. More than let's do boots of travel. This pair of enchanted boots have been stuffed full of magic to ease the journey of any traveler. They allow you to move faster than normal. They also allow you to jump higher and fall further. Lastly, they allow you to cut through water like a fish, a slow and clumsy fish, but a fish nonetheless. Okay, 155. Enchanted fabric. By combining spider silk and wool and infusing it with primal viz, you have created a silky length of magical cloth that would have numerous uses. You have also discovered patterns to create cloth robes from magical fabric. These robes have similar properties, protective properties to leather armor, but they are much more durable than what the materials could ever be. They also hold mystical enchantments very well and can hold powerful magic much better than even expensive armor. Various pieces of this outfit grant a small discount to the amount of viz drained from casting wands when you use them. You can dye the armor like you would leather armor. You can just craft a Thaumonomicon. Pretty cool. 156. Runic shielding. Your research into protective magics have led you to discover runic shielding. This is not armor in the traditional sense, but a collection of charms, rings, and similar protective baubles worn with your everyday clothes. These devices create a barrier of magical energy that wards out most types of damage. The shielding has a pool of hit points from which damage is subtracted first, protecting the wearer from all harm. Once this pool is depleted, the wearer starts taking damage as normal. The pool replenishes over time and requires Terra and Airways to replenish its charge, which is drawn from carried wands. The armor offers no protection from damage suffered due to drowning, starvation, or similar environmental hazards. Due to its nature, the armor cannot be enchanted by normal means. Sure, there are ways to improve its effectiveness, you just need to discover them. Okay, shielding 157. The ring charged ring of shielding. This is a specialized version of the ring of shielding. It has slightly less charge than the ring it is based upon, but it increases the charge time of ring shielding by 25%. You can wear more than one of these rings, effectively having the normal recharge time. Okay, let's do this first. Weather protection ring. The weather protection ring is a very special ring. Now you find a way to rid of the nasty withering effect. ring, it is time to farm some nether stars. Pretty cool. Revitalizing Ring of Shield. The specialized version of the Ring of Shield. Slightly less charged than the ring is based on, but when your shielding is breached, it will release a pulse of regenerative energy that will last for a few seconds. Effect cannot trigger more than once every 20 seconds. Okay. Kinetic Girdle of Shielding. This is a specialized version of the Girdle of Shielding. Slightly less charge than the girdle it is based on, but when reached, the detonation of kinetic energy will be released, damaging and showing and back anything nearby. This effect cannot be triggered more than once every 20 seconds. Amulet of Emergency Shielding. This is a specialized version of the Amulet of Shielding. It is slightly less charged than the amulet it is based on, but when your shielding is breached, this upgrade will instantly add 8 charge to your shielding amount. The effect cannot trigger more than once a minute. Pretty cool. Runic Shielding Augmentation. Rings, amulets, and girdles with runic shielding is all good and well, but surely you can apply this protective enchantment to other things. Of course you can by utilizing the magic of thaumaturgy. Copyright parent pending. You are able to add runic shielding to most magically stable pieces of armor. Naturally stable items are those crafted from thaumium, enchanted fabric, or similarly magical items. Only a single charge of runic shielding is added to the item, but you can enchant an item multiple times. Oh, this is expensive, and the amount of ingredients and essential required will increase with each level. The talisman required will equal the level of shielding you want. The essential cost will essentially. You can enchant existing runic items like runic shielding as well. However, the cost is calculated based on their existing runic charge, making it exceptionally expensive. Poof! Man, the shit is getting my throat. 163. Yeah, getting to 1.1k wolf, 1.2k wolf seconds. Atomic augmentation. By using your infusion magics, you were able to add additional modifiers to your Thinker's construct tools. Clearly, the magic is only capable of doing it once per tool. Wait, I do not care. What a useless fucking thing. Thermostatic harness. You've finally managed to unlock the secret of flight. You've created a harness that anchors itself to the thermic field using thermostatic energy, allowing you to defy gravity. You think quantums and quarks might also be involved somehow. Unusually, the only phase required to power this harness is added during its creation process. Instead, the fuel it requires for flight is raw potential. Simply right-click while holding the harness to insert filled jars. Press H while wearing it, the harness activates or deactivates it. While active, the harness will constantly use potential. It can be enchanted with the haste enchant and to increase the speed at which you move while flying. The harness will not reduce your block breaking speed while you are flying with it. A thermostatic girdle. Girdle is designed to be used with the thermostatic harness on its own. It has very little lifting power. It has just enough to prevent most fall damage. When worn with the harness, however, it greatly increases the speed at which you are able to fly. The only drawback that the harness will consume slightly more fuel than normal. 166. Nice. Banners. Sometimes Thaumaturge doesn't need to create something that shakes the very foundations of reality. Sometimes he just wants something pleasing to the eye. You have developed a simple enchantment that allows you to apply thaumaturgical symbols to banners. You do so by simply clicking with the file of Essentia on a banner. You craft it and the symbol will be emblazoned on it. Just clicking on the banner, remove the symbol. Nice. 16767. Let's go. Am I missing something? Mirror magic. You are now able to enchant a pair of magical mirrors that act as doorways to the void between worlds. Anything shoved or piped through one mirror will pass through this realm and emerge from the other mirror, even across dimensional boundaries. Fortunately, this realm is extremely hostile to mortal creatures like yourself, so using these mirrors to transport living creatures is not yet possible. To link a pair of these magical mirrors, you simply need to place one of them at a location. You then right-click with a second mirror on the one you placed, and the pair will become linked. You may then place the second wherever you wish, and items thrown into one will be ejected out the other. Mirrors can only be linked in pairs, so while both are placed in the world and able to transmit items, you cannot link them to another mirror. When you pick up a mirror, it will remember the last partner it was linked with, allowing you to easily move it without having to relink it. While one of the paired mirrors is picked up, you may easily relink either of them. Magic mirror, pretty expensive, or like whatever it does. Transporting items through mirrors places stress on the magical glass. Prevented from shattering, the mirror automatically slows down the rate at which items is spit out the other side. The greater the instability, the more the transfer rate is slowed. The instability slowly lessens over time, can also be negated by relaying order waste directly to the mirror. You're now right. 8. Magical hand mirror. This magical hand mirror functions much the same way as other magical mirrors. You simply push items through the glass and they will pop out at the linked mirror. Simple right click while holding the linked hand mirror. You'll be able to place any items in your inventory into the looking glass to have them transported. What? Simple right click while holding the linked mirror. Okay. The hand mirror can be linked to a mirror that is already paired with another. It should be noted that the hand mirror can only send items, not receive them. 169. Essential mirrors. Magical mirrors are very useful for transporting items. Wait, can't you do this in... I think you can do this in MV, right? Oh no, you have to cook the tantalum. Maybe. I think this is MV actually. Magical mirrors are very useful for transporting items over long distances, but what if that same principle can be applied to Essentia? You think you have discovered a way to do just that. Essentia mirrors, like their name implies, can transport Essentia in the same way that magic mirrors that transport items. Give me a second. You cannot pipe Essentia. Wait. The magic transport. There are a few important limitations, however. You cannot pipe Essentia directly into the mirrors. They are only able to transport Essentia that has been drawn from a source towards something like an infusion matrix. In effect, the mirrors allow these things to draw Essentia from sources via the mirror. 170. Oof. Ramping. Arcane Bore. You have discovered a device capable of expanding the range and power of an excavation focus. Of even greater use is the fact that the machine can do so without your constant supervision. You merely need to place it on a specially constructed base point. A specially constructed base pointed in the right direction with a wand and apply a redstone signal. The arcane bore requires two things to function. The first is an excavation focus placed in its leftmost inventory slot. Any enchantments applied to the focus will also alter the functions of the bore. Okay. Secondly, you need to place any kind of pickaxe into the rightmost slot. The material of the pickaxe will have little effect on the operation of the bore, but the greater its durability, the longer it will last. Like the wand, any enchantments or special abilities of the pickaxe will also be applied to whatever the bore mines. Arcane bore can only be placed above or below an arcane bore base. Any item mined will be ejected from the base in the direction its nozzle is pointing. It will eject into an inventory if possible. This direction can be changed with the wand. The bore can be powered with Prodicio Essentia or Vis, which will greatly speed up the rate at which it mines. Vis or Essentia can be provided by pipes and or relays as normal. 1 point of Prodicio Essentia will speed up the bore for the next 20 blocks mined. Alternatively, 5 CV is required per block mined. The bore can accept up to 100 CV per tick. Okay, 170. If magic energy conversion. While trying to find new ways to integrate magic into your industrial factories, you have discovered a way to convert magical energy into electrical power. What is it? Let's just do these 4. Research into magical energy conversion method has identified the way to convert surrounding energies into electrical power. More output, drain all the magic. Improved magic energy absorption. That's the EV one. Oh, that's the attempts to increase the output of your magic energy generators have resulted in significant improvement. Tap magic energy conversion. This is the conversion. Master magic energy conversion. Attempts to further increase the output of your magic energy generators have resulted in great improvements. 176. Brain in a jar. Throw 1 rotten zombie brain into a jar, add some spider eyes in water, stir gently with your wand while thinking dark thoughts. If you follow the recipe exactly, you should now have a partially animated and fully malicious zombie brain. It contains some of the hunger it possessed as a zombie, and while it cannot consume brains, it still enjoys eating the thoughts and experiments of those slain nearby. Giving its jar a good shake will make it surrender some of its ill-gotten gains for your own use. What the fuck even is this? 177. Infusion enchantment. For ages now, wizards and thaumaturgists have been enchanting weapons, tools, and armors by imbuing objects with their own life energy. While effective, the process is tedious and the results are completely unpredictable. Your discovery of infusion crafting might have uncovered a solution to problems. You have discovered a way to enchant objects with an infusion altar. Simply place the items you wish to enchant on the central pedestal and supply the proper ingredients and essentia. It also requires some life essence in the form of experience, but much less than would be normally required to enchant something. This experience is drawn from anyone near the infusion altar, so care should be taken. The essential and experience cost listed is following recipes are the first level of an enchantment. To enchant an item to higher levels, simply perform the infusion process again. It can be repeated till the required enchantment has reached its maximum possible level. Essential and experience cost are multiplied by the level of enchantment you are performing. So level 2 enchantment costs level 2 enchantment costs twice as much as level 1. Additional costs might also be required if the item already contains enchants other than the one you are currently performing. This cost is usually around 10% per level of enchantment. So enchanting a sword with fire aspect 1 that already contains smite 3 will cost 30% more. Stability also increases as the total number of enchantments on the object increases. Enchanting items with an infusion altar follows the normal rules for enchantments as it applies to what enchants can combine with others. Wait, does this do fortune? Oh, it does. Wait, this is kind of sick. You could use this with disenchanter. At that point, it's probably easier to just do mana enchanting or like osmotic enchanting or like whatever. 178. Well, this was it, right? Yeah. Hazmat protection. You have discovered a way to magically enchant a mundane piece of armor with these protective properties of a hazmat suit. Yep. And 179. Thaumium Fortress Armor. Thaumium armor has many things to recommend it, but its basic construction leaves it inferior to diamond armor. Improving the construction process and complexity, you have found a way to create armor of exceptional craftsmanship, durability, and strength. Each individual piece of Thaumium Fortress armor has the same protective properties as diamond armor, but has greater durability and offers additional protection against magic and fire. The biggest benefit, however, is that the individual armor pieces is designed and constructed to be worn together. Each additional piece of this armor worn increases the overall protection offered by all other pieces and improves its visual appeal. As with most objects constructed from Thaumium, the armor is easy to enchant. 180, let's go! I mean, 200 isn't that far, 20% in it far. Helm of Revealing. Usually a thaumaturge needs to choose between protection and utility when out and about. Not anymore. This modifies a Thaumium Fortress helm to give you all the functionality of Goggles of Revealing. It does, however, not give you the vis discount the goggles usually do. A helm can have this upgrade along with faceplates. Grinning Devil faceplate. This mask is designed to be added to an existing Thaumium Fortress helm. When worn, this mask has an interesting damping effect on those suffering from warp event. While it does not reduce the number of events, it does reduce their severity somewhat. It seems laughing in the face of danger does have its rewards. It seems laughing in the face of danger does have. Angry Ghost faceplate. This mask is designed to be added to an existing Thaumium Fortress helm. When you're struck in combat while wearing this grim mask, the creature striking you has a chance to suffer a withering effect. Serves them right. Sipping Fiend faceplate. This mask is designed to be added to an existing Thaumium Fortress helm. When you strike a creature in combat while wearing this mask, you sometimes steal a small portion of their life force to strengthen your own. The fact that you do this by sapping on their blood doesn't seem to bother you nearly as much as it should. You wonder if you should be worried about that. 184, and we're done with Artifice. Gosh, this is such a big one. Second of rest. Or water chat. I mean, there's nobody here. came back, ready to go for some fucking more entries. Honestly, I'm feeling kind of energized. This might be getting easier. 184 to 29 in. What is that? I mean, I'm not really on the 10-hour pace, so I might be cooked. Might take like 15 hours. Holy shit. Straw golems. You have discovered the secret of creating golem workers. While the Aram golem is impressive in its own way, it is very limited and uncontrollable. You've managed to solve both of these problems. Your golem workers have just enough will and self-awareness to make them useful tools, but not enough to render them uncontrollable. You've also discovered how to make the Golemancer's Bell and Golem Animation course. See their respective research entries for more detail. The golem you craft can be placed in the world, but will remain inactive until given an animation core. The placement of the golem needs to be considered carefully. If you wish it to interact with the inventories, you will need to place it by clicking or shift-clicking on the inventory on the side you wish to interact with. Most golems can operate in a range of 16 blocks around their home location. The first golem you can create is made from bundles of hay and straw. It is physically weak and easy to destroy, but very light and nimble. Straw golem attributes: durability very low, strength very low, self-repair average, carry limit 1, speed fast, base 1. Okay, 185. This chapter should be quick, to be honest. Hungry chest. The hungry chest is able to pick up items by itself if they are dropped close enough to touch it. 96. Golems are notoriously bad at following verbal commands, but this bell allows you to avoid all that. Simply right-clicking on a golem to select it. Once that is done, a glowing gear like circle will appear indicating the golem's home location and the side it is attached to. You are now able to right-click anywhere in the world to link the golem to blocks, locations, or inventories it may interact with. Clicking on the same location will either unmark it or cycle through different colors if the golem is able to interact with different colored markers. Shift press right-clicking on the marked location will always clear it, and pressing F will clear all marked locations. This is actually super useful. I didn't know this. The fucking F thing. Left-clicking on the golem picks it up with all its current upgrades and setting is intact. Shift plus left-clicking picks up the golem but removes its core and any attached upgrades, which drops separately. There's a good chance that upgrades will be lost if you do this, however. Yep. Sucks. 187. Golem upgrade air. When this upgrade is attached to a golem, it will increase its movement and ranged attack speed. The golem cores might benefit from this upgrade in other ways. You might wish to check if additional pages were added to their Thaumonomicon entry. This upgrade will increase the amount of items your golem can carry at a time. Each upgrade will increase the limit between 4 and 16, depending on the golem's base carry limit. It also increases its physical damage and how quickly it harvests material or performs tasks dependent on brute strength. So golem cores might benefit from this upgrade in other ways, so you might wish to check if additional pages were added to the Thaumonomicon entry. Golem upgrade fire. This upgrade increases the interface inventory of a golem, allowing more items to be filtered or sorted. The number of slots added depends on the base number of slots they usually possess. The golem's melee attacks also sets its target on fire. Specific golem cores might benefit from this upgrade in other ways, so you might wish to check if additional pages were added to their Thaumonomicon entry. Golem upgrade water. This upgrade increases the visual range of most golems, allowing them to travel further and further afield to perform their tasks. It also increases the range and accuracy of ranged attacks. Specific golem cores might benefit from this upgrade in other ways. You might wish to check if additional pages were added to their Thaumonomicon entry. This upgrade allows golems to specify different colors for blocks marked with the Golemancer spell. It allows for greater control over what they do and where they do it. This upgrade also unlocks certain features for some golem cores, giving them a greater scope of operation. Specific golem cores might benefit from this upgrade in other ways, so you might wish to check if additional pages were added to their Thaumonomicon entry. Golem upgrade entropy. Golems fitted with this upgrade automatically inflict damage on anything damaging them. Golems with this upgrade will also have more control over what items they are looking for. You will be able to make them use or ignore damage values, NVIDIA data, or even check the OR dictionary to find similar items. Specific golem cores might benefit from upgrading in other ways. You might wish to check if additional pages were added to their Thaumonomicon entry. This plus 6. Let's go. 93. Advanced golems. You have discovered a way of improving golems in several minor but significant ways. Firstly, golems that go through this process are able to hold one additional upgrade, though they can never have more than 2 upgrades of a single type. Secondly, they move slightly faster. Thirdly, they have a slightly greater sight radius. You are sure the malevolent intent in their eyes is just your imagination. Let's go cores first. Golem core gather. Golem animation cores are used to give your golems purpose. Without a core, they remain inanimate. The first such core you are able to create is the gather core. Golems fitted with this core will seek drop items within 16 blocks, pick them up, and then place them inside an attached inventory. If they are not attached to an inventory, they will simply hold onto them. If you right-click on the golem, you will be able to set specific items they should pick up, while others will be ignored. Simply right-click on a freshly placed golem with a core to attach it to the golem. 95. Some fucking blood taste in my mouth. I might be dying. The vocal cords might be I'm kidding. Golems fitted with this core will remove items from an attached inventory and take them to the mark location. If the mark location is a container, they will place it inside. If you wish, you can specify what items should be removed from the inventory by accessing the golem's interface. All other items will be ignored. Golem core use. Like the empty core, golems fitted with this core will remove items from an attached inventory, but instead of placing it in an inventory or dropping it in the vault, they will attempt to use it on a target block or location. They will attempt to use it item as if they are a player right-clicking or left-clicking on the target block or location with the item. You can specify which. If you wish, you can specify what items should be removed from the inventory by accessing the golem's interface. All other items will be ignored. If the golem is not attached to an inventory, it will attempt to perform its actions with an empty hand instead, simply clicking on the target as instructed. You are able to tell the golem how to click on something apart from telling it to left or right click. You can also instruct it to sneaking while doing so. You can also instruct it to only click on an upgrade unlocked. This upgrade will increase the speed at which the golem is able to click the target blocks or space. Okay, golem's core sorting. This core works much like an empty core, with one key difference. It only takes an item from its home inventory, and if it already exists in one of its marked inventories. This makes it exceedingly useful to sort unordered items in a container into their proper places. You cannot specify specific items to include or exclude like you can with the normal empty. Golem core fill. Golem cores fitted with this core will examine inventories you have marked for certain items and place them in their home inventory. There are 2 modes for this operation. If in precise amount mode, the column will fill its home inventory with the specified items until it contains an amount equal to the amount you specified in its interface. In any amount mode, the golem will keep filling the current inventory with the specified items as long as there is room and available items. Holy fuck. Golem core decanting. Golems fitted with this core will attempt to keep the liquid inventory they are attached to filled with an appropriate liquid. If you wish, you can specify what liquid it places in the tank by accessing the golem interface and placing a liquid container like a bucket in a slot. All other liquids will be ignored. A decanting golem can only carry 100 millibuckets of liquid per item. Its material type is normal. Per item, its material type is normally allowed to carry. though they will always carry a full bucket's worth if expected to pick up liquids blocks, and entropy upgrade unlocked. If you fit this upgrade, the golem will try and pick up the furthest possible food block attached to any you have marked. This will allow it to empty pools of liquids and not just one block you marked. It will only research as far as its sight range allows and the distance measured in actual blocks. Search to get to target block and not this. I think that's fun. I don't know, maybe stupid. Golem Core Alchemy. It doesn't really matter. The counter doesn't really matter, to be honest. This core is a specialized version of a decanting core specifically designed to transport essentia. Alchemy golems assigned to an alchemy furnace or alembic. It will draw essentia from the entire stack of alembics and transport it to marked worded jars. God. It is not required to mark every single jar. The golem will automatically fill all jars adjacent to the marked jar and all other similarly connected jars. Alchemy golems prioritize nearby jars first and will try to fill an entire jar before starting a new one. They will also favor labeled jars over unlabeled ones. If there are full void jars, they will try and fill normal jars first, unless the void jar is labeled. In the case of ties, void jars are always filled last. Alchemy golems can also transport essentia between most other essentia storage containers and blocks that accept essentia. A fucking mouthful. Okay. Golem core guard. Golems fitted with this core act as guards, attacking any hostile creatures within range. You are sure with a little bit of tinkering you could make the golem a bit more selective with the targets it attacks, but for now it only seeks out aggressive mobs other than creep. If you order upgrade unlocked, if you fit this upgrade, you can specify the types of creatures the golem will attack. The golem will also be able to attack more than just hostile entities. On A5. Golem Core Harvest. Golems fitted with this core need not be attached to an inventory. They will seek out fully grown crops, weeds, and other commonly farmed plants within a small radius and harvest them. The harvested materials simply drops to the ground and must be gathered by some other means. Unfortunately, they are not smart enough to replant the crops they have harvested, but you are sure with a bit of work you might be able to eventually fix that bug. What? Order upgrade unlocked. Harvest golems fitted with this upgrade will now attempt to replant the crop they just harvested. This could fail if the plant failed to drop the proper seed or seedling. Yeah, that makes sense. 186. 96. Golem Core Butcher. This core is a refinement of the standard card core. A golem with this core will only attack animals, but it is intelligent enough to only attack the oldest fully grown adults and that the breeding pair remain. How is this an upgrade to the card core and it uses a harvest core? 187, right? There wasn't many. Yep. Golem core fishing. This core allows a golem to fish for your supper. For best results, the golem needs to be placed near deep and open water. Golem strength determines fishing speed. Air upgrade. Oh my god, 50 upgrades. Air upgrade unlocked. The fishing golem fitted with this upgrade has a small chance of catching more than one thing at a time. Fire upgrade unlocked. The fishing golem fitted with this upgrade will automatically cook any fish it catches. Order upgrade unlocked. Order upgrades will increase the chance of getting good fishing results. Entropy upgrade unlocked. Entropy upgrades will reduce the chance of getting bad fishing results. Imagine doing fish oil from fucking fishing golems. That would be so cool. Fucking fish golem powered base. Hell yeah. Golem core chop. Like harvester golems, lumberjack golems can be placed anywhere. They will seek They will seek out nearby trees and chop them down. Stronger golems will chop them down faster. Lumberjack golems do not replant the trees they have chopped down. No upgrades. 199. You're done with the cores. Wooden golems. This golem is carved from a great wood log. It is a moderate improvement over the straw golem. Wood golem attributes: durability below average, strength low, self-repair average, carry limit 4, speed above average, upgrades 1. Traveling trunk. An extension of your golemancy research has led to a useful companion for any thaumaturge on the go. Traveling trunk, the traveling trunk. This wooden chest will happily hop after its master, always ready to provide a convenient storage space for anything you pick up. The traveling trunk, holy shit, is tough and can take a significant amount of beating. It is highly resistant to fire and cannot be harmed by falling. The trunk can follow its master everywhere, in distant dimensions. Should you wish it to stay put, however, there is a convenient button looking at its interface. Stainless fucking steel, what is this? Who made this recipe? Which will make it remain in its current position. The traveling trunk slowly heals itself over time, but can also be fed, but can also feed what? But you can also feed it all manners of food to speed up this process. Oh god. Like normal golems, the trunk can be picked up by left-clicking with the Golemancer's Bell. It will drop all items in its inventory if you do so. Shift-clicking will also cause it to drop any upgrades you have applied to it with the normal loss chance. You can accept a single upgrade like normal golems, but they grant unique abilities to the trunk. See pages for the detailed details as you discover the relevant upgrades. Golem upgrade R. With this upgrade installed, the traveling trunk will move faster. Golem upgrade Earth. With this upgrade installed, the traveling trunk will be able to carry more items and will gain an additional row in its inventory. Golem upgrade Fire. This upgrade installed, the traveling trunk will defend its master when he is attacked. Who made this? Golem upgrade Water. With this upgrade installed, the traveling trunk cannot be opened or picked up by anyone else but its master. It also becomes highly resistant to all but the most devastating amounts of damage. Golem upgrade Order. With this upgrade installed, the traveling trunk will retain its items when it is picked up by using a Golemancer's Bell. It will drop items as normal when shift-click is. Golem upgrade Entropy. This is Order. With this upgrade installed, the traveling trunk will automatically suck in any nearby items it has room for. Okay, flesh golems. While macabre golems made from zombie flesh has several features to recommend them, not only does the while macabre, what the fuck? Never mind. Not only does it repair itself very quickly, it is able to hold 2 upgrades. Very nice. It is +3. It's 202. Okay, we passed 200. Hell yeah. Clay golems. Fired clay is proven to be a superior crafting material. For golems, it is fireproof and has more than adequate mobility. Clay golem attributes: durability average, strength average, self-repel slow, carry limit 8, speed average, upgrades 1. Did I read this? Flesh golem attributes: durability low, strength low, self-repair very fast, carry limit 4, speed above average, upgrades 2. Go 3. Tallow golems. This advanced golem is only marginally better than the clay golem, but it is capable of holding 2 upgrades. Tallow golem attributes: durability average, strength average, self-repair average, carry limit 8, speed average, upgrades 2. Stone golems. Stone golems are very durable and able to carry heavy loads, but they are much slower than most other golems. Its weight allows it to sink in water. Stone golem attributes: durability above average, strength above average, self-repair slow, carry limit 16. Speed slow, upgrades 1. +2, 205. Quick. Nice. Golem Feta. This simple device allows the Golemancer to bring their golems to a temporary hold. This block is activated with a redstone signal. Any golem that passes over it will come to a complete standstill and cease its current task. Once this block is deactivated, the golems will once again go about its business. I mean, it's probably useful. I don't know. Iron golems. Iron golems are extremely tough and strong, able to carry huge loads. Pause. Their weight, however, causes them to move quite slowly and sink in water. Iron golem attributes: durability high, strength high, self repair very slow, carry limit 32, speed very slow, upgrades 1. What is that? Is better? Iron golems. It's 2. 7. I think it's 2. Who cares, honestly? Thaumium golems have slightly better attributes than iron golems and are able to hold to have 2 upgrades. They are also highly resistant to magical damage. Its weight allows it to sink in water. Thaumium golem attributes: durability very high, strength high, self-repair slow, carry limit 32, speed slow, upgrades 2. 208. Let's do all of the fucking all the bullshit ones. Tiny hats. This tiny hat is the perfect accessory for any golem. Not only is it stylish and dashing, but any golem wearing it will have increased health and vitality. Tiny spectacles. Golems are notoriously short-sighted, and the classes affiliate that weakness to some degree. Tiny bow ties. A must for any golem on the go. This bow tie will fill it with additional energy, increasing its pace. Tiny fezzes. This strange headgear seems to fill any golem wearing it with unusual vitality, or even allowing it to repair at a much faster pace. Golem dart launcher. This dart launcher can only be attached to combat golems. It is not quite as powerful as the golem's primary attacks, but gives golems limited to melee combat a means of attacking foes at range. Golem visor. This metal visor will grant a combat golem a small amount of additional armor protection. It will also ensure that any foes attacked by the golem will drop experience orbs when they die. Golem iron plating. The iron armored plating grants the golem wearing it increased resistance to physical harm. Good. Okay. The water. Oh, really nice. Holy shit. Did I read this? The armor plating grants the golem variant increased resistance to physical harm. Unfortunately, additional protection comes at a cost. As all the heavy ironmongery will slow it down. I think I read this. The golem mace. This weapon increases the damage a golem will do with melee attacks. Melee? That's plus 8, right? To 16. 16 and we're done with Golemancy. This is... Oh, okay, no, Eldritch left and we're done with Vanilla Thaumcraft. I think we go Epiphany first. Eldritch Epiphany. It has suddenly become clear to you where others see chaos, you occasionally see a glimpse of a pattern. A very strange and disturbing pattern. Something stirs in the darkest corners of the universe. You have tried to explain it to others, but received only strange looks in return. No matter, you will show them someday. You will show them all. 217. Nice. White metal. By infusing magic into metal, you had managed to create thaumium. It was a worthy discovery, but the time has come to leave thaumium to amateurs and dabblers. A strange and half-remembered dream has given you the urge to try something different. What if you infuse metal with more than just magic, but with the very essence where magic is drawn from darkness and the void that dwells between the stars? If the resulting metal is disturbingly slick and warm to the touch. It is almost as soft as gold, making it easy to work. But when struck, it becomes as hard as thaumium, and sometimes even harder. More impressively, all but most devastating damage soon repairs itself as the metal slowly flows back into place. The only downside is that it isn't as easy to enchant as thaumium, but still compares favorably to mundane materials like iron. You have discovered that care must be taken when handling the metal. Being harmed by it seems to temporarily sap your strength. Okay. 218. Nice. Void metal wand caps. Crafting wand caps from void metal seems counterintuitive since it seems to be highly resistant to magic, but counterintuitive is where you live now. Your gamble paid off. The metal itself may be resistant to magic, but it channels with surprising ease. The magic does seem strange somehow, but it is probably just your imagination. You have to charge them to 19. Advanced Essentia Storage. Most types of Essentia are fairly volatile, and care must be taken in its storage. That is why most thaumaturges use worded jars. You, however, are not most thaumaturges. Using the wonderful new substance called void metal, you have discovered a way to greatly improve the storage of Essentia. Essentia reservoirs are capable of storing up to 256 Essentia in any combination. Essentially, disastrous mixing of the different Essentia types is prevented by having dynamically reshaping compartments crafted from the new metal. Like jars, the reservoirs can only be accessed from one side, so you can choose how they are orientated. Unfortunately, they cannot be emptied or filled by hand, so you need to rely on tubes or golems for that. Picking up a reservoir while filled is unadvisable. You were so pleased with this discovery that you showed it off to some of your fellow thaumaturges. Strangely, most of them dived for cover, even after you assured them the constant sound of metal under incredible stress is perfectly normal. 220. Nice. Void metal crowbar. Taking things one step further, you have applied your master of arcane materials to create the ultimate crowbar. Void thaumaturge's robes. A truly enlightened thaumaturge realizes that he needs not choose between utility and defense. That he needs not choose between utility and defense. By augmenting existing void armor with the proper enchantments and combining with thaumaturge's robes, you will able to create a set of armored robes that not only offers physical protection and mental focus, but mystical protection as well. The robes will also retain all the properties of void armor, while the hood will offer all the benefits of the goggles used in its crafting. This armor can be dyed. Nice, plus 2. Yo, 2, let's go. Eldritch Revelation. A veil has been lifted, a door has opened in my mind. When I look through, I see wonders. No, not wonders. What I see is I see what? Who wrote this? I cannot read this, sadly. Does this make my speedrun invalid, by the way? Should have learned fucking Eldritch. Crimson writes, you have seen glimpses of powerful magic users? You think you might have found a way to unlock their secrets. Yeah, I don't think anybody ever, like, did this recipe in this game. 224. Nice. Wand focus primal. Let's do that one first. What madness possessed you to create this thing? This focus seems wildly dangerous, and only a lunatic will attempt to use it anywhere but the most controlled environments. Granted, the orb of raw primal energy it creates is quite devastating, but its path of travel is erratic at best, downright malicious at worst. Oh shit. Some more water? Very nice. It does beg further study, however. The orb shows some interesting dimensional properties, and it exhibits energy patterns you have only seen in wisps and aura nodes. 2 to 5. Actually, I accidentally used this orb. I mean, I tried to test this focus in the middle of my base, and I blew up like 4 machines. I don't know, maybe like not 4, but it did fuck up my base a little bit. I was like really surprised that it actually like destroys items, which is super stupid. Like, never mind. Rune tablet. Your desire get to the boss? Do it. Oh, shit. God, who wrote this? Opening the eye. It was all so simple. You are amazed the Crimson cultists have never discovered this. To perform the ritual, you simply need to place 4 Eldritch Eyes on the specially marked keystone found at one of these strange altars, where you first discover the cult. The sinister note above the keystone must remain intact. Once this is done, it is a simple matter of infusing a large amount of Primal Vis into the keystone with a wand. 100 units of each should be sufficient. If you have done everything right, the ritual should be complete and the so-called eye should be opened. Of course, you have no idea what that means. Only fools fear the unknown. 2 more. That's 2 to 7. Nice. Sanity check or primal? Let's do sanity check first. Things have become busy in your mind lately. It is probably best that you have a look inside there and make sure everything is still alright. This tool will allow you to check the effects of warp on your psyche and how much it is affecting you. Of course, you cannot allow a tool like this to fall into the hands of your enemies, so you have taken great pains to obfuscate the information it provides. You might have gone too far, you're having a hard time deciphering it yourself. 8 to 8. God, my throat hurts already so much. But like, what is this? This is almost 20% through. So what? 12 hours? I hope I can. No, this is. I hope I can fit this in 12 hours so I don't have to fucking do a second stream. So the WOD saves. That would suck. Staff core of the primal. This core pulses with latent energy. It combines all the features of the lesser staff wave cores, has the Vis storage capacity of the Silverwood core, and is able to replenish its Vis stores like the various primal wand cores. Lastly, it adds 1 level of potency to any foci used with it. This is truly a potent tool in any thaumaturgist arsenal. Note, you still need to add caps to this stave road, just like you would for a wand. Okay, 2 to 9. Ooh. Pearl, right? I think it's Pearl. For the first time, you find yourself with a puzzle that you do not think can be solved. This object contains pure primal aspects, but they possess properties unlike what you consider normal, everyday primal aspects. You have a few theories why this could be. Firstly, this pearl could be the remnants of primal matter that was created at the dawn of reality, elementary magic that existed before it mingled and merged into compound aspects. Alternatively, it could be primal matter from a place that does not conform to the known rules of magic, as you have come to understand it. You are not sure which explanation is more worrying. Either way, the pearl is a potent artifact containing vast magical power and nearly unlimited potential. It is time you start putting it to use. Dirty. Let's do the outer lens first. The outer lens. You are not quite sure what you were expecting when you step through the oculus, but this strange structure of crumbling stone and twisted passageways was not it. Something is not quite right here. This structure was not designed for any practical purpose you can discern, unless that purpose was for it to be a deadly maze. Strange energies around and your magic seems... Strange energies abound, and your magic seems to act strangely in this alien environment. In the other denizens that you encounter seem out of place here. Revelations of in the other lands. Your suspicions have been confirmed. This is not the home of the race you have come to call the Eldritch. This place is something else entirely, and you do not believe it exists in what you understand as being reality. It is as much a mental construct as a physical one. But what mind can contain this? You have been able to decipher only a small number of symbols, but you are sure this place is a trap. A place to test visitors and weed out the weak. For what purpose, you are not sure. So, let's go. Advanced alchemical furnace. The standard alchemical furnace is fairly slow and requires fuel to operate. While neither those are particularly difficult obstacles to you, the fact that it is unable to process large sources of essentia is something that cannot be ignored. Unfortunately, the ability of the essentia slurry it creates makes it dangerous to gather so too much of it in one location. With the discovery of primordial pearls, you have found a solution to that problem, the advanced alchemical furnace. Using alchemical constructs that have been strengthened with void metal and exposed to a primordial pearl's strange energies, much more slurry can be produced at once and at much greater speeds. The pearl is not consumed during the crafting process. The fuel here is generated by ignis vis, and instead of relying on the heat alone, peritio vis breaks down objects almost instantly. Lastly, aqua vis keeps everything running smoothly and prevents the slurry from settling and causing problems. The machine requiring a considerable amount of heat to function and requires a considerable amount of heat to function and requires a constant supply of ignis vis, even when not operating. Rio in aqua vis is only used when the machine is smelting. Let's do primordial node manipulation. You have developed a bit of a wild theory that might be what. Wait, did I? Found it. 233. Primordial node manipulation. You have developed a bit of a wild theory that might be worth exploring. Why not bring a primordial pearl into contact with an aura node? Sure, bringing two such sources of rare magical energy into contact with each other might be catastrophic, but their interaction could also be highly interesting. While anyone could do this, you are sure that completing this research has slightly improved your chances of getting a good result. Very slightly. I don't actually know what this does, to be honest. 230. I've never tried clicking a primordial pearl on a node. Primal Crusher. The theory behind infusion crafting is simple. Infuse a single object with essentia and the properties of other objects. There are limits, however, but it seems with the discovery of the primordial pearl, these limits are becoming less and less. As an experiment, you tried infusing the properties of different objects into the pearl with surprising success. The Primal Crusher is the first practical application of this discovery. By combining a shovel of the earth mover and a pickaxe of the core, with their void metal counterparts, you created a tool of unrivaled destructive capabilities that has most of the features of its component pieces. The Primal Crusher can mine through earth and stone with equal ease and does so in a 3x3 area. Like the pickaxe of the core, it occasionally mines native clusters instead of raw ore. It repairs itself over time, has high enchantability, and serves as a relatively good weapon in a pinch. Virtually, it seems purely destructive in nature and has lost the construction and detection abilities of its parent tool. 235. Akashic Records. You've researched enough of the world to crack the fabric of reality and enter the outer realms, but surely there's always room for more research, right? Fuck. The Akashic Records will give you all the research points in the world and then a little more. This is like such a useless fucking thing. I don't really know why we would make this. Extremely primordial pearl. Sure, the primordial pearl is pretty potent, but you think it could be even more potent. By smashing several primordial pearls together in an arcane infusion, you create an even more potent item, the extremely primordial pearl. It's guaranteed to be even more primordial than regular primordial pearl. Did I add this? No, I don't think so. 237. Hey, Chad, I'll be right back in a second. I'll get some more drinks. I got some hazelnut milk. Hopefully this fucking restores my vocal cords or whatever. Yeah, but with this we're like done with vanilla Thaumcraft, which is pretty nice. Ooh, atomic energy sticks. Oof. Lock in. Atomic energy sticks. As both a scientist and an arcane scholar, you have postulated that it must be possible to combine technology and magic in a stable and productive way. We'll need to study the principles of matter-energy conversion in detail to accomplish this. Likely, there are aspects in thaumaturgy, that's aspect of thaumaturgy that can accomplish this, as well as technology capable of doing the same. This will require extensive study, but you're sure that it will be worthwhile investment of your time. Yay. Does it like actually or just duplicate some of the entries? And I'm not gonna read these 2 times. That's too insane. DG Sencha. Having discovered how to distill essential, it occurs to you that you may be able to store it digitally. Examining the formation core and annihilation core, you realize that with some minor modifications, they could serve as means to convert Essentia to and from a digital format. However, due to the corrosive nature of certain types of Essentia, a layer of quicksilver around the circuitry is required to prevent decay. Wait, I read this one. I gotta go to 38. 38. Diffusion core. The relatively high volatility and immense energy in distilled essentia requires that it first be diffused, then digitized. A buffer chamber of some kind will likely be required to hold the diffused essentia. Coalescence core. Compresses and binds rematerialized essentia diffusion back into its raw form. A buffer chamber will also likely be needed. Cool. 239. Essential buttering. The Essentia terminal provides a convenient way to insert or extract Essentia stored within the network. When placing a jar or file, it will be emptied if it contains any Essentia or filled with the selected aspects. Labels can also be set or cleared depending on the selected aspect. For the thaumaturge with little time on their hands and many aspects to work with, the displayed aspects can be clicked with an item to fill, drain, or set the item in question. When holding multiple of an item, items will be returned to your inventory. Golem Wi-Fi backpack. After watching your golems run around depositing gathered items into a chest for you to collect and store later, you wondered if you could cut out the middleman. Inspiration struck when you realized that you could utilize your network's wireless capabilities to do just that. After spending hours feverishly working, you created a backpack that will give your golems access to the network. Backpack does come with some limitations, however. Golems must be in range of an access point with the network. The flux pearls atop of the antenna serves as the flux pearl atop of the antenna serves as an indicator to whether or not the column can communicate with those networks. God. As communicating with the network takes power, you retrofitted a charger to draw power from 2 embedded niter. Okay. When charged, the backpack will be able to transmit for only a short time before starting another charge cycle. During this window of opportunity, the golem will be able to interact with the network. To link the backpack with your network, place it in the security terminal. As you progress with your golemancy research, check back here for potential new uses of the backpack. Facades. Facades can be used to apply a variety of styles to the backpack. Chromium block default, Datewood block, bricks, hay bale, tolo block, flash block, stone, iron block, gold block, and diamond block. Right click on a golem within a backpack with the facade in hand to apply it. If. A golem. Okay, gather core unlocked. A golem equipped with a gather core will be able to deposit gathered items directly into the network. The maximum number of items deposited is determined by how efficiently the golem manages each charge. Fill core unlocked. A golem equipped with the fill core will be able to extract items from the network. The maximum number of items extracted is determined by the golem's GUI and how efficiently the golem manages each charge. Decanting core unlocked. A golem equipped with a decanting core will be able to extract fluid from the network. The maximum amount of fluid extracted is determined by how efficiently the golem manages each charge. Special note, storing fluids in the AE network requires the services of another mod, such as extra cells too. Alchemy core unlocked. A golem equipped with an alchemy core will be able to insert and extract essentia from the network. Maximum amount of essentia transferred is determined by how efficiently the golem manages each charge. When the golem is placed against an essentia source, such as the alchemical furnace, it will deposit and gather the gathered essentia. When the golem has been instructed to fill essentia containers, such as jars, it will extract essentia from the network. Order upgrade unlocked. Golems equipped with the order upgrade will better manage each backpack charge, increasing the amount of work they can perform per charge. Advanced golems are able to perform twice as much work per charge. Really long, 240. That took a while. Oh, that took 20 to 40. Okay. This is the same entrance as before. This is this. Okay. Same entry. Vibration chamber. Getting power for your network until this point has relied on burning items in the vibration chamber. What? That is about to change. You have constructed a simple device that unleashes the energies of essentia to fuel the vibration chamber. By using distilled ignis or potential energy, you can generate more power than simply burning the item. Be aware that it has the same regulation behavior as the original chamber. Minimizes wasted power by slowing the reaction if the network is fully powered. As long as there is essentia there, it will use it. By breaking down an item such as coal into ignis or essentia, much more power can be generated from essentia. Your early estimates show an increase of roughly 350% for processing coal essentia versus burning the coal directly. Potential essentia seems to be much more potent than ignis. The EVC will rotate which essentia it is requesting on a regular interval when empty. When essentia is stored, it will only request more of the stored essentia. Opening the GUI shows how much and what type of essentia is stored, what type is currently being processed, and what is the time remaining, as well as the current power production level. Notes: the EVC can be placed in an essentia terminal to quickly fill or drain the stored essentia. The essentia export bus, essentia provider, and essentia tubes can be used to keep the 241. Wow, this fucking chapter is so long. Hell no, this is so bad. Yeah. Let's go for cell microscopy. Through careful study and experimentation, you have developed a macroscopic scanning device that can use a detailed image of energy contained within a storage cell. An intricate task requiring the cell to be on the ground during the process. All contents contained within the cell will be scanned as if looked at through a thermometer. Oh, that's how you scan whole fucking AE networks. That's so cool. Wait, that's pretty cool. I didn't even know that was a thing. Iron gearbox. Your experiences with the wooden crank has left you to wonder, could this be improved? You have devised a way of setting up a series of gears in a box so that when any side is turned, all other sides will also turn. However, you will need a stronger material than wood. To that end, you have created the iron gear by bonding iron to a wooden gear. The iron gearbox will allow you to crank multiple devices simultaneously. You will need to orient the devices so that their input faces the gearbox. cranking multiple devices such as 2 grinders and a charger, the crank power will be split evenly between all devices that are currently able to be cranked. Another advantage of the gearbox is that it can be used by multiple people simultaneously. Each people cracking the gearbox will add to the crank power output. Now, if only you had someone who would stand around all day and crank this for you. Can you use a golem for this? That would be cool. 243, right? Did I count that fucking microscope? I don't remember. Okay. Titanium. Oh, Thaumium gearbox. Now that your golems can right-click on your behalf, it's time you updated the gearbox to accommodate them. Adding a dash of metal and magic, you have retrofitted the iron gearbox and created a Thaumium gearbox. The redesigned model will allow any golem with the use core to crank the gearbox. Yes, please. 244. Arcane crafting terminal. Discovered that using primal aspects to bind a terminal to an arcane worktable allows you to imbue the terminal with worktable's ability to craft arcane items. Terra crystal is cheap. The terminal retains its ability to access items on the ME network, allowing faster and more plentiful crafting, as well as store and swap a set of armor for when you need a quick whiz discount. Key 245. This relay interface. Having discovered the Viz power network, you now pursue the means of linking your digital system to this network. After observing how Viz flows through the network of Viz relays, you believe you can construct a digital device to harvest the Viz by utilizing the peer-to-peer capabilities of the digital network. Viz can be imported, tunneled, and used by your digital devices. Internet, however, will require more research. To use the Viz relay interface, attach it to the digital network and place a Viz relay on it. The base of the relay must be against the interface. In order for a device to receive Viz, it must be linked with the interface. Linking other devices to the interface will require the use of a memory card. Each device can only be linked with one interface. Shift right-click on the interface with a memory card, then right-click on the device to create the link. Right-clicking the other device with the blank memory card will remove the link. Links. Viz relay interface. Construct a P2P Viz tunnel. Arcane crafting terminal. Charges the want in the ACG. Arcane assembler fills with storage used for crafting. Okay. 246. What is the Arcane assembler. While examining the molecular assembler, it occurs to you that it may be possible to modify the assembler to produce arcane items. Conclude that by infusing the assembler with the appropriate shards, it will be able to regulate Viz flow into items. It will also need a moderate amount of Viz storage, and the silver scepter seems the base. Note, the scepter is infused into the assembler and... Okay. Pattern storage. The assembler itself does not store crafting recipes. Further research may be required to devise a pattern storage medium. Viz replenishment. Replenishing the assemblers in Viz storage will require the services of a Viz relay interface. Exploration cards. Each card decreases crafting time by 20% and increases power required by 50. Viz discounts. Due to the inclusion of the crafting scepter, the assembler has a base Viz discount equal to that of the scepter. The discount can be further enhanced by providing the assembler Viz discount armor. The discount for each aspect can be viewed by hovering over the aspect in UI. The assembler is not immune to the effects of warping gear. For each point of warp, the assembler must draw additional 15% power to remain stable while crafting. Wow. Yeah, this is fucking up my voice like a fucking fifth of the way in. This is gonna be fucked up. Knowledge inscription. With the arcane assembler constructed, you will need a way to teach it what it will be assembling. You have devised the knowledge core, a device capable of storing arcane recipes. The core serves as as pattern storage, giving the assembler instructions on how to build them. To encode recipe patterns onto the core, you will need to use the knowledge inscriber. I mean, yeah, these are all quite cheap. Using the knowledge inscriber. First, place a knowledge core in the top right slot. Next, use the crafting grid to set up the recipe for the item if you have the required. If you have the required knowledge research for the recipe, the resulting item will be displayed. Pressing the save button will then inscribe the recipe onto the core. The finished product will then show in the stored pattern area. To remove an inscribed recipe from the core, first select a pattern from the stored pattern area. The selected pattern recipe will then display in crafting area. Finally, clicking the delete button will remove the pattern from the core. Yeah, I'll go take a leak. Whatever. Let's go. As always, no washing. Back. You know me. Did I do? I didn't do this. Okay, so we go like this till here. Makes sense. Digisensha storage. Upon inspecting existing digital storage mediums, you have concluded that you can in fact store digitized essentia. By infusing Certus quartz with concentrated essence, it will gain the ability to store the essentia, which remains remarkably active even in digital forms. Wait, did they add one? Maybe it's 248. Fucking. Whatever. You conclude that the higher concentration of essence, the more it should be able to store. Although there are inherent limits as to how much the quartz itself can store. Okay. Components. Stores the Essentia in its digital format, non-operational unless a cell housing is used to interface with a digital network. Cell housing provides an interface and protects a storage component, Essentia cell workbench. The cell workbench allows you to partition a cell, specifying what Essentia types are allowed to be stored. These are expensive as fuck, by the way. These need like the fucking Lepatron chips. For a fucking like 64K, you need like 300, I don't know, like 300 HV circuits or whatever. Super expensive, super unreasonable. Let's see, I hate it. 249. They do this? I don't think so. Okay, let's do like. Yeah, makes sense. Digi Essentia transportation. Now that you know how to digitize Essentia, it's time to put that knowledge to work. Import and export. By binding the appropriate core to an Essentia tube and chamber, you are able to move Essentia in and out of the storage network. The use of a filter tube allows you to specify what aspects are allowed to be transferred. Storage bus. Combining the import and export buses into a single device allows you to use external Essentia containers as network storage. As well as storage, the bus can also be used to remove excess Essentia from the network by using a void jar or a condenser. If using a void jar, you must select the allow void button in the GUI, setting a low priority on the storage bus is recommended here. To video. Infusion provider. By researching the process of Essentia infusion, you have discovered a method for instantaneous conversion between DigiEssentia and Essentia that can be for infusion. By placing an infusion provider near a thermic device, the device can draw Essentia directly from the network for a ported jar. This could prove useful for the infusion advanced infusion provider. As you continue to optimize your ME and work autocrafting, you've been stumped by infusion recipes countless times. Now you have a new idea. Why not leave the task of preparing Essentia to your ME network? So you've developed a new infusion provider that incorporates functionality of the interceptor and automatically orders the missing Essentia. You can also bind multiple infusion matrices in a 25 by 25 by 11 area. Also, all you need to do is just put it down and put it down among those matrices. That's it. Right click allows him to search the area for matrix and rebind it. What a useful thing, to be honest. Useful? Useless. Distillation pattern encoder. Expanding on the principles of AE's autocrafting systems, you have created a way to encode the Essentia distillation process onto an encoded pattern. Placing an item into the thermometer slot will reveal what you know of the item's composition. After selecting the preferred aspect, it can then be encoded into the encoded pattern or an available blank pattern. Wait. Wasn't I supposed to add 2? Was I supposed to add 3? This is 3. Because the provider, advanced provider, and distillation pattern. Quartz duplication. You are now able to alchemically duplicate surface quartz and nether quartz. This might be useful, to be honest. I don't really know, though. Won't focus AE range. This won't focus interacts with blocks and machinery as for an AE range. Sneak plus left click is rotate. Sneak plus right click is dismantle. 255. Essentia provider? Haven't I done this? I don't think so. Essentia provider. While import and export buses are useful for an array of jobs, they lack the flexibility to interface with complex chemical constructs. To overcome this limitation, you have created a device that will allow these constructs to request any Essentia directly from the network. Using the Essentia provider, you should prove to be a simple task. Simply connected to both the network and construct, and it will do the rest. Like an Essentia buffer, it has a small amount of suction. 256, probably. Yeah, that's probably. I think this is it. I read everything. Yeah, this is it for Thaumonomicon Artistic. Hey, GTNH. GTNH page. We can just like, I don't know. Let's go enchantment table first. An enchantment table is a block that allows players to spend their experience point levels to enchant tools, books, and armor. The enchanting table's main purpose is to enchant items. Bookshelves surrounding the table with a block of air in between them will increase the maximum enchantment level. The table will enchant all tools and armor except the hoe, shears, flint, and steel. The hoe, shears, flint, and steel, lead, and horse armor. Lead and horse armor. The hoe and shears cannot be enchanted by the enchantment table and require an anvil and an appropriate enchanted book. 257. Just do go up. Silky Jewel. Silky cloth is a manufactured item and is a component of the Silky Jewel. The Silky Jewel is a manufactured item and used to simulate the Silk Touch enchantment in EC tools. Necrotic Bone. The Necrotic Bone is a special drop gained by killing wither skeletons and can be rarely found in dungeon chests. Now you find an evil way to make it out of skeletal bones. Currently, the only use for the Necrotic Bone is used to craft a heart canister and a modifier for weapons. 2 weapons. The sheer volume of essentia required is too much for the crucible. You will need a more advanced method of production to create these bones. It's false. Lava crystal. A lava crystal is a modifier for tools and weapons. If added the tools, the tool is granted with the power of a furnace, meaning it will auto-smelt blocks when harvested. However, adding this to a weapon will not give it the same effect. Instead, it will set mobs on fire for 30 seconds. This modifier can be stacked with luck, fortune, and it is not compatible with Silky as such. This is plus 3 to 60. Oh my god. The fuck? Honestly, I have like no idea how Flurben even did this. This is like so difficult. Ball of Moss. The Ball of Moss for Tinker to construct tools. Attaching moss to a tool infuses it with life. The tool appears to be capable of regenerating wear and tear. Effect: the tool will slowly repair itself. Sunlight speeds up the process. Red Heart. The miniature Red Heart is an item from Tinker's Construct. It is extremely rare and has very little uses in it, as it is only used to craft the heart canister. It is dropped randomly by hostile mobs or crafting via infusion. The drop rate is 0.2 from regular hostile mobs. The heart may drop anytime a mob dies. The kill does not have to be caused by a player. Primary use is in crafting the red heart canister, but it can be also eaten to restore 10 life. And nobody, I don't think anyone ever used this craft, to be honest. It does plus 2 to 62. Red heart canister. The red heart canister, which increases the amount of hearts that the player has. To have an effect, the canister must be equipped in the armor tab in the slot on the right with the symbol that looks like the red heart canister. Up to 10 can be stacked in the slot to allow for a total of 10 extra hearts or 20 extra health points. These will not appear above the regular health bar like the assertion effect. Instead, once the health bar is full, the red hearts will gradually be replaced by orange hearts. Yellow Heart. The miniature Yellow Heart is an item from Tinker's Construct. It can be obtained by killing boss mobs such as the Wither or killing Slime, as well as from killing any boss monsters in the Twilight like the Naga, the Lich, or the Hydra. Its primary use is in crafting the Yellow Heart canister, but it can also be eaten to restore 20 life. Also plus 2, 20 to 64. Yellow Heart canister. Yellow Heart canister, which increases the amount of hearts that the player has. To have an effect, the canister must be equipped in the armor tab in the slot on the right with a symbol that looks like the Yellow Heart canister. Up to 10 can be stacked in the slot for a total of 10 extra hearts or 20 extra health points. These will not appear above the regular health bar, like the absorption effect, that the health bar is once the health bar is fully full with orange hearts, it will gradually be replaced with yellow hearts. Green heart. The miniature green heart is an item from Tinker's construct. It can be made via infusion. Its primary use in crafting the green heart canister, but can also be eaten to restore 30 life. Green heart canister. The green heart canister, which increases the amount of hearts that the player has. To have an effect, the canister must be equipped in the armor tab in the slot on the right with a symbol that looks like the green heart canister. Up to 10 can be stacked in this slot to allow for a total of 10 extra hearts or 20 health points. These will not appear above the regular health bar like from the absorption effect. Instead, once the health bar is full with yellow hearts and will gradually be replaced by green hearts. On top of the yellow heart canisters, a maximum of 10 red heart canisters and 10 yellow heart canisters and 10 green heart canisters can be equipped for an additional 10 and 20 health points. This brings maximum health points to 40 hearts or 80 points. Okay. Totem of Undying. This is better than having strong health. Reviving from death itself. The player is holding a totem. If the player is holding a Totem of Undying in their offhand or main hand slot and receives otherwise fatal damage, the totem saves the player from death. The Totem of Undying must be in the player's hand for it to work. It does not work if it is in the hotbar unless selected. Any mob that can hold a Totem of Undying can use it while holding it. The totem can be used only once. It disappears after use. When activated, the Totem of Undying restores 1 heart, removes all existing status effects, then grants 45 seconds of regeneration 2, 40 seconds of fire resistance 1, and 5 seconds of absorption 2. I wonder if people like use this in hardcore runs. Because this is pretty expensive. But I don't really know if like that many people even run hardcore in GTNH. But they do, but like not that many, I guess. Okay, this whole branch is done. Just like go line by line now. Ender chest. The ender chest is a block that allows the player to store 27 items, much like a wooden chest. However, if 2 ender chests are placed down in different places, the items inside chest A will be in chest B. If the items are taken from either chest, both the chests will not have that item. While on survival multiplayers, the players will not share the same storage. This can be used to prevent players from stealing more valuable items, as they cannot access these same items. The same items. This also means 2 players can store items in the same ender chest. Luggage. Luggage is a storage block added by open blocks. The block acts like a regular chest, but it is an entity. After a player places it down, by right-clicking with it on the ground, it will start following them around. What? Right-clicking will open the inventory and it picks up items from the ground. By holding shift and right-clicking the luggage entity, it can be turned back into an item and picked up. When picked up, the luggage item will retain all contents that's stored with it in it. Though the entity has 20 health points, it can't be hurt. Beware, as luggage can still be burned by lava or destroyed by cactus. This is only in its item form. In any form, it is immune to fire and lava, and even if pushed into the void, will fall down next to its owner a moment later. Upon being struck by lightning, having a lightning-focused one from the Thaumcraft mod cast on it, or being blown by a charged creeper, the luggage will become supercharged, changing its texture and doubling its inventory space. What? It's so cool! I never knew this was a thing. I don't think I would ever use it, but it's so cool. In lightning, that's so sick. That's like +2, no? It's 70? Brewing stand. Brewing or alchemy is the process of creating potions and splash potions by adding various ingredients to water bottles in a brewing stand. By placing bottles in the lower 3 slots of the brewing interface and ingredient in the upper slot, you can distill the ingredient into the bottles and brew potions which may be consumed to grant an effect to the player. Every potion starts with a water bowl. made by filling a glass bottle at a water source or filled cauldron. The next step is to add a primary ingredient to create a base potion, which is usually nether wart, which creates an awkward potion and has no effects. By brewing a second ingredient into a base potion in the same manner, you can create a potion with a working effect. A third ingredient may be added to make the effect more intense or last longer or turn the effect harmful. Finally, gunpowder can be added to a potion at any stage to convert it to a splash potion, which can be thrown or fired using the dispenser to dispense its effects in a radius. Each brewing step takes 20 seconds. Brewing can create very useful and life-saving items. A good number of them are useful in combat by aiding the player or weakening enemies, while others can save the player's life if used quickly, like fire resistance or healing. Getting the blaze rods and nether wart necessary for brewing can prove challenging, but once they are set up, most potion ingredients are fairly plentiful and brewing will be a rewarding task. Well, I don't think blaze rods are the problem here. Beacon. A beacon is a unique block that projects a light beam skyward and can provide stress effects to players in the vicinity. Beacon blocks can function as light sources, emitting a light level of 15. Like other light sources, they will melt snow and ice. Never mind. When activated, beacon blocks provide two unique functions: an aesthetic landmark beam reaching into the sky, which can be visible from far away, powers which give players status effects within a certain range. 272. Ender Tank. The Ender Tank offers stationary storage for up to 16 buckets of a single liquid, like the Ender Chest. It has 3 wool pads on top which can be manipulated by right-clicking each one with a die. Thanks with oh my god, yeah, my fucking voice is fucked. Tanks with matching colors will share liquids between them, even across dimensions. Additionally, right-clicking the dial with a diamond will set that tank to a private network for that player. And show your username in the tooltip. A private ender tank will not share any liquids with any public tank or any private tank from another user, even if the colored pads match. Dazzle's Marshmallow, the ultimate power of food. You can swim in lava, dive like a fish, mine like crazy, and jump like a rabbit. Each one of these marshmallows, and you will never get hungry again. You feel like you can take on the dragon with just bare hands. I love the Dazzle's Marshmallow. Holy shit. 274? Aura Enchanting Table. An Aura Enchanting Table can draw the experience from a tank using the Aura drink setting. This is then stored in its internal liquid buffer before usage. There's also a setting to automatically pull items to work on from an inventory on some side of the enchantment table. What? There's also a setting to automatically pull items to work on from an inventory on some side of the enchantment table, as well as resources or books to combine them with. Final setting allows for ejecting the finished item into an inventory at some side of the enchantment table. All of the settings can be set to work with certain sides of the block. This is done by left-clicking the sides of the enchantment table shown in the individual setting panel. The enchantment table model in the panels can also be rotated by holding the right mouse button and dragging the cursor around. Disenchanted Table. Disenchanter is a block added by Draconic Evolution mod. It can be used to remove enchantments from items. This is achieved by placing an enchanted item and a book in its GUI. The enchantment will be moved to the book after pressing the button in the GUI. This process costs a certain amount of experience, as well as cause damage to the item that is being disenchanted. The damage caused to the item can be reduced by placing bookcases around the disenchanter. Oh, I didn't know that. I just tank the fucking damage usually. Oof. Ghost Amulet. Getting dragon essence from a dragon is quite hard on a multiplayer server. Found a way to purify your ghost amulet without dragon essence the magical way. You need some draconium, endium, infernium, and other items and ores, which lets you resurrect a dragon and get some dragon essence. Cool. Ugh. 277? Oh, I skipped 267 before. Oh, that sucks. Ender Pouch. The Ender Pouch is a craftable item, offering remote access to any Ender chest via right-clicking while holding the pouch. The Ender Pouch may be initially crafted with desired colors of wool. Shift right-clicking on an Ender chest with an Ender Pouch will synchronize the color code of the pouch to match the color of the chest, replacing the previous color code of the pouch. When the Ender Pouch's GUI is open, it is still possible to move it in your inventory, including moving it into the Ender Pouch. What? Oh, give me a second. I'm kind of fucking out of it. Okay, I'm back. Back in black. Where did I stop? Fucking yeah. This thing. It is possible to move it in your inventory, including moving it into the Ender Pouch. What? Unlike bag-like things from other mods, it is then possible to retrieve it and its contents by using an Ender chest or another Ender Pouch with the same code. It is pretty cool. But like, honestly, the gating on fucking Ender chests and Ender fucking tanks is so stupid. They should be EV, not IV. It makes no sense for them to be IV, to be honest. And actually it does, but like, I'm just fucking salty. Never mind. Okay, the fucking Cuba tea. Cuba's tea. You have found a way to convert all this tea into pure power key and the ultimate tea. The ultimate tea. Nice. Very cool. Very nice. Carved eminence stone. A stone with trans-dimensional capacities can be used to craft a portal to the last millennium, or as an expensive decoration block. Last millennium is actually pretty cool. Wait, that was 280. 280. Magical obsidian blocks. Tired of scrounging the world for these to make your BM rituals? Make them instead. Nice. Skullfire sword. Killing wither skeletons for their skulls is A, mind-numbingly boring, and B, incredibly dangerous. With this item, you can char regular skeleton skulls so they drop the black ones as well. And it's even guaranteed to drop extra points if you automate it. Who would do this shit? 282. Shulker box. Shulker boxes drop themselves when mined. Unlike other containers, the contents of shulker boxes are stored within the drop item and not dropped separately. Now try to place a shulker inside another one, you'll tear apart the fabric of the known universe. Okay, fuck off. 283. Elytra, would you like to fly through the skies before even making a rocket? This is your chance. Some good wings and using some rockets, you can move around the world as you please. Is it even before rockets? What is this? Purple unstable beacon? Is this even before HV? This is like barely before HV. I'm not even sure if it is. Magical wood. Magical wood is an ingredient in the crafting of the Ender Core. It can be placed near an enchantment table to boost the level of the table. The level the table can enchant at by 5 levels. The amount of magical wood made from the crafting recipe depends on the strength of the enchantments on the enchanted books. For example, Forex Protection 1 gives a single piece of magical wood, whereas Forex Protection 4 gives 14 pieces of wood. What? This is for a different recipe. It was 285 maybe? I don't think I put the data in. Hellish Metal. To hold Hellish Metal is to feel the searing heat of hellfire coursing through your veins. A reminder of the untamed power it contains. Its very presence distorts the air around it, warping reality and casting ominous shadows that seem to whisper of unspeakable horrors. This metal is not merely a tool or a weapon, it is a conduit for the raw unsettling fury of the nether. What the fuck even is this? 286. Portal to the last millennium. This place is known as the last millennium. All life, energy, knowledge, passion, struggle, philosophy, and meaning is just a few short centuries from being rendered fully pointless. On the plus side, rent is very cheap now. Honestly, this is just like a better PDM. 287. Netherite gear. Netherite in its purest form remains out of reach, but maybe you can improve your gear with its ancient form. Though the improvements are minimal, you feel stylish as hell. Bathed in the influence of the damned, you sense a protective shell around you or around the gear. However, while wielding it, you feel the damned. Do you extend their protections to you? What? God, this fucking chapter. Honestly, pretty cool. But I don't think anyone ever crafts this before. Like, it's I think is it used in like the Infinity Gear? I really remember. 38. The Angel block is a block added by the Extra Utilities mod. This block is unique in that it does not need another block for it to be built against, so it can be placed mid-air. When right-clicking, the block will be placed in the direction you're looking. The block can be placed diagonally. What? Oh, it can't be placed diagonally there. Okay. No tool is required to break the block, and it is broken instantly even without any tools. After breaking the block, it does not drop, but rather instantly returns to the player's inventory. Portal to the Deep Dark. As an experienced miner, you naturally wish to mine deeper and further than ever before into areas of natural wealth. The Deep Dark is a realm far below the void, filled with natural resources and deadly enemies. Some say that the darkness within this realm is alive and will consume any unlucky adventurer who wanders too far into it. Remember to bring torches. Torches will not protect you completely, however, since mobs will spawn at all light levels in the Deep Dark. Magnum torches and chandeliers will still prevent mob spawning. It is pretty expensive. 290. Okay, GTNH tab done, I think. Yep. Pretty nice, pretty nice. Automagy. Oh my days, Automagy will be such a fucking drag. Okay, red crystal. You've discovered that some materials, once crystallized a certain way, become more susceptible to magical control. The new crystalline structures can then be rearranged, and in some cases, instructions can be imprinted upon them. This discovery came to you during your experimentations on redstone powder. The resulting redstone crystal or red crystal can be oriented more easily in a chosen direction. It can be placed on any side of a block. Right-click on a section of red crystal with your wand to add or remove a connection to its neighbors. In addition to passing its signal to other red crystals in adjacent blocks, it will also pass a signal around corners. When the two red crystal clusters aren't directly touching, so long as both of them are attached to the same block and there is empty space in the adjoining area. Okay. Redstone theory. Redstone possesses many unusual characteristics. Its ability to transmit signals and form circuits has led many to believe it is a form of mundane technology. Indeed, redstone powder is the foundation upon which all sorts of technology relies. However, one who is versed in the arcane arts knows that redstone's unique properties are invaluable to all manner of magics. Potions perhaps being the most well-known example. Oh, we're 4 hours in. 4 hours into 90? Let's say... Let's calculate real quick. Yeah, I think 16-15 hours is gonna be the time that we finish in. Okay. For these reasons, redstone is often viewed as a natural bridge between magic and technology, and so it is. But the thaumaturge knows that it is much more. At the fundamental level, redstone is no mundane material at all. Even when functioning as part of an elaborate circuit or mechanical device, a more careful look reveals that its behavior can be described only as magical. I think I did learn something. I learned like a few things, but I don't really remember them right now, to be honest. Like, for example, I didn't know that the disenchanter takes less durability if you put the fucking bookshelves. That's one of the new things. Like a bunch of just small things, minuscule tidbits of knowledge, to be honest. Nothing really major so far. Okay. A more careful look reveals that its behavior can only be described as magical. Well, can be described only as magical. You aim to take full advantage of this wondrous substance. To this end, you have designed some simple devices to help you better incorporate redstone logic into your everyday thaumaturgy. You are certain that further studies will yield greater and more diverse inventions. In fact, this may even be the basis of a whole new discipline of thaumaturgy, one focused on following a thaumaturge to automate tasks more intelligently. You think you'll call it automagy. This is probably the first page, the first entry. Redstone inversion torch. The redstone torch's ability to invert a redstone signal is very useful, but you cannot help but notice that it inverts only in a binary manner. Even the weakest signal that reaches the block the torch is attached to will cause it to turn off. And when it is on, it is always at full strength. But what if you wanted a truly inverted signal, not just from 15 to 0, but from 10 to 5, from 3 to 12, and so on? Utilizing basic thaumaturgical principles, you have created a more orderly, less all or nothing redstone torch. Okay. Hourglass. The redstone hourglass is a simple but versatile device allowing you to regulate the timings of redstone signal transmissions. When activated by right click or redstone signal, the glass turns and sand starts to fall. A redstone pulse is emitted once the sand has settled. If the rear of a redstone comparator is next to the hourglass, it will output a signal which increases in strength as the sand falls. The hourglass outputs to its left and right sides. It accepts activation signals from any other side. Right-click the hourglass with your wand or a stick to adjust the timers. Yet another fucking timer. There are like 5 in this pack. Oh, the timer's length. The timer is quite precise, but unfortunately only allows adjustments in 5-second increments and peaks out at 60 seconds. But you know this device is only the foundation upon which you will build better things. 291, I think. Or maybe it's 292. Did they do the red crystal? Ah, it's probably 292. Okay. Dim red crystal. This variety of red crystal allows you to cap the signal strength it emits to a specified value. This can be useful when devices react differently to specific signal strengths. For example, it can still output a strength lower than the cap. So there are some situations where you may want to pair it with something else, such as amplified red crystal or a redstone torch. To change its cap, right-click the center of a dim red crystal with your wand. Dense red crystal. The structure of dense red crystal is such that weaker redstone signals cannot penetrate it, preventing the signal from being passed on. Fortunately for you, its structure is magical and can be altered at your whim. In effect, dense red crystal will always output either a signal at least equal to the strength you specify or no signal at all. To change its minimum required strength, right-click the center of a dense red crystal with your wand. Nice. Amplified red crystal. When this type of red crystal receives a redstone signal, it outputs a full strength signal in the specified direction. If other red crystal is used to pass the signal along, then its effective strength will remain 15 for many more blocks before it decays to 14 strength, at which point it will fall by 1 each tile as is normal for redstone signals. Dim red crystal is an exception to this rule. It will reduce the signal strength to 14 or below immediately. Amplified red crystal will only receive a signal from the side opposite to its output. I'll take a little break, like 2 minutes. Oh, I'm back. Honestly, should have watched fucking Flurbens WR to see like how he was feeling at this point. Maybe I would have reconsidered this whole challenge. Ah, never mind. I would have never done that. Okay, magic hourglass. The hourglass you designed is useful for delaying signals and producing redstone pulses, but is lacking in some areas. Repetition for one. Also, sometimes you want the timer to start from 0 each time the hourglass is activated, even if sand was already falling. This is impossible with mundane sand, which must flow from where it left off. To address these flaws, you enchanted an hourglass with the ability to turn itself over repeatedly and the ability to instantly move its sand to the top, restarting the timer. If you so choose, it can instead move the sand to the bottom, ending the timer early without emitting a signal from the hourglass and stopping the loop if it was set to repeat. Additionally, there are several different signal modes. Pulse mode is a standard. Constant mode means a signal is sent the entire time sand is falling. Alternating mode is the same, except it is sent only 50% of the time. Negative pulse mode works as constant mode, except there is a brief period where no signal is sent when the glass turns itself over. If set to repeat. Disabled means no signal is sent at all. The hourglass's reaction to receiving a signal on any side but its left and right can also be changed. By default, the hourglass flips each time it receives a new signal. Wow. Another option is to have it only run when it is receiving a signal, or only run where it isn't. Or it can ignore redstone signals altogether. Finally, you can fine-tune the timer far better than before, and its maximum length far exceeds that of the redstone hourglass. However, you will need to use your wand to do so by right-clicking. This is no mere mechanical interruption, adjustable by poking a stick into a hole and turning it. Man, this fucking auto magi, so long. Why couldn't they make shorter fucking entries? Infused gold. You found a way to fuse gold and thaumium to create a new metal. Infused gold. Thank God! That was a good one. Wait. Encasing nether in amber allows for a simple light source. Okay, that's also a good one. 298. Shards. Slivers of magic. You've developed a process to break down the various shards of primal magic into even smaller pieces. This is helpful when using a whole shard, if shards can be described as being whole. Wait, this is helpful when using a whole shard, would be necessary and even wasteful for the task at hand. What? Okay, never mind. Fortunately, putting the pieces back together isn't quite as easy. It will take significantly more waste to produce a shard and break one down. Oh, just a Salas. 299. Oof. Remote comparator? Probably, yeah. Remote comparator. Signals that relay how full your chests are can be useful, but redstone comparators often get in the way. With this in mind, you have invented the remote comparator. It outputs a signal based on a block's inventory or other status, just like a redstone comparator, but doesn't have to be next to the block. There are even some containers and item holders a normal comparator doesn't work on, which this will handle, including many related to thaumaturgy. Of course, some other way of telling the device where it should be looking is necessary. Fortunately, the crystallization technique you discovered can help in this regard. A crystalline eye is used to allow certain thermic devices to observe other locations. An eye can be attuned to a specific position by right-clicking with it on the desired block. Then simply place the attuned eye into the slot provided by the device. There is a limit to how far away the device can be from the specified coordinates. This limit is generally 20 blocks, but it is possible that some devices will have other requirements. Yeah. Let's go like this probably, yeah. This reader. Measuring the empty space inside a container is one thing, but determining the type and amount of this is another story. And the protagonist of the story, that'd be the this reader. The this reader outputs a redstone signal based on the this contents of anything from water jars to crucibles to aura nodes themselves. It could even read one's this if they were held on a suitable device. There are two ways this can work. The simplest method is placing the this reader directly beneath the object to be read. Otherwise, place a remote comparator above the reader and link its crystalline eye to the target location. Wait, did I count the comparator? I don't think so. I think we're at 300. Probably. I don't know. Who cares, to be honest? Okay. Otherwise, place a remote comparator above the reader and link its crystalline eye to the target location. The comparator will cease its normal functions, instead relaying this information to the reader to act upon. Right-click the this reader with your wand to configure it. Configuration: the signal strength output by the this reader varies depending on its configuration and the aspects detected. Signal strength normally operates on a principle similar to an inventory checking comparator. 15 when the container is at capacity, 0 when empty, and something in between otherwise. You can filter by aspect type by placing jar labels inside. Inverse model. A full strength signal is sent when empty and no signal when full, with states in between adjusted accordingly. Total mode. The count of all aspects are totaled together to compare against the capacity. Any high mode. The highest count of any one aspect is used for the value that will be compared against the capacity, but see the nodes section. What? Any load node. As any high node, but the lowest count of any aspect is used. Also see the nodes section. Okay. Makes sense. Any capacity. The value that will be considered full for signal strength calculation. What? The value that will be considered full for signal strength for signal strength calculation. If set to aura, this reader will automatically determine the capacity based on the object it is viewing, if possible. Aspect count mode. This mode differs from the others. Rather than testing how full of this the target is, a signal is output based on the number of aspects present, even those with a value of 0. A strength of more than 15 can be output unless in invert mode. Yeah, listen. But red crystal is required to read such a signal. The capacity setting and jar labels are ignored. Nodes. When the read object is a node, capacity is set to aura, and one of the any modes is selected. When the capacity will be detected maximum of a single specific will be the detected maximum of a single specific aspect rather than all aspects. Maximums combined. The specific aspect chosen for comparison is that which is most or least filled compared to its own capacity, rather than whichever aspect simply has the highest or lowest count at the moment. Wow. So if the mode is any high, then an aspect that is 50% full at 5 out of 10 viz will be preferred over one that is 25% full at 10 out of 40 viz, even though the latter has more viz. In Fusion, you found that not only can the viz reader measure the presence of aspects in an object, We can evaluate the lack of aspects when certain devices are attempting to carry out their tasks. At least this seems to be the case with the infusion matrix of an infusion alta. This could be useful if you want to send redstone signals based on whether an infusion is taking place and how it is going. With the aid of the essential locus, this reader can react to the combined essential totals of many jars at once. Either place the reader beneath the water of the structure, or use a remote comparator with a crystalline eye attuned to the locus block itself. This reader treats the locus similarly to how it treats an aura node, calculates a given type of essentia's maximum value based on the capacity of the jars that either currently contain and that aspect are labeled for it. That's annoying. Oh, my days. Yeah. It's like my whole fucking body hurts at that point. God damn. Ooh. Okay, let's keep going. Essential locus. You have plans for a system that will unify and guide the production and distribution of essentia across all your territory. At its heart, or rather its nerve center, is the essential locus. The potential of this system isn't high, but its beginning may seem relatively humble. The locus will simply examine the contents of boarded jars and relay the combined total. Relay. Still, this is most convenient, as this reader could use it to react to the essential total out of all your jars, not just one. Once the key component of the locus is crafted, it must be placed above the water crystal cluster, that is above a block of lapis lazuli. That lapis lazuli should be encased in water, and the water should be contained on the side by silverwood planks. The essential locus block must be placed last. Once the locus is established, specify worded jars using crystalline eyes. A single eye can point to multiple jars. Any jars adjacent to the first location and all similarly connected jars will be considered. Right-click on the locus with an attuned eye to put it to use. Right-click with an empty hand to remove a crystalline eye. Normally, a maximum of 12 jars can be examined and only one crystalline eye can be used. Place in water crystal clusters adjacent to the silverwood planks of the construct ideas. The construct increases this by 8 jars and one eye per cluster. Each cluster also increases the maximum distance a group of jars can be from the locus. Note that while this reader cannot be placed directly beneath the essential locus block itself, one placed under any of the structure's water blocks will function, and additional readers can be set up using remote comparators. Essential reservoir. You have found that the essential locus is capable of obtaining essential totals from an essential reservoir, similar to how it does from water jars. It didn't even take any additional calibration. You must have seen this day coming. Truly, your genius knows no limits. 302. God damn it, dude. Let's do crystalline brains first, because this was supposed to be before this. Crystalline brain. Having steadily honed your crystallization technique with redstone and spider eyes, you've decided to take on a more difficult subject, the brain. You found that such a complex and delicate crystalline structure requires additional magical reinforcement to survive the process. Primal Essentia seems to do the trick nicely, resulting in 6 different types of crystalline brain, depending on the aspect chosen. You have many potential applications in mind for these constructs, of memory and logic, but additional examination of each type may be required to work out the details. 303. Yes. Yeah, this will take a while. Once you have essential aggregator, once you have established your essential locus and pointed it to your vast collection of jars, it becomes time to convert your centralized essentia counting system into a distribution hub. A locus with an essentia aggregator placed directly beneath it becomes an essentia source for any essentia mirrors in the vicinity, as well as certain other devices, including the runic matrix. Essentia drawn from the locus is pulled from valid containers, in example given for the jars, that are being monitored by the locus. This gives you a central location to count essentia, place mirrors, and perform infusions, but you believe there is still more you could do with the locus in the future. 304. Galemic inhibitor. The galemic inhibitor takes the control offered by the golem feta to a new level. Rather than simply halting golems on top of a single block, it will halt all golems in an area. The inhibitor must be placed on top of a golem feta. It is only active when the feta is active. Additional fetters can be placed below this. The more active fetters there are, chained together up to 4, the larger the affected radius. Linking. If any golems are linked to this device, then they will be immune to the golemic inhibitor effect. Alternatively, the linked golems can be exclusive targets to the effect. Right-click on the inhibitor with a wand to toggle between these modes. 305. Golem linking bell. In order to take full advantage of thaumic devices like the golemic inhibitor, you must link golems to them. By holding a linking bell, right-click on such device, the bell is attuned and ready to make these links. Right-click with an attuned bell on the golem, it will be tied to the device. Of course, there are limits. While the link itself can be maintained at any distance, there may still be a maximum range to the effect that a thaumic device creates. Secondly, a golem can only be linked to a single device. Finally, a device cannot be reliably linked for more than 6 golems. Unexpected behavior may occur when more than that are in the area, such as some of the golems behaving as if they are not linked. If you ever want to sever all links to a device, simply right-click on it using the bell while sneaking. Using the bell while sneaking. Sneak and right-click on any block to remove the bell's attunement. The research notes for any devices you have, you've already discovered that the love golem linking have been updated. Okay. 306 is. Your research on suppressing the minds of golems has led you to another interesting use for an entropy-imbued crystalline brain, driving memories, experience, shall we say, from the human mind. This may be useful in a conjunction with a nearby brain in a jar. Contact with this stone will quickly drain experience points. A right-click drains 1 level. Sneaking while clicking drains 5. Sneaking on top of this stone rapidly drains all the levels. The stone also has a useful effect on brains in jars. If a jar is placed above it, then a shift right-click on the jar with an empty hand causes all the stored experience to be dropped at once. If a comparator is positioned to read from the stone, it will output a signal which increases in strength as the brain above it fills up on experience. Bottles of enchanting thrown on top of the stone are also drained. The amount retrieved is above the average that breaking a bottle would yield, making this a good way to maximize your experience gains. There may be other items that can you drain this way as well. Soulstone. Is this the? No, this is a different one. The brain in a jar has a rather limited capacity for stored experience. This shouldn't be a surprise given where you found the key ingredient. While the amnesiac stone helps to extract those memories, it cannot make room for the new without you losing the old. To work around this issue, you have created a new type of stone. When a block of soulstone is placed next to an amnesiac stone, which is beneath a brain in a jar, then experience will be drained from the brain, seeping into the soulstone. Should the stone contain more experience than the brain above, the amnesiac stone will begin working in the other direction, pulling from the soulstone until the brain can hold no more. Wow, yeah, this is fucking up my voice. I can barely talk. Wow. Oh, what a stupid, what a stupid fucking idea. Straight trolling. Okay, never mind. This simple setup is all you need to increase the effective capacity of your jarred brains. But the soul stones, your jarred brains, but the soul stones too will eventually be filled, and on their own they don't solve the portability issue. Breaking one destroys a portion of the stored experience and drops the rest. Fortunately, more can be done. Soul stones are in essence porous. Memories slowly permeate the stone, which acts as a filter of sorts, concentrating them as they flow. Eventually, the essence is condensed enough to be held in a more convenient container. If an empty unlabeled water jar is placed below the stone within a block or two, further down, and the fluid loses its potency. Then Enchanter's concentrate will drip into it. This jar can be then safely moved, or you may use it to fill files, which you may drink. Wow. But be aware, unless a solid block prevents this, liquid will slowly drip from the soulstone, even without a jar to catch it. Needless to say, this is quite wasteful. Note that an item crate directly below allows the concentrate to pass through when it is open. That or a piston, for example, could help regulate when the enchanter's concentrates should fall from the stone. A comparator can be used to see how full a soulstone is. A comparator reading from an amnesiac stone with attached soulstones will evaluate the entire structure's capacity, not just the brain and jars. If you want only the brain, you can point to the comparator directly at it. Glass bottles can also be filled from the jar, but they are unable to preserve the stability and density of the liquid, which means they not only hold much less, but they are also unsafe to drink from directly. Further, a vial can be used to refill a jar, but the bottle cannot, as the liquid is no longer quite the same. Okay. 308. Wow, this is so long. So you should link this fucking stream in Flurbens fucking Discord. Okay. I'm so stupid. Hey, give me a second. I just need a small letter F. Because I got my F as the button for resetting the light split. So I can press F. It's so dumb. Okay, never mind. Does this even work? Does this link work? Yeah, it does. Let's go. Okay. Let's keep going. 308N, that's not even that good. Signum entia. A method of counting creatures and other entities in an area would be useful for many things, and a crystalline brain fortified with terra, with its affinity to both life, magic, and the building blocks of the corporeal, makes the perfect candidate for the job. This device will emit a redstone signal, both directly and by comparator, when entities of a certain type are found in its range. The more there are, the stronger the signal. Red crystal is required to receive a signal strength over 15. You can limit the count to include only adult animals or only children when appropriate. The area examined by the device is determined by the blocks around it. Placing a block on one face will limit detection in that direction, but boost detection in the opposite direction. Blocks on opposite faces, in example given north and south, will prevent detection in both directions. Hourglass and replaceable blocks like water are ignored, allowing scanning in their direction. If, for example, all sides are open, then the device will be in the center of the area. If the only open sides are its top, north, and east, then the device will be in the bottom southwestern corner of the area. In both examples, the area would be 11 times 11 times 11 blocks, which is the maximum possible size. Oculo anima. To allow specifications of an entity type, you have modified a crystalline eye such that it can be imprinted with a creature spirit or constructs signature traits. Simply right-click on the entity while holding the eye, then insert the tuned eye into the device. The eye can also be made to watch for humans players, either a specific individual or humans in general. Tuning it to another person is accomplished in the same manner as previously described. To focus the eye on yourself, hold shift right click for a couple of seconds while carrying it in your hand. It's actually pretty fun. I bet you can do like some doors with it or something. Or you could like use this for like a year or something. I don't know. 309. Dimensional lure. The shared properties of the Nethermind and Simon's lore have what? Okay, no, this is... I should do Nethermind first. Upon closer examination, you found that the crystalline brain, reinforced with Ignis, seems to constantly draw energy into itself and burn through it just as quickly. Tracing the source of this energy pointed you to the Nether. If you found something comparable with this brain that had a strong tie to the Netherfire, you could create a Nethermind that would pull across something more tangible, conjuring lava and nether blocks out of Essentia. An Amber Heart, along with a few other choice reagents, should do the trick. Your studies indicate that they are tied in some way to the hellish creatures known as blazes, and may even have something to do with how they are created in the Nether. Some mana of powering and controlling the Nethermind will of course be necessary. To this end, you have created runed obsidian, in addition to being used to encase the Nethermind itself. Such runes must surround it in the indicated fashion. Next page. There are different runes for different purposes. Any basic runed obsidian block shown in the diagram can be replaced by a more specialized rune. The more runes of a given type there are, the more of an impact that will have. What? They will of an impact that type will have to a point, which with only basic runes, the device will operate fairly slowly and will generate only netherrack and the occasional batch of lava. Okay. Yeah, that's pretty huge. Once the runes are arranged, Tap the Nethermind block with your wand. You can tap it again to turn the device off, but it costs Ves from your wand every time it is started. To function, the Nethermind must be powered by Ignis Ves, supplied by a relay. It also needs warded jars nearby from which it can pull Essentia. The type and quantity of Essentia used needed is determined by the runes at work. Basic runed obsidian requires only Ignis and Terra. Blocks conjured from nether stuff will appear in a 9x9 area 2 blocks below the structure. Okay, runed obsidian rock. Use this rune to increase the chance that netherrack will be generated if at least 4 block specifying runes. If at least 4 block specifying runes like this are in place, then only the blocks they specify will be generated. The more runes tied to a given block, the more likely that the block will be created. So if 4 of a single block type are used, then the chance is 100%. Okay. Another advantage of using this rune is that generating netherrack with it requires less essentia than doing so using basic runes. Placing additional rock runes does not further decrease the cost. Cost per conjuration 1 Ignis to Terra. Rune Obsidian C. Use this rune to increase the chance that lava will be generated. As with other block specifying runes, having at least 4 of them means only the specified block will be generated. Cost per conjuration 6 Ignis to Terra. Okay, that's 30310. Let's do all the Rune Obsidian. Rune Obsidian Crystal. By placing this rune in the Nethermind structure, Nether Quartz can be generated as with other block specifying runes. Having at least 4 of them means only the specified blocks will be generated. Cost per conjuration 3 Vitreous 1 Terra. Rune Obsidian Soul. By placing this rune in the Nethermind structure, Soul Sand can be generated. As with other block specifying runes, having at least 4 of them means only the specified blocks will be generated. Cost per conjuration 1 Terra, 1 Vinculum, 1 Spiritus. Rune Obsidian Light. By placing this rune in the Nethermind structure, glowstone can be generated. As with other block specifying runes, having at least 4 of them means only the specified blocks will be generated. Cost per conjuration 10 lux 3 senses. Runed Obsidian Celerity. If you replace some basic runes If you replace some basic runed obsidian of the Nethermind structure with runes of celerity, the time required to conjure blocks will be reduced. The maximum benefit is reached at 12 runes. God, so fucking painful, man. My throat hurts. Additionally, each of the first 4 celerity runes in the structure reduce the time it takes for the Nethermind to consume Essentia, speeding up the process even further. Dimensional Lure. These runes will speed up the conjuration of creatures as well as blocks. However, each rune of celerity utilized will make the process unstable. Yeah, I'll be right back. Yeah, I'm back. Time to fucking finish this fucking horrible thing. This automagy. God, automagy is so bad. It was like 4, that's 314. Oh, I should just stop counting this and do that like every chapter. It's like some of the chapters are like bugged as fuck. Siren's Lure. While researching runes to use with the Nethermind, another property of the Ignis-imbued crystalline brain has come to light. When its energy is directed at the minds of creatures around it, it can instill certain powerful emotions. With this knowledge, you can create a device that draws nearby creatures toward itself. The awe and passion it instills blinds them to most everything else, including their surroundings, even when those surroundings include a sudden drop from great heights. Although ruined obsidian is used in its construction, the result is something fundamentally different and cannot be used as part of a nethermind structure. In fact, on its own, none of the obsidian you worked with so far is up to par with what you need here. Fortunately, the ancients have left some of their handiwork behind. To function, the lure must be placed as part of a vertical line of obsidian totem blocks, at least 2. Susceptible creatures in a fairly wide horizontal area are affected, but the vertical area is only as tall as the completed totem, maximum 4 blocks above and 4 blocks below. The horizontal area covered can be greatly increased if a jar of flames is provided nearby. Tap the lure with your wand to activate or deactivate it. Different creatures react to the silence call in different ways. Many will simply blindly walk in its directions. Others, such as Enderman, appear to become confused. And may even struggle to get away when approaching a drop. But this is short-lived. Indeed, Enderman under its spell will find themselves teleporting closer rather than away. I only just noticed that my fucking thing is like a black bar. That sucks. Can I not remove that? Oh, that sucks. Oh no, that's not it. Oh, that's not it. I wonder if that's gonna fuck up my thing. Oh, that's so dumb. Never mind. Enderman. A few creatures are completely immune, including your golems, some powerful entities, and primitive slimes. If multiple lures are in range for a creature, then the one with the strongest lure will be the creature's primary target. The taller the totem the stronger the lure. Clever use of lures of varying strength could send creatures down complicated bending paths. The lure won't hold the creature's attention indefinitely. If it is unable to get closer to the lure for a period of time, then the effects may wear off, at which point it may take some time for it to be applied to that specific creature again, though the creature may still be drawn to other lures in range. Lastly, creatures that are engaged in combat are often able to shrug off the call. Wow. This fucking sucks. I should start whispering. I'm gonna whisper this whole fucking time. Dimensional law. The shared properties of the nethermind and silence law. But you theorize that the... Okay, I think that's worse than my voice, to be honest. That the two could work together with some alterations to the law. How do you even sound when I fucking whisper? That's so troll. No, I don't think I'm gonna be doing fucking ASMR. I'm sorry. That's so dumb. God, my voice will die forever. Okay, the shared properties of the Nethermind and Seven's Law have led you to theorize that the two could work together. With some alterations to the law and adaptation of the Nethermind structure, you should be able to conjure creatures rather than blocks. I'm thinking of giving up, to be honest, because this is kind of cooking me. Not even gonna cap. Not gonna lie. I feel like I'm dying. I don't really want to lose my voice. I feel like that's bad. Yeah. Okay, never mind. Let's go. I'm a strong man. The dimensional law probes unknown corners of the nether for targets, opening small rifts and luring creatures through them. To pull this off, a considerable amount of essentia must be consumed by both the nethermind and the lure. The ignis centivi requirements of the nethermind will increase as well. This type of essentia needed depends on the creature being targeted, and specific creatures must be targeted rather than simply drawing things at random. The bait must be tailored to the creature after all. The creature is determined by replacing basic runed obsidian in the nethermind structure with specialized rune obsidian for that creature. Multiple types of creature specifying runes can be used, but at least 4 totally of any type are required. You cannot mix creature and block specifying runes in the same structure. Oh, fuck. The dimensional lure block must be placed between 6 and 10 blocks below the nethermind, with no solid blocks between them. A circle of basic runes obsidian must be placed around it, as specified on the previous page. Conjured creatures will appear between the platform and the structure above. Once the structures are in place, first tap the lure with your wand to activate it, then tap the nethermind block to begin drawing creatures in. Fortunately, this process is not entirely stable. There is a chance that various negative effects may occur instead of... what? Instead of... Wow. Well, unfortunately, this process is not... Instead of or in addition to a creature being summoned. To combat this, obsidian totem pillars can be placed in the 4 corners around the circle. The taller the pillar, the more stability it provides. Maximum 4 totem blocks per pillar. Wow. For best results, keep all 4 at the same height. Topping a pillar with neither or placing neither below any of the 4 arms of the nethermind structure improves stability as well. With an ember heart infused into the nethermind, perhaps the easiest target to lure is a blaze. In fact, it appears that sometimes an additional blaze is actually created rather than lured, with no added cost. Though there is a spike of instability when this happens. Essentia is consumed by both the nethermind and the dimensional lore as indicated below. Nethermind 4 ignis, cost per conjuration, 4 ignis 2 precantario. Lore, cost per conjuration, 10 conjurations, 10 fames, 5 vectors. Instability minor. Yeah. It is like 4 times more challenging than I thought it would be, to be honest. You are certain that you could devise a variant of ruined obsidian for many other creatures of the nether. It should only take a little field research. Scan your target with your handy thermometer and then take it down in combat. That should reveal what you need to know, if there's anything to know. 316. Wow. And this is like a really small part of the fucking thing. I've only read like all this. Fuck it out. Okay, zombie, ghast, skull, wisp, slime, bat. This is 6. Rude obsidian zombie pigments are rather damn lot. All it takes to lure them through the rift is the promise of shiny things and juicy brains. Careful though, dense as they are, one must still realize it was tricked and become very, very angry. One might still realize it was tricked and become very, very angry. Okay. Never mind. Cost per conjuration, 2 corpus to Ignis. Lure, cost per 15 conjurations, 15 fames, 9 cognitio, 3 lucrum. Ability minor. Rune obsidian ghast. There are 2 problems when it comes to ghasts. First, they are apathetic, making it difficult to lure them through the rift. Second, the rift needs to be quite large. What it comes down to is that the essentia used is fairly specialized and the process is much less stable than normal. Moreover, again, due to their size, they impose a special requirement on the dimensional lure structure. The distance between the nethermind and the lure must be at least 8 blocks, rather than a normal 6. Nethermind cost per conjuration, 1 examinus, 2 spiritus. Lure cost per 6 conjurations, 6 fames, 1 perimeterio, 4 spiritus, 4 aqua. Stability high. Rude obsidian skull. As wither skeletons can be found primarily in the nether. In the nether's mysterious fortresses, it seemed best to key this rune on finding not only skeletons themselves, but also their fortresses. Unfortunately, the tie between these skeletons and their fortresses also causes some interference, making the process less stable. Nethermind cost per conjuration 1 mortis, 1 corpus. Lure cost per 20 conjurations, 20 fames, 5 talon, 5 senses. Stability moderate. Holy shit, am I fucking suffering. That's crazy how like hard this is. Like this fucking Flurben guy, he wasn't fucking around, I guess. God damn it, man. Ruined obsidian wisp. Although you have found wisps of many types in the nether, most of them have been unable to survive the trip through the rifts the dimensional lure creates. Their magical energies interact with in some way that makes both simply dissipate. However, you have discovered a relative of the common wisp that has taken on more of an unfortunate nature. With your devices ties to their home realm, the fact that these hellfire wisps are more resilient than their cousins, you should be able to conjure them, but you'll need a very stable setup to do it efficiently. Nethermind cost per conjuration 1 aurum, 2 ignis, 1 air. Lure cost per conjuration 8 fames per 8 conjurations, 8 fames, 3 aurum. Stability dangerous. Okay, this was wisps. Ruined obsidian slime. The only thing magma cubes seem to be attracted to is food and their fellow magma cubes. Nethermind cost per conjuration 1 limus, 2 ignis. Lure cost per 8 conjurations, 16 fames, 1 limus. Stability minor. Ruined obsidian bat. The aggressively suicidal nature of fire bats makes them easily to lure. Simply present them with what appears to be a human target. Nethermind cost per conjuration 1 bestium, 1 ignis, 1 peridio. Lure cost per 10 conjurations, 10 fames, 1 humanus. Stability minor. Wow, yes, sucks so bad. So that's 5. Oh my days. Okay, let's go. Thermostatic spire. As a busy thaumatorch jetting around from place to place, the lengthy routine required to refuel your thermostatic harness has become quite a nuisance. Now you have found a better way. By combining your knowledge of the thermostatic field and energized nodes, you can use this field to transmit potential through the air. Establishing and maintaining the link between the potential source and its destination is mentally taxing, but a crystalline brain fortified by air is well suited for the task. The thermostatic spire, which enables this, has several requirements which must be met to construct it and to keep it functioning. The first step is to create 2 thermostatic pylons, 2 thermostatic pylon blocks, and a thermostatic controller. A chiseled quartz block and a block of thaumium are also required. Next, the components must be placed in a suitable location. The chiseled quartz block goes on the bottom of the thaumium block. on the bottom, and the Thaumonomicon block should be on top. With the pylons and the controller with the pylons and controller placed in any order between them with no gaps, the Thaumonomicon blocks must have empty space above it and an unobstructed view upward to the open sky. Once everything is in place, right-click on the controller with your wand. The spire can cover a wide horizontal area and has no vertical limits. Any equipped thermostatic harness in the area, which contains a boarded jar, will have a steady supply of potential provided to it, so long as the spire has any to give and is powered by air. This, from a relay. Use essential tubes to connect the controller to the potential source. Yeah, these are nice. The covered area can be increased by feeding the controller a steady supply of air essentia. The rate at which potential is distributed to harness in the area can be increased by piping in volatiles. Both are amplified through the placement of additional pylon blocks in the structure. No benefit is gained after the structure's 6th pylon. Right-click a side of the controller with your wand to change the type of essentia it will accept on the specific side. Wow. That's 322. Tallybox, Inventarium, Tallybox. Yeah. Tallybox. Knowing how full a chest is all well and good, but often what you really want to keep track of is how many of a given thing you've got in there. To that end, you've designed the Tallybox. Simply place it such that it points to a container, similar to placing a hopper. Next, fill out a runic whitelist or blacklist and place it inside the box. It will emit a redstone signal when the conditions you specify are met. The signal is output in the direction opposite from the target container. Alternatively, place a remote comparator above the box, attune a crystalline eye to the inventory you want to examine, and place that eye into the comparator. The comparator will cease its normal functions, instead relaying item information for the Tallybox to act upon. If a Tallybox is set to read from another Tallybox, contents will be revealed from the second box's target. If the target is also a Tallybox, then it will relay its own target's contents, and so on. By chaining Tallyboxes and remote comparators together in this way, containers may be read from very long distances. Pretty cool. I don't know if it has a use. Yeah. Let's keep going. 323. Tallybox lenses. Attaching one of these items to a Tallybox changes the way it detects items at its target location. A box with the unbound lens examines loose items at the location rather than items in a container. The yield lens reveals to the box the items that may be dropped by the targeted block. Both standard results and those possible using a tool, the Silk Touch Enchant, are considered. Both standard results and those possible by using a tool with the Silk Touch Enchant are considered. Yeah. This may be a good way to output a signal when the target contains a very specific block. I really understand the fucking Flurben now. Fucking hell. Inventarium. The more stuff you have, the more difficult it is to keep track of. The Tallybox is of limited use. When what it's looking for could be found in one of several different chests, or worse, its numbers spread across multiple chests, which you need a centralized storage tracking system. From this need springs the Inventarium. To function, the core of the Inventarium must be placed above an order crystal cluster that is itself above a block of amber or amber bricks. Bookshelves arranged as indicated on the following pages are also required. The core must be placed last. Yep. The inventarium itself doesn't contain any items, but many containers can be associated with it and their contents displayed. A tally box that points at the inventarium core indirectly by way of a remote comparator, or that directly points at any of the 8 bookshelves in this diagram, will output a redstone signal based on the combined total contents of all associated containers. To tie your containers to the inventarium, you will need to employ at least one unseen scribe. This enchanted device records the contents of certain objects around it and passes this information onto the inventarium proper. It will only examine a single type of container. The first inventory found behind the device says this type. A container to be included must be within a 7x7 area centered on the scribe. To operate, an unseen scribe must be linked to the local inventarium and be provided with a steady supply of order viz by this relay. Right-click on a scribe to review the items it has recorded or all items in the system. The maximum number of unseen scribes allowed per inventarium core starts at 1. Each order crystal cluster placed in a 7x7 area centered at the core 7x7x7 area centered on the core increases this by 1. Each cluster also increases the distance with which a scribe can be from the core. Each bookshelf in the area contributes 81 slots to the maximum number of inventory slots that the inventarium can cover. That's 3 standard chests per bookshelf. This includes the 8 bookshelves in the diagram as well as any other within 3 blocks of the core. Containers will not be partially included. If its slot count is higher than what is available, the scribe won't relay any of its contents. Black particles will appear above the scribe if a container is excluded for this reason. To link an unseen scribe to the inventarium core, simply right-click the scribe with your wand. The core must be within 10 blocks, with 8 additional blocks allowed per order cluster. If the scribe is in range of multiple cores, it will normally be linked to the closest one. To link it to a different core, you should first mark that core as preferred by right-clicking on it with your wand. Right-clicking a core with your wand will also give you numbers for the inventariums currently used and maximum slots for the inventariums currently used and maximum slots and scribes. Oh, this sucks. Condense archives. By replacing the standard bookshelves around the inventarium core with certain alternatives, the maximum number of slots that can be read by the system can be increased by more than the normal 81 slots. Enchanting bookshelf made from enchanted paper provides 216 slots, 8 single chests worth, and a sorcelled bookshelf provides 486 slots, in single chests worth. Like the enchanting bookshelf, it can also be used to boost an enchantment table. It is 8 times as potent as a standard bookshelf for this purpose. 326. Yes. We're moving. The Scrivener's Oculus. One limitation of the unseen scribe is that it can only examine a single type of container, one of which must be placed somewhere behind it. Another limitation is the size of the area the scribe can examine. The Scrivener's Oculus helps to overcome both constraints. The Oculus uses crystalline eyes pointed at containers in the vicinity to set the container types that the scribe will examine. An eye pointed at the scribe itself will increase the examined area by 1 block on all sides. Up to 5 eyes can be used at a time. To use an Oculus, simply place it on top of an unseen scribe and then right-click with the crystalline eyes you have prepared. Right-click with an empty hand to remove the last eye inserted. 327. Supply and demand. To properly consolidate your storage, you need not just a list but also a way to retrieve what you've stored. And what better way to accomplish this than with golems? Several components are required to get your delivery system working as intended. At minimum, you'll need a functioning inventarium, including at least one unseen scribe reading from containers, a golem with access to your storage containers, a suitable drop-off point for the golems to put the items it retrieves, a way to place orders, and a way to turn these orders into something the golem will follow. To fulfill the last two requirements, you've invented some new devices. Golemic Taskmaster. Multiple drop-off points may be used, each with one or more fill core fitted golems, using it as their home location. A drop-off point can be any location where your golems can leave items, but if it is a container, it must be quickly emptied of items or deliveries may be hampered. Consider having them drop items into a magic mirror rather than a chest. Linking the mirror to another that will get the items directly to where you stand when placing orders. Every container read by your scribes should have at least one of these fill golems linked to it by Golemancer's bell, and no such golem should be told to take from other containers. Unexpected results may occur otherwise. Keeping containers sorted such as that a given item is found in as few containers as possible may speed larger deliveries, since fewer trips will be needed. Next position is a golemic taskmaster nearby, and next position a golemic taskmaster nearby, and link the fill golems to it using a golem linking bell. A single taskmaster can handle up to 6 golems. The golems need not be tied to the same drop-off point, but the taskmaster can only control them if their resting location, where they stand and when not moving items, is within 5 blocks. As with the scribe, each taskmaster must be linked to the inventarium core. Right-click with a wand, and the distance over which this is allowed is increased by order crystal clusters near the core. A memory block must be installed for each taskmaster, so since each requisition tome also needs one, next page you'll need at least 2. To be of use, a memory block must be placed within the 7x2x7 area that starts 2 blocks below the core, and it must be next to an ember block or ember bricks, such as the one directly below the core. Right-clicking the core with your wand will display the number of currently used and maximum memory slots. The last piece of the puzzle is the requisition tome. Like the unseen scribe, it will display the entire contents of your storage system. This is where you place orders. Left-click on a listed item to increase the number of orders, or right-click to decrease it. Hold Shift to move stacks or Control to move 10 at a time. Use the slots on the left or hold Alt/Option to request more than you actually have stored. Using the mirrors button in the GUI and a crystalline eye pointed at a nearby mirror, the tome can become a convenient place to drop items off as well. The tome has requirements similar to those of a taskmaster, a dedicated memory block, linking it to the core and order crystals clusters to increase the linking distance. In addition, the tome requires a supply of order by this relay. Pointing a telebox at a requisition tome will cause the box to output a redstone signal based on the currently requested items. One final note: golems aren't the best at adapting to changing orders, so if you reduce the amount requested after you've already picked too much up, they'll simply drop the excess on the floor. It may be wise to have something in place to put such items back into the containers. Melding mirror, by the way, by way of mirrors, but by way of the mirrors button in the GUI and a crystalline eye, a melding mirror may be used for item input instead of a standard magic mirror. Wow. 328. Dispersing mirror. Up till now, linking multiple requisition tomes with one inventarium has had limited utility. Requested items weren't associated with any specific tome, let alone earmarked to be delivered to them. Now that you've found a way to tap into mirror's transdimensional streams, the streams that is about to change. If your delivery golems are set to drop items off at a dispersing mirror, directly or indirectly, is linked to the same is linked to the same inventarium core as their galemic taskmaster, then the mirror can send items to a mirror close to the requisition tome. To link a disappearing mirror, to link a dispersing mirror to the inventarium core, right-click it with your wand. The maximum distance it can be from the core is increased by order crystals. Order crystal clusters near the core. A memory block must be installed for each dispersing mirror. See supply and demand for how to do this. After the mirror is linked, you must specify each tome's destination mirror using the mirrors button in the tome's GUI. Either a standard magic mirror or a melded mirror can be used as a tome's output location. Note that the items sent to a dispersing mirror which aren't earmarked for a specific destination will be rejected and spread out by the dispersing mirror, so make sure all requisition tomes have an output mirror set. You may also want a failsafe in place to pick up loose items and take them to a default destination, or at least or put them away. 829. Yeah, this fucking chapter is taking me so long. That's insane. I'm actually losing my mind in here. Holy fuck, so annoying. Nah, I have to take a little chill for a sec. Okay, let's keep going. Melding mirror. Magic mirrors are a wonderful way to get items from here to there, but they can only be linked in pairs. A system needing numerous mirrors to output items from various locations at a single destination can be prohibitively expensive. Your new insights into the void, along with void metal's unique properties, can help with this. The melding mirror is a special one-way mirror which takes items in, won't spit them out, Rather than linking it and another mirror together, a crystalline eye is inserted into its frame by right-clicking. If the eye has been set to watch a location with a magic mirror, anywhere in any dimension, and the target mirror is properly paired with another, then the melding mirror will find the transdimensional stream connecting the paired mirrors together, and by way of a sort of mystical confluence, use it to deliver items to the target location. Remove a crystalline eye from the mirror's eye socket. Right-click on it with your wand while sneaking. The key component, allowing mirrors to manipulate connections across the void, like this, is the conflux disk. The disk takes up much of the mirror's frame, and its void metal origins allow it to bond with the glass in a way that metals cannot, so it may adapt as necessary to intercept whatever chaotic path these streams may take in the void. This thing? Conflux disk. Nice. A conflux disk is fairly costly to create initially, but from one, many more can be produced relatively easily. For this reason, it is advisable to always hold one in reserve. Oh, they can be duped. Nice. Isn't really expensive though. 330. Okay, now it's here. I think, yeah. Honestly, I have like a quarter left of this chapter. That's so nice. Enchanted paper. There are times when written instructions simply don't carry the weight you desire, especially when what you desire is the weight of magical force. By infusing ordinary paper with Wiz, and preparing a pliable inlay of golden runes, you are now able to produce enchanted paper that can help enforce your will upon your creations. A common use of enchanted paper is to create whitelists and blacklists, which can be used to dictate what is seen by Thaumic devices, such as the greedy chest. You can turn a whitelist into a blacklist or vice versa, while preserving the filtering options you have already written on the list. You can also copy the filtering options from one list to another, or of either type, by simply placing both of them on an arcane work table. The contents of the first on an arcane work table. The contents of the first are copied to the second, and the first is not consumed in the process, of course. Enchanting. Enchanted paper can also be bound into book form. Bookshelves created with these are 4 times as potent as a standard bookshelf when it comes to boosting enchantment, the enchantment table. An enchantment table. So only 4 instead of 15 are required for the table to provide level 30 enchantments. Nice. 331. Finical Maw. By making some adjustments to the Hungry Maw, you can have curb its appetite when it comes to certain items. Just right-click the new Finical Maw you've created while holding a wand on a unique whitelist or backlist, then insert the whitelist or backlist of your choice. 332. Hungry Hand Mirror. By combining a Finical Maw with your magic hand mirror, created a tool that can automatically transfer items through the mirror network as you pick them up. Right click while holding the mirror to either manually shove items through the looking glass or insert a runic whitelist or blacklist to control its automatic behavior. The mirror can hold 2 lists at a time. Only items specified by a list will be taken automatically, even in the case of blacklists. Blacklist will need to have quantities specified to be of any use. In this way, you could tell a mirror to leave a certain amount of items in your inventory, taking anything over that amount. The Hungry Hand mirror should be linked to a magic mirror in the same way a standard magic hand mirror is linked. Runic lists cannot be inserted until this is done. 333. Hungry Maw. You've formulated a procedure that extracts a gluttonous drive of the hungry chest and binds it to the portable holes, which you can place on other containers. Any item that touches or passes close enough to the Hungry Maw will be placed into the inventory associated with the side of the block to which the maw is attached. To begin, an obsidian block must be placed above a hungry chest. After 3 additional obsidian blocks may be placed next to the chest, but there is no benefit of having one below it. Finally, right-click on the block above the chest using wand with the portable focus, the portable hole focus equipped. 1 Hungry Maw is created for each obsidian block used. The chest and obsidian are confused. Fortunately, the wanted focus are not. Eager chest. You've managed to create a variation upon the greedy chest that focuses its attention on the person opening it instead of its neighbors. By tempering the pearl used in its construction, the eager chest is imbued with the desire to trade rather than steal. They're impatient about this, and so will immediately attempt to give and take items when opened. You've intentionally left some holes in all its senses, allowing you to sneak up to it when you want to look inside without triggering the trait. Additionally, the chest won't trade with people it doesn't recognize, which at first would be anyone but the person who placed it. But others can introduce themselves by use of a wand. Oh, fuck, you know. A wand is also necessary in order to tell the chest what should be considered a proper trade. By default, a certain level of greed slips through, as it will take anything it senses is valuable while giving only things it doesn't value. Although in truth, that is how it works even with runic whitelists or blacklists installed. The difference is that those lists are its evaluations. On another note, you suspect that this amalgam you've concocted will be valued highly by PEX. 335. Greedy chest. You have sometimes wondered whether the nature of the hungry chest was actually tied to true gluttony or not. If you were merely anthropomorphizing a simple, largely immobile Ramadan, or if you were simply anthropomorphizing a simple, large, immobile automaton, there's just something about the sound it makes when it gobbles things up. You have been unable to detect any cognitive ability in the things, but your studies have nonetheless led you to methods by which other needs could be imbued upon such objects. It was a small jump to go from a basic hunger to primitive greed, though harnessing this into something useful to you required the invention of some special components. Oh my god. Okay. Did they count the chest? I don't think so. I think it didn't. The greedy chest steals items as they are placed in adjacent inventories. In effect, 50% of everything put into its neighbors ends up inside the greedy chest instead. In the side of the greedy chest instead, provided the items will fit. If you right-click it with your wand, you can change this behavior so it takes more or less attempts to maintain a stock, or takes only items that surpass a given threshold. You can also choose which neighbors it will steal from. The chest will not take from hoppers below it, nor can it steal from another greedy chest that is set to take from its location. You're working on a way to make a chest covet only specific things, the filtering mechanism of sorts. But this should be a good start. In the meantime, the other properties of this pearl you discovered seemed interesting. A normal ender pearl teleports you when thrown, but this one is more keyed into nearby items. Perhaps you should take it out for a spin. You might even learn something. Chatted paper. With the use of runic whitelist and blacklist, you can change what the chest covets and to what degree, letting you control which items it will grab. Structured avarice. After experimenting with the avarice pearl, you have made two important observations. First, the pearl has the uncanny ability to attract nearby items toward itself and to the person or machine that throws it. Second, when used outside the confines of a properly calibrated thermic device, it is unstable. The more items and the more distinct stacks of items it moves, the more likely it will harm its users or break into pieces. There's some study, you have discovered a way to strengthen the pearl. On the other hand, you know that even these shattered fragments have potential uses, and so you've devised a more efficient means of acquiring them. One interesting property of the shattered avarice pearl is that endermen seem to be slightly more common when you got one on you. Perhaps they are self-consciously drawn into the vicinity by the lingering and magic that is now exposed to the air. Miser's Pearl. The Miser's Pearl is a much more sensible way to picking up loose items than the Avarice Pearl. Not only will it never shatter from picking up too much or inflict damage, but it will also move items to you as it flies. There are a couple of downsides to note. The first is that it won't move more than 10 stacks per throw, but this limitation is well worth saving the savings in ender pearls and other valuable materials. Secondly, the pearl consumes a small amount of earth of this when manually thrown. You'll need to carry something to provide this, but you've got a wand on you all the time anyway, right? Okay, might craft this later. 328. 338. Tenacious chest. Now that you've mastered imbuing chest with creating a simple new variant was a straightforward task. The tenacious chest values its contents, as you'd imagine any chest might, but this one has the ability to prevent items from being entirely taken away. You can still reach in and take out whatever you like, but golems, hoppers, and most other automation methods will be unable to remove the last stack of any given item. The chest will attempt to separate one item of each type into their own stacks. It might fail, it can hold onto them better this way, but the true purpose for this behavior is to allow automation to have access to as many items as possible while still leaving one behind. Enter this wait, add the count. Enter this junction. Your efforts to exploit the tie between Avarice Pearls and Enderman, the Enderman Menace, have finally paid off. You've crafted a ring that, when the worm hooks itself onto the invisible transdimensional threads generated by Ender creatures, each teleport occurring nearby, whether arriving or leaving, results in a sudden and violent tearing away of these hooks, seriously injuring the creature. A source of perdition in your inventory, such as a wand, is required for the ring to function. A small amount is drained each time a creature is damaged by it. Then a second ring increases the damage dealt by half. Runic shielding. Your research into runic shielding should apply into this ring, allowing it to provide shielding if you're willing to pay the price of the infusion process. So useless. Thirsty tank. With a few modification, the magical hunger that drives the hungry chest becomes a thirst that causes a specially constructed tank to drink liquids that come into contact with it. Only fluid blocks that can be picked up by a bucket can be swallowed. But even flowing liquid can cause a reaction. The tank can take fluids from the world at some distance, provided there is an unbroken chain of the same type leading from the tank to the target block. In this way, small pools can be consumed without moving the tank. Liquids can also be added or removed from the tank in the standard fashion, such as by buckets or certain golems. If placed next to a water source block, the tank can draw water from it indefinitely. You can also fill and empty water bottles using the tank as if it contains water. You might want to shelter it from the rain though. D41. Thirsty glyphs. The thirsty tank could do so much more with liquid than gather and store a few buckets worth. To unlock its potential, you have devised a system of glyphs and a special aqua-imbued inky paste to go with it. And this aqueous mixture is formed into the right shape alongside objects with appropriate properties. It can be magically impressed upon a slate, becoming a portable glyph that can be applied to the side of a thirsty tank. A thirsty tank can have up to 6 glyphs, one of each of its sides. The side chosen is important in some cases, since certain glyphs effects are aimed in that direction. To remove a glyph, simply right-click the side it was placed upon while sneaking with the wand. The glyphs you've designed so far and their effects are as follows. void, the tank will accept more liquid than it can hold. The excess is destroyed. Assumption: the tank will over time thoroughly consume, destroy any liquid it stores. Use additional glyphs for faster consumption. Siphoning: liquid will be siphoned out of the tank into another container in the direction specified. Envy: the tank will take liquid from the container in the direction specified, 1 bucket's worth at a time. Temperance: the tank will not pull liquid into itself unless it is receiving a redstone signal. Reservation: the tank will prevent itself from being drained entirely. You could use this to ensure a tank will only ever contain a specific fluid. Guzzler: the tank draws liquid into itself faster. More glyphs improve its speed further. Reservoir: the tank capacity is increased by 16 buckets worth for each of these glyphs. You're free to. Holy shit. Glyph of the bovine. Your advancements in the magic of detecting creatures have allowed the creation of an additional type of glyph, the glyph of the bovine. A thirsty tank with this glyph applied will no longer drink liquid flowing near it. Instead, it will look in the direction to which the glyph was applied for cows to milk. While the speed at which the tank searches for cows to milk is increased by a glyph of the guzzler, the real limiting factor is that once a cow has been milked, the tank cannot milk it again for some time. Like 3 entries left. Or actually, no, I don't think I've done these. Only this part is left from this. Resonating red crystal. When you created the first varieties of red crystal, you experimented with each primal aspect. When it came to air, the resulting crystal and its unique vibrational energies. Oops. And its unique vibrational energies were interesting, but the energy was too weak to have any practical applications. Some additional research, however, you now have a way to focus that energy in a specific direction, allowing it to be received some distance away. Resonating crystal transmits redstone signals through the air and objects alike in a straight line until it is picked by other resonating red crystal. The 2 crystals must be oriented to face each other, so if one is attached to the bottom of a block, the other must be below it and attached at the top of a block. The signal can travel up to 15 blocks. Its strength is preserved just as if the crystals were next to each other. Mercurial red crystal. Now that you are able to tap into the strange realm found through magic mirrors to create far-flung networks of production and transport, you need a way to intelligently control their disparate elements. Why waste resources creating and sending these items through mirrors that are just going to pile up on a full chest and decay? By adapting a resonating crystal to the seemingly erratic oscillations of the void between worlds, the resulting mercurial red crystal can send its signal through a linked mirror in the vicinity to be picked up by another mercurial red crystal on the other side. In other words, in order to send or receive a signal, the device must be linked to a mirror. Do this by holding it in your hand and right-clicking on the mirror. It must then be placed within 8 blocks of that location. Of course, you'll need to link another red crystal to the corresponding mirror on the other end. Ascension mirror. The mercurial red crystal can be linked to an ascension mirror instead of a standard magic mirror. This would probably be the more efficient option, unless magic mirrors are going to be in use anyways. Advanced node jarring. You have finally found a way to jar nodes without damaging them. Utilizing your breakthroughs in warding magic, you can construct the jar in so stable a fashion that the normal pressures exerted by the process are minimized to levels where the node is guaranteed to remain unscathed throughout. Build the structure around the node as normal, but replace the ordinary glass with worded glass and the planks with silvered logs. Next, word the logs using a wording focus. Finally, right-click on one of the worded logs with a wand or similar tool that has no focus equipped. If you have the requisite width, the node will immediately be jarred safe and sound. Wand focus crafting. You need to craft the need to craft seems to never end, no matter how far from home you may be. While some may resort to lagging tables around everywhere they go, you have found a more elegant solution. This wand focus can be used to create anything you could assemble with an arcane word table, including items both mundane and magical. The wanded as dice tool will be used to provide any base required for the recipe. To begin crafting, equip the focus and right-click with the wand. Alternatively, press None while the focus equipped wand is in your hotbar. A small amount of space is consumed when you open the crafting grid, and each time you craft an arcane item, the items do not require additional whiz. Each time you craft an okay. Magic staves. While this focus can be applied to a magic staff, such as an instrument, still unsuited for the intricate work needed to craft magical items. It can assist when putting together other items, though. And that would be good. A cool way to bypass limits. Crafting focus upgrades. With your new focal manipulator, you can greatly improve the utility of the crafting focus. Gratis. This upgrade causes the focus's basic operations to consume no viz. Opening the grid is free, and crafted items only cost the normal amount. Storage. After crafting using the storage with this, using a focus with this upgrade, any item left in the crafting grid will be stored in an extra-dimensional space attached to the focus. Transposing. A focus with this upgrade will instantly install itself upon a wand when called by the wielder. The focus can be called from anywhere in the inventory or a focus pouch that has been carried or worn. To call it, press the same key as used to begin crafting with the focus. Two more. Wishroom oddities. Wishrooms are odd little things, growing as they do in environments awash in magic. You'd think they would have many useful applications in thaumaturgy, but their parasitic nature seems to get in the way. Just approaching one is enough to get you sick. Eating one, well, that seemed incredibly foolish. To read it anyway, wishroom stew, as you've called it, is very objectionable as a food source, but despite its many side effects, you feel it has helped you. It has helped open your mind. In what way you aren't entirely sure, but you are sure your experiments is yielding results. Having tasted success, you've decided to see what the effects would be when other things came into contact with your creation. It turns out that the other mushrooms you initially added just to help you stomach the thing, are a crucial component keeping the concoction stable, relative anyway. By placing the stew in a large container such as a thirsty tank, that it can settle for a moment, you can then pull out a bucket of soup suitable for uses beyond consumption. Many of this liquid's properties are unknown as yet, but first observations point towards the larger concentrations, source blocks, creating fungi and greatly amplifying the whispers you receive from beyond if you are immersed in them. Yes, immersed in soup while doing things like eating noxious stews and zombie brains. Hey, eccentric or not, it's effective. Let the others mock you if they will. You know you'll get the last laugh. Alchemical boiler. You had so much success with essential distillation that you've decided to expand upon the ways you can break things down. The alchemical boiler in much the same manner as the alchemical furnace, but with liquids rather than items. Add or remove liquids using buckets or through automation such as certain columns. The same things that speed up The operations of an alchemical furnace with help of a boiler will help a boiler as well, such as momentum. Note that breaking the boiler will destroy any liquid it contains. Wow, I'm finally fucking done with this fucking chapter. This is so horrible. I hate it so much. 3:49. I'll take like a 15-minute break or something. Like a 10-minute break. Okay. Yo, Flurbens, what's up? Yo, I'm back from the break. Time to fucking go. Or not really. I just got some food. This is like so much harder than I thought. I'm not gonna lie. I'm genuinely suffering over here. I thought this would be like free as fuck, but like I'm what, a quarter in, and I'm actually my throat is hurting so bad. I know, gotta keep going. At least I got some food now. Like I was aiming for sub 10, but that's like not possible, I don't think. But I think I could go like sub 15 maybe, but like I don't know, that would be so hard. The best part would be like going sub 12. So I don't have to start another stream to like save the VODs, but like I don't know, I don't think that's possible to. This is like so much harder. Yeah. But at least I'm done with Oromaji. Oromaji was so difficult. These entries are so long and like so difficult to read. But honestly, I think I'm like I didn't think I've done the hardest parts yet. Yeah, the only thing I can do for the VOD is just like to end the stream and start another one. YouTube is like weird like that. They don't like longer than 12. No, but like, because for example, what was it like? I think Atomic Bases was it? Atomic Bases has 134 entries, but like 50 of those is the pylon or whatever. Where is it? Like this doesn't actually have 134, or maybe it wasn't Atomic Bases. Oh, it was Gadamancy. Yeah, Gadamancy. It has 95, but like I think the aura effects, this counts as like 50 entries. And also like some of them are shorter. So I think I could go for sub 15. Like sub 15 makes sense so far. Like yeah, I should like start again, but I'm just so fucking hungry. I'm just doing my best to finish this fucking bowl of pasta as fast as possible and keep going. Gotta keep the pace. I didn't think of like giving up during auto magie because it's like it was so bad. I don't know. These entries are so bad. Yeah, I think Thaumic Horizons is gonna be like one of the worst ones because like this has 3 pages, for example, and these each are like a few pages. Thaumic Horizons will be horrible. Godomancy maybe, and like Thaumic Tinkerer is gonna be pretty bad right now too. But honestly, if I pick up the pace, I think I could get to sub 15. It should be possible. All things considered. No, I think you hated Thaumic bases because they had like typos. Yeah, I think that's it. I don't know. Like, also they have like an insane amount of entries, and they have all the bracelets, 1,000 like ones and stuff. So annoying. I think that's the one though. Okay, just a few more bites and I can I can keep going. Okay, yeah. Smoky quartz. Smoky quartz is pretty much quartz, but negative. All regular blocks that can be made with quartz can also be made with smoky quartz, and they look black. Smoky quartz itself can be made with a piece of coal or charcoal. For tinting, a few pieces of regular nether quartz. Oh, smoky quartz itself can be made with a piece of charcoal or coal or charcoal for tinting, and a few pieces of regular nether quartz. Okay, 350. Transvector interface. The thing is there's only 6 sides to a block. Direwolf 20. Myth equals busted. Your latest construct can be bound to a block in the nearby vicinity. Its sides will mimic the sides of the block selected, and it will function as an extension. It can accept Buildcraft, TE3, and IC2 power, Essentia, items, and liquids. Being able to also export the ladder to continued. Yeah, thank you, Flurben. Thank you for dropping by. Yeah. See you around, man. In order to bind an interface to another block, you need to create a special tool to do so. What you call the transvector binder should get the job done. By simply right-clicking on the interface, followed by right-clicking on the target, these two blocks bound and ready to... These two get bound and ready for operation. The limit is short, only 4 blocks. Note, buildcraft pipes need to be broken and replaced to work. It's also possible by right-clicking this block with any other to camouflage it as the block held. To remove the cover, to remove to cover, simply right-click on the camouflage block with an empty hand. Kinetic attraction. What was it? I don't know. Transvector dislocator. By studying motion, you manage to create a block that swaps 2 blocks in space. This block acts like a transvector interface where it must be bound to another location in space by using a transvector binder. You can set the direction it's facing using a wand. And when a redstone signal is applied, the dislocator will swap the blocks in front of it with the blocks linked to using the binder. It also transports any and all entities in those areas. It can be camouflaged similarly to the transvector interface. It has a longer range than it, 16 blocks. Kinetic attraction. Working with the telekinesis focus, you manage to apply this knowledge to create a device to attract items or living beings like a magnet. These 2 blocks have 2 states, north red and south blue. In north mode, it'll push items or entities away. In south mode, it'll pull them. It'll pull them in. The range of the attraction depends on the redstone signal applied to it. A lever next to it will allow for 7.5 blocks, while a current from further away will make it shorter. In general, the attraction is equal to half the redstone signal strength in blocks in every direction. You design 2 devices, the kinetic and corporeal attractors. These respectively affect items and living beings. The corporeal attractor involves some more complex mechanisms to which you can access by right-clicking it with a casting wand. Using a soul mold, you can right-click on a mob to save it as the pattern, which you can set in the attractor's interface as a filter along with settings for child or adult animals if available. Dynamism tablet. You decided to further discover the uses of column animation cores, and this is the fruit of that labor. This tablet can accept an item to animate with mystical energy. Using the left and right buttons in the tablet's interface, you can select to do a left or right click with the item. The bottom in the bottom controls. If the tablet reacts always when it can, or just when a redstone signal is applied. Virtually anything can be animated, including blocks. The type of tool in the tablet also defines how fast something breaks as expected. Okay, this was 354. Levitational locomotive. You created a new contraption to move things back and forth. 2 relays placed in a straight line will project a force beam between them. A visual effect will be shown if particles are enabled. Place a levitator inside that projected beam. The levitator will be moved back and forth inside the beam, carrying the block on top of it. Talisman of the medium. You have studied life and the body and found that through the application of magic, you can protect yourself from harmful outside influences by redirecting these effects to a construct. This talisman will dispel most harmful effects on the holder and keep them on itself, taking damage. It will remove some effects stemming from warp at an extreme durability cost. To enable or disable this ability, one would shift right-click on it. As expected, it only works whilst enabled. It must be worn in your amulet slot to take effect. Hi, Pintu Caritas. 356. Ethereal platform. You devised a block that is only solid for anyone standing on top of it. This block does not have a collision box for anyone who doesn't meet that criteria or is sneaking. You can also camouflage this block as any other by simply clicking on it. You think you can use this with the Arcane Levitator for some interesting effects. Cursed Spirit's Blade. You created a sword that strikes with unparalleled force. However, for this to be the case, the sword feeds on the striker's blood. Upon damaging anything with the sword, the attacker will take 1 heart of damage. Blocking with the sword will always deal only 1.5 hearts, regardless of the original damage. Furthermore, simply holding the sword gives the holder a steadfast aura, making them move faster than normal. You have also discovered that the sword can reap the souls of mobs instead of normal drops. This ability is activated via a shift right click. These souls are rich in essentia, but you suspect they might have other uses. 58. Mob summoning. You are able to use the souls gathered from a Cursed Spirit's Blade, in order to summon mobs. Place 3 pedestals around a tablet of necromancy. On the pedestals, place 3 soul aspects. Different types of soul aspects give different types of mobs. Every mob has a different composition. By creating infused soul aspects, you are able to summon mobs without consuming soul aspects. Summoning using infused soul aspects is much slower than normal. Okay. Wand Focus Efreet's Flame. By combining the flame and excavation foci, you made one that has features from both. This focus will smelt any blocks in the world that the caster is pointing at, akin to the excavation focus's beam. Only blocks that smelt into other blocks in a mundane furnace will be smelted. Wand Focus Distortion. You created a focus to protect you from incoming fire. This focus, when in use, will constantly drain phase from the wand it's inserted on, in order to summon a ward around the caster, making ordinary projectiles pass through them harmlessly. Ordinary projectiles include arrows, snowballs, or potions. It seems the ward is not strong enough to display stronger attacks like fireball or wizard heads. Did it count this? I don't think so. 361. Wand Focus and the Rift. By combining a hand mirror with a portable hole, you manage to construct a focus that tears a rift in the ender, allowing you to access the contents of your ender chest remotely. Shift right-click on an ender chest to set the focus of that color, or shift right-click on a block of obsidian to set the focus to the vanilla ender storage. Wand Focus Mending. You know pack carry powerful foci that can induce diseases. With that, you devised a way to use them to your benefits. This focus will slowly mend the caster's wound as they're using it, using this from the wand in the process. This is 2 more. 363. Wand Focus Uprising. Using the knowledge you got from creating the Sword of Zephyr, of propelling things around with air, you created a wand focus that will propel the holder in the direction that they're looking at. When someone is propelled through the use of this focus, any accumulated gravitational energy is negated, resetting the full damage the holder would take. Wand Focus Telekinesis. You created a wand focus that kinetically moves objects laying on the ground. This focus will move any nearby items to where you're pointing at. Sneaking will bring the items towards you instead. You created a wand focus based on the focus of equal trade. The difference is that this one not only holds the object's fingerprint, also holds the object itself, allowing it to be placed elsewhere. To get a block to transport, right-click on it. To place it back, right-click somewhere else. This focus can transport pretty much anything, including chests and mob spawners. The vis cost is applied in picking up the block. Placing it down is free, due to the amount of energy required for the dislocation blocks. For the dislocation, blocks with tile entities such as chests and furnaces cost 5 times the amount of vis as normal. Mob spawners in particular cost 20 times instead. Okay, that's 336. Tome of Knowledge Sharing. If one day you happen to want to share your knowledge with the rest of the world, this is the item for you. by simply right-clicking on the stone and handing it to someone else. They'll get all the research you've discovered so far. Note, case there be no recipe on the right of this, the recipe is disabled and the item... Okay. In case there be no recipe on the right of this, the recipe is disabled and the item is creative only. Helmet of Revealing. As it turns out, goggles don't offer much protection from attacking zombies. You think you have a fix for that though. By strapping Goggles of Revealing onto a Thaumonomicon helmet, you can get the benefits of both. But it turns out it is a bit more complicated than that. A bit of magic is required to avoid feedback loops, and a bit of magic to keep them from slipping off. But on the whole, it more or less works. Okay, 368. Hyper-energetic Naira. You manage to create a light that will shine even if it's being carried away, if it's being carried by a player, by energizing the ever-burning flame that is Naira with the powerful energetic aspects such as potential and lux. The light casted by this will shine closely behind the carrier. It seems to leave a longer trail in the nether due to the heat. Gaseous Illuminae. You have studied the intricacies of the light and found out a way to create completely invisible light by infusing a phial with the raw light. This phial contains a concentrated extract of gaseous illuminae that can be released through a right click and will spread relatively fast in the nearby area, lighting it up. Gaseous Tenebrae. You have studied the intricacies of the shadow and found out a way to generate gaseous darkness by infusing a phial with the raw shadow. This phial contains a concentrated extract of gaseous tenebrae. It will be released through a right click and it will spread relatively fast in the nearby area, darkening it. Fume Dissipator. After knowing both the gaseous illuminae and tenebrae, you're thinking it's becoming a hassle to get rid of it. With this item, by shift-clicking on it, all the nearby gas will get dissipated. Okay, 360, 372. 372 out of the Essentia Funnel. You grew tired of managing your jar with files. To do that, you created this new mechanism to transfer the contents of one into another by placing this block above the hopper and right-clicking it with the fill jar. If the hopper is pointing into a jar that's either empty or the same aspect, the contents of the jar will be transferred over. Atomic Restorer. You created a new contraption to restore broken tools. By right-clicking this block with a broken tool and hooking it to Essentia tubes, you'll gather Essentia to repair the tool. The Essentia that will repair items is Instrumentum. Looking at the block with Goggles of Revealing also shows how worn down the item in it still is. A stone current will be emitted while an item is being repaired. Yep. 374. Elemental Fire Predidio. This fire acts like an antidote of sorts. If elemental fire have gotten out of your control, you can set loose this special design flame. It will rip the fire out of elemental fire. It will rip the magic out of the elemental fire, returning it to a mundane form. Elemental Fire Air. Everyone likes desserts, right? Well, this fire, when you let loose on the world, turns everything into a dessert. That is almost like a dessert. Good enough? Into a desert. That is almost like a dessert. Good enough. Okay, that's funny. Elemental Fire Terra. This fire will turn a wide variety of blocks into dirt, just about the least useful thing ever. Seriously, this is just about the least useful item ever. Elemental Fire Ignis. You have managed to enhance the destructive property of hyper-energetic Naira by letting this fire loose on the surface of the world. You can transmute blocks into their equivalent forms in the nether. Elemental Fire Ordo. This fire of order is currently being reported as nothing. Elemental Fire Aqua. You have managed to totally invert the destructive power of fire. This fire, when let loose in the nether, will turn it into your own personal winter wonderland. 380. Infused crops. You are able to create a new form of plant by infusing mundane seeds with magical shards. These seeds can create a wide variety of items. Each aspect can create a different type of item. You can only craft primal seeds, all other must be bred. When a fully grown crop is harvested, it will deposit magical residue into the soil. If a crop is grown in soil containing high magical residue of an appropriate aspect, the two aspects will combine to form a seed of a different aspect. Aspect tendencies can also be bred into crops to increase certain traits. Terra will increase the magical residue left on the soil. Ignis will aid in the creation of new aspects. Ordo will increase the bounty from a plant. Regio will increase the seeds dropped. Air will allow a plant to receive other types of tendencies easier. A single plant can only have a maximum of 50 aspect tendencies. There are two ways to give crop primal tendencies. Crops will occasionally absorb primal tendencies if planted next to plants of the appropriate aspect. However, plants can't receive more than 5 points in a single aspect in this meta. The other recipes are not shown, but you can infuse seeds with all other primal aspect crystals. Seeds infuse Ignis with Ignis. What? Seeds infuse Ignis with Ignis cluster and 16 Ignis aspect instead of air. Seeds infuse Aqua with Aqua crystals and 16 Aqua aspect instead of air. 381. Infuse potions. Crops will also drain tendencies from nearby crops. A crop will drain 10 points from an adjacent crop with an equal or greater number of points. Some plants will create special grain, which can be made into potions. Earth-infused potions summon barriers between mobs that attack you. Fire-infused potions trap your enemies in a sphere of fire. Air-infused potions send your enemies up in the air. Water-infused potions chill surrounding lava. Pretty useless. Holy shit, I almost fucking died. God. Choking on some shit. Osmotic Enchanter. You grew tired of getting terrible enchantments for your efforts. To that, you created a new enchantment table that allows you to pick what enchantments you want to apply to an item. This new contraption requires a wand. Each enchantment requires a specific combination of ways from that wand. The price of the enchantment is exponentially proportional to the level you want to apply. Regular enchantment rules apply. For example, you can combine Silk Touch with Fortune. After you selected the enchantments you want in an item, clicking the red button in the arrow face will start the enchantment process. As the item is being enchanted, you can take it out of the table. No, you can't take it out of the table, nor can you change the enchantments you are putting on it. The table will slowly drain this from the wand until it's done. For this to work, there needs to be 6 pillars in the nearby vicinity, say 4 blocks. These pillars need to be at least the same level as the table. Continued. The pillars need to be made of 2 to 12 obsidian totem blocks, stacked on top of each other, with a piece of nether on top of them. The enchanter will get flux energy from them, grabbing this from the wand and combining them to enchant the item. Lastly, the enchanter will cease to function with iron or copper capped wands, due to them being too rustic and basic for the complex infusion required. 83. Spellbinding cloth. By mixing some enchanted fabric with raw magic power, you created a cloth that can be rubbed on an item to wipe it off its enchantments by combining them in a crafting recipe. Talisman of Withhold. After knowing that zombie brains have the ability to store experience, you've created a talisman that mimics their behavior, not to a perfect extent though. To switch the ability to store experience, you need to shift right click on the talisman. When the talisman is enabled, it'll absorb any nearby experience orbs. Those can be transformed back into a usable experience by right-clicking with a glass bottle in your inventory. Turning that bottle into a bottle of enchanting, it must be worn in your amulet slot to take effect. 3. Enchantment Ascent Boost. You have formulated an enchantment that allows you to jump higher than you normally can. This enchantment can be applied on leg armor. When done so, the wearer will be able to jump a little higher than normal. Enchantment Pounce. You have formulated an enchantment that enables you to leap on your foes. This enchantment can be applied on leggings. When done so, your attackers will be more powerful while you are in the air. Enchantment Slow Fall. You have formulated an enchantment that allows you to fall slowly. This enchantment can be applied on foot armor. When done so, the wearer will fall at a slower rate. It will also reduce, if not negating, the fall damage. Pressing shift will temporarily disable this effect, allowing you to fall normally. Enchantment Shockwave. You have formulated an enchantment that enables you to become to kill enemies while falling. What a horrible thing. Who types like that? This enchantment can be applied on boots. When done so, whenever the wearer falls, damage will be dealt to surrounding mobs or players. Virtually magics of all types that make the player lighter, so to prevent damage from falling, will make the player too light to damage entities. You feel there may be ways to stop that at a later time, but once you know, the magic better. 87, 89. Enchantment Vampirism. You have formulated an enchantment that allows you to drain the health of the enemies you attack. This enchantment can be applied on swords. And done so, a chunk of the damage dealt to a living thing using that sword will be given back to the wielder. Enchantment Valiance. You have formulated an enchantment that enables you to fight better when on low health. This enchantment can be applied on swords. Also, the damage with the sword will be increased when the wielder is at low health. Enchantment Dispersed Strikes. You have formulated an enchantment that allows you to fight many mobs at once. This enchantment can be applied on swords, and also the damage to a mob on the first hit will be multiplied. The damage on successive strikes to the same mob will be decreased. Enchantment Focus Strikes. Formulated an enchantment that enables you to become proficient at fighting a single mob. This enchantment will be applied on swords. When done so, the damage on a mob on the first hit will be decreased. The damage on successive strikes to the mob will be increased. Enchantment Final Strikes. Final Strike. You have formulated an enchantment that enables you to occasionally score critical hits. This enchantment can be applied on swords. Also, there is a damage that a hit will do triple damage. There's a chance that the hit will do triple damage. That was 5,394. Enchantment Quick Draw. You've formulated an enchantment that allows you to draw your bow in a quicker fashion. This enchantment can be applied on bows. When done so, the bow can be fully drawn faster than normally. Enchantment Disintegrate. You have formulated an enchantment that allows you to mine soft materials at incredible speed. This enchantment can be applied on tools. And also, the wielder can break regular blocks, stone, netherrack, etc. that the tools is good for with extreme finesse. However, the tool becomes impotent against anything else. They use double durability damage. Enchantment Shatter. You have formulated an enchantment that enables you to become more efficient at destroying stone blocks. This enchantment can be applied on tools. When done so, the speed will be greatly increased on strong blocks. That's 397. Enchantment Flaming Touch. You formulate an enchantment that allows you to summon imaginary flames. This enchantment can be applied on tools, and also the wielder can break anything wooden with extreme finesse by use of a flame that softens the wood through the breaking process, but never destroying or damaging it. However, the tool becomes impotent against anything else and takes double durability damage. Useless. Enchantment Tunnel. You formulated an enchantment that enables you to become more efficient at digging straight lines. This enchantment can be applied on tools, and also digging multiple blocks in a straight line will increase your digging speed. 399. Dimensional shards. Similar to the overworld, the Nether and the End have their specific shards. These are likely held by either zombie pigmen living in the Nether or endermen living in the End. You find a way to get these shards with an infusion recipe also. 400. Ika. Through extensive study in all subjects of thaumaturgy, you have discovered a substance that is what you consider to be the next step in your endeavors. This extremely powerful substance, which you call ether, contains raw awakened power of a nether star. You are sure you will be able to put it to use for countless devices in the future. Ichor cloth. You found a way of infusing magical fabric with your latest discovery, Ica. Funnily enough, this process does not require the typical infusion procedure, as the Ica easily absorbs the diamond and blends with the fabric. However, to do this, you require not only the best wand you ever designed to be fully charged, but you must also be wearing a full set of thaumaturgist robes in order to convey enough energy for the creation. You think it's time you start designing a new wand. That's 402. Just clicking buttons. Ichor woven silverwood one core. You have done it by infusing a silverwood core with ichor cloth. You managed to create the ultimate wand core. This core holds an insane amount of 1000 of each type of vis. This will definitely make crafting expensive components a bit less stressful. Now the question lies, where will you get all the vis for this? One focus shadow beam. You create a focus that shoots a beam of energy, damaging anything in its path while it's being fired. The beam has the decent range and will reflect off any blocks it hits as if they were mirrors. One focus experience drain. After creating a wand that can have an insane amount of vis, you got to the conclusion that you need an alternate source of vis. To that end, you created a focus that draws from your experience pool, turn it into vis at a fast but not very efficient rate. Bottomless pouch. By using a focus pouch with items such as the portable hold focus, you've enhanced it to store not just foci but any kind of item with an impressively spacious interior. This upgraded pouch can hold the contents of more than 4 chests, all while functioning as a regular focus pouch, allowing any foci inside to be equipped to a wand as usual. You can kiss your inventory problems goodbye. Ichor cloth robes. You found how to weave ichor cloth into clothing. These new clothes are about as effective as mundane diamond armor when it comes to protecting the wearer from damage. However, this cloth is completely unbreakable and will never sustain as much as a scratch. That's 2 more for 7. Cowl of the abyssal depth. You found a way of upgrading the Ichor cloth cowl into a more powerful form. First and foremost, the cowl doubles as goggles of revealing. Second, the wearer is granted unlimited underwater breath, as well as crystal clear underwater vision. Lastly, if one is wearing this cowl, finds themselves without a full belly, the effect of health restoration will still apply, as if that was the case. Pressing U will toggle this armor's effects. Robes of the stratosphere. You found a way of upgrading the Ichor cloth robes into a more powerful form. Starting off by simply wearing these robes, the wearer is blessed with the power of eternal flight, wings that don't burn after 5 minutes included, as well as having all fall damage negated. The robes also passively protect the wearer from any incoming simple projectiles and akin to the focus of distortion. Pressing U will toggle the armor effects. Or 409. Leggings of the Burning Mantle. You found a way of upgrading the Ichor cloth leggings into a more powerful form. These leggings are infused with the soul of fire. For one, they cast a light around the holder brighter even than that of hyper-energetic Naira. This light also expands to where the wearer is. To where the wearer is looking, akin to a flashlight, and prevails even the creator's existence in a much extended range. Furthermore, these leggings not only provide fire resistance, but they convert any incoming damage into healing. Pressing U will toggle this armor's effects. You found a way of upgrading the Ichor cloth boots into a more powerful form. These boots allow for extremely smooth movements akin to the boots of the traveler. The wearer's speed, jump height, and jump reach will become magnified by wearing the boots, making movement a breeze. One can also walk on one high blocks as if they are slabs. This can be suppressed by sneaking. But in the woods also induces a constant haste 2 effect. Turns any dirt below them into grass and negates all fall damage. Pressing you will toggle this armor's effects. Celestial Gateway. You devise a complex mechanism that allows you to displace your own position in the world. This portal, this block, when containing celestial portals, see next page, will allow you for teleportation to various spots in the world. A grand total of 10 spots can be set. You can prevent other gateways from connecting to this one by toggling it in the block's GUI, accessible by right-click. To access the list of possible destinations, click Destinations, sneak out the block. In order for locations to be set in the gateway, they must be marked with celestial perils. These items can be shift right-clicked into a celestial gateway to mark its location. Note, shift right-click on R to lead to the location. Placing the pearls inside a celestial gateway opens access to teleport to the one is bound to. This teleport is one way, and 2 pearls must be used for a 2-way transport. Naming these pearls with use of an anvil will make the names appear in the gateway's GUI for easy labeling. One focus Celestial Recall. While using Celestial Gateway for teleportation is well and good, you decided to take it a step further and create a focus that allows you to do just that, but from anywhere. This focus in the presence of a properly bound celestial bubble in the caster's hotbar will, after a short cast time, teleport the placers to that position just as if they had used a celestial gateway. Of course, this comes at a base cost. 413. Icorium. Our endeavors with Icar reveal its property to blend with most mundane materials. Most of the blends result in absolutely nothing. However, you have managed to blend it with diamonds and fabric in the past, and this time with thaumium. This metal is extremely strong and resilient, to a point where mundane materials could never get. You haven't found any uses for it yet, but you know it shouldn't take you too long. Feline Amulet. It didn't take you long to come to the conclusion that you hated all those times a creeper snuck up on you. To that end, using the knowledge you have that creepers run away from cats, you have devised an amulet that by simply being carried on you makes all creepers run in fear of your presence. Not only that, but they'll be petrified to the point of not gathering enough stoke to explode. Great. It must be worn. Great. It must be worn in your amulet slot to take effect. For 15. Icorium wand caps. You have put your Icorium to its first ever use by devising wand caps that give you a 30% discount on everything. Now you need to actually put this to any use to create a wand that can store more wares. Icorium tools. You discovered how to create tools out of Icorium. These tools are extremely powerful, even more than diamond. Furthermore, they never break. For the creation of these tools, mundane sticks aren't enough. You decided to use silverwood rods in replacement. 17. Awakened Icorium Sword. You awakened the real potential of an Icorium Sword. This sword contains all the traits from the regular one. However, by right-clicking on it, you can change what mode it's on. On single mode green, it will attack mobs normally. On area mode red, it will attack all mobs of the same type in a 3-block radius of the attacked one. On soul mode blue, it will deal less damage than normally, but every hit will blast the attacker with a soul heart. Continued. Soul hearts are hearts that can only be used once. They show up as metallic hearts below your food bar when existent. They block damage that the wielder would take but disappear in the process. Awakened Icorium Axe. You awaken the real potential of an Icorium Axe. This axe contains all the traits from the regular one. However, by shift right-clicking on it, you can change the mode, what mode it's on. On block mode, it will break the blocks normally. On square mode, it will break a 5x5 area around the original block broken. On 3 mode blue, it will break entire trees by simply cutting down one of their blocks. The axe is also extremely proficient at its current plant life. 419. Awaken the Ecorium Pickaxe. You awaken the real potential of an Ecorium Pickaxe. This pickaxe contains all the traits from the regular one. However, by right-clicking on it, you can change to what modes it's on. On block mode green, it will break blocks normally. On square mode red, it will break a 5x5 area around the original block broken. The area is offset to allow for easy mining. On line mode blue, it will break a 10 block long line starting from the original block. It can also break bedrock, taking you deeper into the heart of the earth. You believe digging there might prove to be more fruitful. What is that? That's 421. Product clay. You grew tired of having to constantly swap your tools. This mixture will, by wielding with the Ecorium, switch any awakened Ecorium tools being held by the one used for the block being pointed at. Case. What? This mixture will, by melding with the Ecorium, switch any awakened Ecorium tools being held by the one used for the block being pointed at. Case one tries to break it with the wrong tool. As an example, trying to break a dirt block with an awakened Ecorium pickaxe while a shovel is present elsewhere, the inventory will swap the two and allow for fast disposal of the dirt block. Black hole ring. This ring can be set to condense any block by right-clicking with it in world in the type of block you want to have it be set to. When enabled via right-click, will absorb any excess over one stack of the block in your inventory and make sure that at least one stack stays there. The contents can be stored in an inventory by right-clicking it or placed in world as if they were normal blocks. It can store 2 billion of the same block. Yes, cobblestone clogging the space isn't an issue. If the ring is empty, it can be shift right-click into another block to change its binding. 423. World Shaper's Looking Glass. Through studying the world, you constructed a glass that allows you to place a large array of blocks in the world using the power of your mind. To set a block to place, one would shift right-click this glass on that block. Shift right-clicking the item in the air changes the amount of blocks it will place. When placing blocks in the world, a phantom visualization of how the blocks will appear is shown. On right-click, the blocks will be consumed and placed either from the inventory or any black hole rings that contain the required blocks. Yeah, I think that's it for Thaumonomicon. I'll go grab some more water. Okay. Time for Malefica. Oh no, Apocrypha. Malefica is over here. Time for Apocrypha. Dated magic. Okay. Nether shards. Strange energies swirl through the nether. On occasion, they have been known to solidify into crystal shards when certain sympathetic events occur. These crystals are imbued with different vices and have many uses for more unscrupulous thaumaturges. There are 7 documented types of nether shards, each attuned to a different deadly sin. Wrath shards crystallize around acts of violence. The more excessive the physical force used, the more likely it is for a wrath shard to appear. Sloth shards congeal when proxies and accidents are used to collect resources without effort. And these shards are taken from those who have them. Oh, and these shards are taken from those who have them by those that covet them. Pride shards materialize when a creature of truly great power is cut down to size. Gluttony shards crystallize when someone feasts. Greed shards appear when enchantment is used to turn a profit. 424. Diabolist Fork. You've created a tool to help you tinker with various infernal contraptions. Actually, wait. I'm gonna show you a new thing. I'm not gonna increase the count until I finish the chapter. Diabolist Fork. You've created a tool to help you tinker with various infernal contraptions. The quartz prongs on the Diabolist Fork allow it to attune itself to arcane energies. Along with being used to tune devices, the fork also makes for a functional weapon. More information should appear in the following pages as you uncover more research. If the Diabolist Fork is used to slay a compatible creature with a blank imprinting crystal in your inventory, it will imprint on the crystal. The imprinted crystal can then be used to attune a wrath cage to that monster. The fork can also be used to adjust which essentia type a wrath cage is using for fuel. Simply right-click on the wrath cage with the Diabolist Fork to cycle between the three types of different fuel. The different types of fuel. Three different fuel types, I mean. Wrath Cage. Sometimes it's not enough to just kill something. Sure, slaying a single monster may be rather cathartic, but imagine just mowing down a crowd of the obnoxious little jerks. To that end, you've discovered a way to recreate the monster spawners found in the ancient ruins. Like the original monster spawners, the Wrath Cage responds to redstone controls instead of the presence of human beings and can run much faster than the ancient devices. However, you haven't been able to duplicate the original method of infinite creation. Whenever creature spawned, the Wrath Cage requires a bit of essentia piped into its internal reserves. The device will accept different types of essentia depending on the creature it is attuned to. Alternatively, piping Era into the cage can serve as a fuel. The cage can also accept the CDF for some reason. Right-clicking the Wrath Cage with the Diabolist Fork will cycle the cage between the different fuel types, changing which essentia it applies suction to. To attune the Wrath Cage to a specific creature, right-click on it with an imprinted crystal. Slaying a compatible creature with a Diabolist Fork while carrying a blank imprinted crystal will attune the crystal to that monster. God, this is so painful. I'm dying. Yerp. Lord of Hellfire. Getting stranded in the Nether is the worst. You go through all the trouble of grabbing what you need, but before you can go home, some stupid cast decides to rain on your parade by blasting the portal shut. Sure, this can be amended by carrying a flint and steel around, but who actually walks around with those things? You discard a way to use this in your wand to light fires on certain materials. Right-clicking with a focus wand in your hand at the top of netherrack or obsidian to light a flame using some ignis from your wand. Profane wands. Strange villagers have been known to procure these wooden wands covered with blasphemous symbols. Profane wands draw from a mediocre pool of this, but they seem to be able to refill themselves very quickly from an unseen source. The runes of the wand sometimes shift and bleed. The runes on the wand sometimes shift and bleed. The wand itself occasionally whispers of the demonic contracts and wild deeds. Prolonged use is not recommended. Axe of the Skulltaker. Some monsters just really boil your blood. Skeletons always clacking around and using you for target practice. Or those creepers. They just creep around, blowing things up like they own the place. You wish you could just chop all their smug heads off and place them on pikes. Fortunately, you've discovered an item that will let you do just that. The Axe of the Skulltaker is a chance to remove the heads of monsters it slays. It might even work on other humans. Unfortunately, the infusion leaves the axe far too bloodthirsty to effectively cleave through boring plant matter. Ring of Nutrition. People keep scolding you. They insist that you can't just eat cookies all day. The nutrition doesn't work like that. Well, you've had it with these naysayers. The ring of nutrition provides a boost to the food and saturation values of most foods you eat while wearing the ring on your finger. Side effects may include nausea, headaches, cramping, vertigo, diabetes, and sudden interest in homeopathy. Atomic cake. If there's one thing you love, it's cake. You would eat its delicious goodness all day if you could, but it always runs out in the end. To remedy this, you have devised a recipe to infuse a cake with longevity enhancing magic. The atomic cake lasts significantly longer than a mundane one and will slowly repair itself as long as there's at least a sliver left. The enchantments are unstable, however, and the cake cannot be moved again through conventional means once placed down. Color of pain. Sometimes people just want to get hurt, especially if there's a benefit. The color of pain has all the capabilities of an amulet of Fizz storage, with the added bonus that it will generate Fizz whenever you take damage. The more you get hurt, the more Fizz it generates. Infernal Wand Core. A great and powerful thaumaturge like you deserves a powerful and imposing wand befitting your station. Some hippie silverwood wand just won't cut it. You need a wand that will serve as your scepter of authority. You've discovered a way to create a wand infused with the power of the nether. The Infernal Wand Core can hold up to 150 Viz and will slowly replenish its supply of thickness up to 20%. While within the nether, the wand will also replenish its other aspects to 10%. The wand also imbues you with some protection from the nether's hazards, extinguishing you if you are on fire or protecting you from the effects of withering as long as it is in your inventory. While the wand is held in your hand, it will completely protect you from all fire damage. Wand Focus Blink. The only thing that sucks more than getting up is having to walk places. So much work. What's the point of being a big fancy magician if you still have to use your feet like everyone else? The Blink Focus eases the hardships of navigating to put one foot in front of the other. Just point your wand at a distant location and wave it to teleport yourself there. Now all you need is a shower focus and you'll be all set. Chameleon tools. Chameleon tools are like three tools in one. When first enchanted, right-clicking while sneaking with the tool in your hand changes it to a blank new enchanting state, allowing you to enchant it with a completely different set of enchantments. Each tool can hold up to 3 separate enchantment sets, which can be altered between by right-clicking while sneaking. The tools have no innate way of removing enchantments once fully enchanted, so make each enchantment count. Enchantment Fiery Core. You've discovered an enchantment to allow the Chameleon Pickaxe to imitate the effects of the pickaxe of the core. Chameleon Pickaxe with the Fiery Core enchantment is an enchantment that has a chance of dropping clusters when mining certain ores. Clusters are a lot purer than raw ore and can be smelted for 2 of the ore's normal smelting result. Higher levels of Fiery Core increase the chance of dropping clusters. Enchantment Impact. The Shawl of the Earth Mower mines larger areas than most tools. With the Impact enchantment, so can your Chameleon Pickaxe shovel. A Chameleon tool with the Impact enchantment mines a 3x3 area of blocks instead of just one, making exploratory mining and flattening areas much easier. Enchantment Void Touch. Void Metal's ability to flow back into place after being damaged is fascinating. You sure wish your Chameleon tools had the same properties. The Void Touch enchant gives a Chameleon tool the same regenerating qualities as with Void tools. Chameleon tools affected by the enchantment appear to be made of living scaled flesh, which morphs back into the shape and hurt. Just looking at it is disturbing for your sanity. Enchantment Capitalist. You discovered a weapon enchantment that allows you to profit from taking lives. Every time a capitalist weapon slays a hostile creature, there's a chance to drop an emerald fragment. If a capitalist weapon is used to kill a villager, it will instead drop one of the villager's emeralds. Enchantment Crafting. Nether is great and all, but it is also kind of a hellhole. The Corrupting Enchant allows you to harvest nether shards without having to be in the nether. A pickaxe enchanted with corrupting will randomly corrupt harvested elemental shards, changing them into nether shards. These shards only seem susceptible while they are encased in infused stone, so corrupting a shard cluster will have no effect. Enchantment Wrath. You need more excessively violent weapons to kill things with. Enchanting is a good start, but there is only so much sharpness you can squeeze into a typical sword before it starts to liquefy and sprout daisies instead. Your weapons just aren't killing things hard enough. To amend this, you created a special enchantment to force even more violence and death into a weapon. The Wrath enchantment increases the offensive power of a weapon, but it's still compatible with sharpness, Bane of Arthropods, and Smite. Enchantment consuming. Sick of having to empty your pack of worthless junk, you've devised an enchantment that will automatically destroy common unwanted materials. Any cobblestone, dirt, gravel, or netherrack mined by a consuming tool will be destroyed instead of falling to the ground. Enchantment educational. Create an enchantment to infuse a weapon with the very essence of knowledge and learning. Hammering such learning into monsters' heads will result in them dropping more experience than normal, depending on the level of enchantment. Nice. Crystal scribing tools. Combining the elemental shards with your inkwell results in some interesting effects. The crystal scribing tools seem to absorb knowledge as you use them to write. Once the well is empty of ink, you can absorb this knowledge for a small burst of research points by holding the tools in your hand and right-clicking. Unfortunately, this burns it all out and turns it back into a mundane scribing tool again. This is so useless. Riding crop. A riding crop, as its name suggests, a tool to motivate mounts to move faster. Right-click with it in your hand while riding a horse or other mount will give the mount a quick lash of pain and cause it to move faster for a little while. You could hit other creatures with the crop too, but what would possess you to do something like that? Primal scribing tools. You've learned things humans weren't meant to see, and in places humans weren't meant to go. What this experience have taught you is how to refill your inkwell. Utilizing the strange properties of the primordial pearl, you can create a set of scribing tools that will never run out of ink. At the cold, dark end of the time, when the light of a million stars have died out, the primal scribing tools will still be ready to scribble onwards. This is actually nice. I'd make this. Umbral Rose. There's no sight more pathetic than a soggy thaumaturge. For all your great and miraculous power, you still have to go jump into the nearest lake and hunt for squids every time you want to refill your inkwell. You're done squid hunting by infusing a rose with tenebrae and victus. You create a flower that spreads like a weed and whose petals can be crushed for ink. A second. Emerald transmutation. You have discovered a way to multiply emeralds by steeping emerald fragments in locrum harvested from other substances. Blood-infused iron caps. Alchemical caps were just the beginning. Alchemical caps were just the beginning. You know that like blood-infused wood, blood-infused iron also has regenerating properties. So you have theorized a way to combine blood-infused iron into an alchemical cap, making it almost living. They give a better vis discount than the alchemical caps and seem to be more efficient than consuming LP when combined with the blood-infused wooden wand rod. However, this regenerating property seems to be too much for a standard blood rod, rendering it inert if put on a blood rod. Blood-infused staff core. I've done this. No, I haven't done this. I've done this. Okay. Blood-infused wood cause. Your works on the blood rods have led you to wonder if you can use the properties of blood-infused wood in the same manner as you have used the blood rods. Pondering on this thought, you realize that with a bit of catalyzing and some mythical infusing, that yes, it is indeed possible to upgrade a blood rod with blood-infused wood, which grants it much higher regenerative vis capabilities. No wand has ever been so living. Recharging at twice the speed it was, you can fill the wand in no time. However, there is one downside: it uses much more LP than the blood rod ever did. Even with alchemical caps, it still uses more than the blood rod. Desperate for a workaround? You wonder if you can apply the same principle to alchemical caps. How good is it? Does it say? Blood-infused wood stuff core. Even with your supremely regenerative wand and caps, you are still not yet satisfied. You know that when the blood rods are turned into blood stuff cores, they regenerate 4 times faster, but hold half the amount of this. Working with some dark magics and a blood staff core, you can now create a living terror. This mighty staff regenerates 2 times faster than the blood staff, but this is where the regenerative capabilities of blood-infused wood meet its limits. The wood itself seemingly tries to regenerate faster than it physically can. To compensate for this, it has to draw life from the player every time it generates this. And like the other blood ones, it doesn't care if you survive it or not. If you survive or not. Alchemical caps. You've developed a wand cap that merges thaumaturgy and alchemical wizardry. Alchemical caps are very effective at channeling aqua, only using 80% of the normal vis cost. For everything else, they offer a 90% rate. If combined with a bloody wand core, alchemical caps discount the amount of LP consumed by the wand, costing only 900 LP per vis. The caps also cause all attacks from a blood wand to inflict weakness. Blood wand core. You've created a bridge between thaumaturgy and alchemical wizardry. Blood wand. The blood wand can store up to 100 vis and will gradually refill itself using life points. The wand will bind itself to the first person to pick it up. As long as the rod is empty, it will try to fill itself using LP from its owner's network. If there are not enough life points to fuel, it will resort to drawing health from whoever is carrying it. But this conversion is less efficient and it has no LP to draw from, and its holder, if it has no LP to draw from, and its holder falls below 3 hearts, the wand stops charging itself. Shouldn't let's fit this first. Blood magical or alchemical wizards, or as some prefer to call themselves, are a strange and savory lot. Building strange ziggurats where they practice their bloody rites. Blood magi use life energy to imbue items with magical powers or even craft spells. A more unscrupulous thaumaturge dabbling in blood magic may be able to get ahead in their studies, but at what cost? Fuck, you know. Probably this. Allergy blood orb. Strange whispers speak of power and dark energy in the spaces between the stars, where even gods dare not gaze. Whether or not the Vespers are telling the truth, it turns out that you can fit a lot of things in those spaces. By infusing a blood orb with the essence of the void and arcane geometries, you create an orb capable of storing vast amounts of life energy, 80 million LP to be exact. Storing life energy in a space not bound by Euclidean geometry can't possibly go wrong. Not bound by Euclidean geometry can't possibly go wrong. Yeah. Rapier of the Strix. There's nothing more dangerous than a blood magus that is gorged on life essence. As long as they have enough life energy, there's very little that can pierce their defenses. Until now, the Rapier of the Strix, upon striking someone, drinks LP directly from their soul network and seals it so that they can't regain it anymore. So that they can't regain any more LP for a while. May not do very much physical damage, but it packs a metaphysical punch against blood stuff core. The blood wand is useful, but it just charges so slowly. It's time to create a magical implement that can hold in sustainable combat. Unlike most staves, the blood staff holds only 50 Vis instead of the 100 in its font form can. Where it truly shines is its ability to recharge Vis at a rapid rate. As long as the blood staff is held in your hotbar, it will recharge its Vis from its owner's LP network 4 times as quickly as normal blood ones. This voraciousness comes at a price, however. Unlike the wand, the blood staff can and will kill whoever's holding it if it doesn't receive enough LP. Bloody Scrivener's tools. There's nothing more frustrating than having to pause your research to refill your inkwell. Sometimes you're just so desperate to complete a research, you'd rather use your own blood as ink than stop to go find a refill. The Bloody Scrivener's tools will refill using life points from their owner's network at a rate of 25 LP per point. This ability requires human warmth to activate, requiring you to remove the tools from the research table without having to actually leave the research area. Which foods? Okay, no, this is probably schools of magic. Many thaumaturges scoff at the idea of dabbling in other forms of magic. Who needs anything other than the pure miraculous power of thaumaturgy? Less judgmental thaumaturges tell a different story. However, the other magical arts have a lot to offer to a budding mage, if you know where to look. A long journey. The Thaumonomicon told you about purple trees with white leaves and about colorful sparkling flowers, but you simply were unable to find them in the world. It seems that they don't exist. You decided to create these objects yourself. You're a thaumaturge. You don't care if things exist or not. You can simply create them on your own, but it will take further investigation to do so. Vintium. Every thaumaturge knows about thaumium. It is fairly easy to produce and is a great magical conductor. More skilled thaumaturges prefer using Vintium instead. Vintium is similar to thaumium but can also be turned into gems. Due to its more ordered molecular structure, you just have to reorganize some thaumium to turn it into Vintium. Just throw it into a cauldron with some permutario and order in it. That should be enough. Vintium caps. Since Vintium is just reorganized thaumium, you can expect that it gives you a higher Vis discount, but you can't expect that it gives you a higher discount. Since it is much more ordered, you can directly use its full magical potential, which means there's no infusion required. It's quite cheap. Oh, it's not. Which wood rod? You had no luck finding a purple tree to make a wand of. Now it's time to create it on your own. With the twig of a mighty tree creature, you should have the best possible starting material. Combined with some of the most magical trees you know, it should make a pretty good wand rod. This one is able to store 100 Vis of each type. Quite a nice result. Yeah, it's pretty good, I guess. Witchwood doesn't like elemental shards. That's interesting, but a fundamental problem when it comes to create stuff out of it. It loses some capacity when doing so, but it works. Why would you do this? Oh, it's faster regeneration. Living wood wand core. Living wood. Actually, no, wait, botany. Some mad alchemists say that flowers are the universal language with which the universe was sang into being. Whether this is true or not, botanists have discovered a way to harness the energy of flowers and other plant life to accomplish great feats of magic. Some thaumaturges might scoff at such filthy edge wizardry, but there is a lot of power sleeping beneath the earth for those willing to take it. Whisperweed. A busy thaumaturge has better things to do than run around the field researching things. To save yourself many hours pulling stacks of cobble apart, you've created a flower that's in touch with the supernatural flow of the universe. The Whisperweed is a magical plant which uses mana to whisper scraps of arcane knowledge into the ears of anyone nearby. Prolonged Prolonged exposure to its unearthly murmurs may have a negative effect on your psyche, however. God. Euclidaceae. Ethereal essences are an extremely useful source of rare aurum essentia. Unfortunately, they can be very difficult to come by. Wisps aren't exactly common, and no self-respecting thaumaturge wants to stoop to smashing open a node. By combining thaumaturgy and hage magic, you've created a flower that can use mana to rip open the fabric of reality. The rip isn't stable enough to form a node, but it does stay open long enough to drop a single wispy shard of essence. Applying a redstone signal to the flower causes it to stop. Taint Thistle. Taint Thistle? Taint Thistle. When you have unlimited arcane power at your fingertips, small jars like mopping flux goo of your laboratory floor just seem beneath you. Fortunately, you now have a helper to clean up for you. The Taint Thistle will suck up any flux goo or gas nearby and use it to generate mana. Living Wood Bond Core. Living Wood has the fantastic ability to manipulate mana. When combined with the right reagents, it can even convert mana into this. The Living Wood wand will quickly draw mana from storage items in your inventory in order to charge itself. The infusion process burns the Living Wood out, unfortunately. Once infused, the wand rod must be charged in a mana pool in order to be reawakened. Dreamwood Rod. Living Wood is quite useful, but it can't be turned into a staff. It's just too unstable. You heard about Dreamwood? Which is quite stable, but requires elven magic. And you have no idea where you can get an elf from. Maybe it is possible to just stabilize your Living Wood Rod, some magical crystals, and a bit of silverwood. The Thaumonomicon told you that this has to be done in the elven world, which is simply tried to use more aurum, which seemed to work as well. Your new rod now holds the exact same amount of this than the old one, but it can be turned into a staff and looks much more stylish. Dreamwood Staff. You finally are able to build a staff out of Dreamwood. Just add a primal charm, some crystal clusters, and 2 rods together, and you've got a new staff that holds up to 250 vis of each type. Menaceel caps. Menaceel is the botanical equivalent of Thaumium, so it should be possible to create caps out of it. By infusing some silver caps with some electrotine and astral silver, you are able to create a cap with strength of blue alloy and higher magical conductivity than mundane silver. The vis discount is the same as Thaumium. You think that's the reason why it's called botanical Thaumium. There are still caps. You've read about a metal that's completely charged with magical energy. It could even summon demons. You don't think that's true, but it's worth a try. Just infuse some mana steel caps again with some steel leaves, crystal clusters, and add a few jars of Precantario Essentia and see what happens. Maybe it will be the best wand cap existing in this world. Yeah, this fucking minus 80% discount. The best cap. What would happen if you combine your mana steel caps with the power of elemental shards? Instead of thinking about what could happen, you simply tried it. Since the shards seem to resist the cap, you decided to use some tungsten steel screws to bind it all together. The result is a metal that has a higher vis discount than Thaumium. Sadly, it has to be reinfused due to the new non-magical components. Yeah, 20%. Okay, so now only these are left, I think. Shovel of the Purifier. Sometimes the easiest way to remove the patches of taint is to just physically remove them. By forcing a Thaumium shovel with silverwood and order shards, you have created a tool capable of combating taint. The shovel of the Purifier can dig through pulpy tainted lands as effectively as it can through normal earth. If held in your hand and right-clicked, the shovel will purify all flux, goo, and gas from a small radius at the cost of durability. You no longer have to clean up infusion mishaps with a piece of cobblestone. This is actually so good, I might make this. Wait, this sounds great. When digging through taint with the shovel, there's a chance that the twisted energy is released will crystallize into taint shards. Like other tainted materials, the crystalline pattern keeps these shards stable enough to carry around. Pickaxe of distortion. By infusing a Thaumonomicon pickaxe with taint, you created a tool capable of cutting through difficult materials. The pickaxe of distortion infects hard materials with taint in them. The harder the material, the more effective the pickaxe is at removing it. Originally, the effects of the taint have an inverse effect when mining softer materials, rendering the pickaxe less effective than just poking at the blocks with your bare hands. Yeah, pretty useless. Tainted stone. Tainted lands aren't very safe places to be. Fibrous taint hungrily spreads and crawls over most surfaces, eventually enveloping them and making them unsafe to walk on. The fibers don't appear to be harmful to tainted creatures or materials, however. By mixing taint in with regular stone, you've created a magical material which is structurally stable but resistant to the spread of fibrous taint. Tainted stone can be used to build surfaces in tainted lands which are safe to walk on. Note that building in a tainted land is advised. Tainted tree. The sick, twisted runoff of magical experiments can take on a strange life of its own. Most plants are unable to survive in tainted lands, but you found a way to grow one that can. By steeping a sapling in taint, you created a tree that can thrive in tainted lands. Its wood can also be turned into planks, which are resistant to fibrous taint, allowing you to build structures from spreading taint. The tree also seems to bear fruit, but eating them is not recommended. Hexcoal. Oh yeah, I've seen this before. This is pretty cool. Randomized burn time. Okay, so that's plus 56. 423 plus 56 is 479. What a jump! What a jump! Yeah, that's gonna be how I'm gonna do this shit from now on. Epimancy. Epimancy. Welcome to Epimancy. As a budding keeper of magical bees, there are a few things you should know before diving in. As your acceptance letter to the Academy of Austere Epimancers has mentioned, there are several new tools available to discover. These include some improved versions of forestry tools, each with their own particular quirks, and new frames for your apiaries. You may also discover that there are new bee strains available to discover. If you can coax them to live in certain conditions, the forestry escritoire will help you discover them and become the envy of your former non-magical colleagues. Also take note of the several new strains of wild bees that have appeared. These are the key to progressing into the magical lineages of your small winged charges. Lore fragments. While experimenting with bee breeds, you may run across a strain whose intellectual capabilities are a match for your own. Well, maybe, however unlikely it is, it's possible that they may unearth some obscure references or a snippet of information that your great intellect may have missed while exploring the greater mysteries of the universe. Should your helpful buzzing friends happen to locate this sort of item for you, it may be possible to combine these scraps together into something a little more cohesive. Okay, go like this. Concentrated compound from appetite. Essence of false life. Simple to create by means of magic, this essence has unusual properties when exposed to bees. When combined with an everyday apiary frame, it has the effect of greatly extending the lifespan of a working bee or of a working hive. Enchanted Earth. Enchanted Earth makes plants and trees grow a bit faster in a 3x3 area around it. Healing Frame. The Healing Frame is an item used in the apiary which increases a queen's lifespan at the cost of a lesser productivity and a decreased mutation rate. It increases a bee's lifespan 50% while reducing its productivity by 75% and the chance of mutation to only 50%. It is constructed using clay and an impregnated frame. In an already structured, the frame housing can be added to make use of these frames. Essence of Everlasting Durability. This is a distilled essence of protection bound to last forever or until the magic stored within it weaken and eventually break. But until then, it's invincible mostly. While magic frames are useful, they are a tad fragile. This essence takes the enchantments you weave into magic frames to an entirely new level. Combine the essence with a magic frame, and it should have a vastly extended lifespan. The proven frame is an item used in an apiary. Each frame doubles the bee's productivity. Out of the 3 forestry frames, untreated, impregnated, proven, the proven frame has the longest durability. Proven frames are normally only obtainable through trading with an apiarist villager. The villager trades 6 proven frames for 1 emerald. Now you find a magical way to put different bee products and infuse a impregnated frame to get a proven frame. In an already structure, the frame housing can be added to make use of this frame. Restrained frame. Oh god. The restrained frame is an item used in an apiary, which decreases a bee's production, the bee's range at the cost of lesser productivity and a shorter lifespan. The lifespan and productivity are both reduced to 75%. The bee's territory is decreased to 50%, meaning that special effects such as poison or aggression have smaller range. The restrained frame is only considered useful in special cases as a bee's damaging effect can also be cancelled out using apiarist's clothes. In an alveary structure, the frame housing can be added to make use of the frame. Chocolate frame. The chocolate frame is an item used in an apiary or alveary housing, which increases a queen's productivity at the cost of a shorter lifespan. One chocolate frame increases the productivity of a queen by 50% while reducing the lifespan by 50%. The effects of multiple frames stack multiplicatively, so 3 chocolate frames will make the lifespan of a longest life queen 4 minutes of the usual 32. It is constructed using cocoa beans and an impregnated frame. Chocolate frames are most often employed to speed up generational turnover when cloning princesses for a pure strain or breeding for traits. For increased production, forestry standard frames are more effective, unless the apiary is set up to automatically replace the drones and princess when the queen dies. In this case, the chocolate frame will speed up the production. Soul frame. The soul frame is not an item used in an apiary, which increases the chances of bee species. The chance of getting a different type of bee species at the cost of drastically reduced production and a shorter lifespan. It increases the chance of mutation by 50% of the initial mutation chance. The lifespan is reduced to 75% while production is reduced to 25%, its original value. In alveary structure, the frame housing can be added to make use of the frame. Essence of fickle permanence. Unstable by nature, the essence of fickle permanence has the side effect of causing normally stable objects and systems to become somewhat unreliable. While this may mostly be a bad thing, epimancers have discovered that exposing a hive to the essence has the dual effects of both causing the bees to work faster and the offspring to have higher mutation rates. Essence of a shallow grave. The essence of a shallow grave channels the death of the natural creatures that wander the world. Zombies, skeletons, those sorts of things. Exposing bees to this energy has the effect of making them slow and sluggish and curtails the extent of their lifespan. Some epimancers consider using frames imbued with these essences to be cruel. However, others view it as a natural part of normal beekeeping, with an eye to creating their perfect strain of bees, sometimes within their lifetime. The Epimancers Guild of Safety recommends handling them with telekinesis or very long tongs. What does this do again? making them slow and sluggish and curtails the extent of their lifespan. Okay. Essence of lost time. Time is a fickle thing. It comes and goes, but where exactly does it go to? As a respectable thaumaturge, it has become possible to trap those wasted moments and save them in a magical form. So now that it is possible to collect extra time from the world, it seems only appropriate that they are used in a place that would be useful. It would be too dangerous to attempt to access these moments yourself for the moment, but perhaps it would be simple to allow your bees access to this untapped lump of time. By combining the essence with a magic frame as usual, will suffice to extend the lifespan of bees in your keeping by several times. Okay. This. Dimensional singularity. While it may appear similar to the portable hole, it serves as a two-way link with another place, which is probably uninhabited. It should be possible to utilize these singularities to store materials outside of your dimensional understanding, which of course means that they won't clutter up your inventory. As they are now, they are not particularly useful, but there should be ways to unlock their true potential. Dragon egg. Dragon eggs are dropped by ender dragons when they are killed. When right-clicked, they teleport a short distance. Now you find a magical ways to duplicate this powerful item using Draconic Bee products, and the essence of false life inside of the infusion matrix. Infusion. This isn't the table. Okay, whatever. Infusion table. Did I not scroll here? Okay, there's nothing here. Magic apiary. The magic apiary works similarly to a regular apiary, with 1x base territory, mutation, lifespan, and flowering modifiers, 0.9x production modifier, and 0.8 genetic decay modifier. When an apiary booster of any type is placed nearby, the apiary will consume aspects to enable 2x or half boosts for in order from left to right. Mutation, death rate, production, enabling death rate. Oh, from left to right, mutation, death rate, production. Enabling death rate will have lifespan. It will have lifespan. It's useful when all you're interested in is breeding and don't have access to Oblivion frames. Epimancer's Drainer. Epimancer's Drainer is an innovative device in the field of apimancy designed to extract essentia from the life force of bees. It is placed beneath an apiary, establishing a direct connection with the apiary above. To determine the type of essentia it produces, the drainer is tuned by tapping it with desired essentia. Once attuned, the drainer converts the life energy of the queen into the selected essentia. This apiary booster. Using an unusual pollen with this and combining it with gold creates an unusual crystal that, when fed CentiV from an aura node, creates an energizing aura that bees are naturally attracted to when attuned to the environment with a magic apiary. Aqua CV will double mutation rate. Territio CV will have lifespan. Air CV will double production rate. Okay, nice. Golden egg. The golden egg is a block from the open blocks mod. This block is used to summon the baby mini-me. Before it hatches, it will begin to slowly spin in circles. After many spins, it will grow and emit a large amount of light. It will then float in the air, and explode. The explosion is minor and should only break a single layer of standard resistant blocks. Right before it explodes, it will lift surrounding blocks into the air, then drop them back in place. Pictures of the hatching process can be found below. What the fuck is this? What is this item? Okay. Let's do magic frame and all the components. Magic frame. The magic frame is a simple improvement over your regular run-of-the-mill untreated frames. Still fairly simple to produce, it is capable of lasting 3 times longer in an apiary than treated frames before becoming unusable. The enchantable properties of the magic frame enable it to be used with several of the special essences involved in apimancy, where other frames would reject the infusion of magics. It is actually kind of interesting. I would try this sometime. Sanguis Artus. You feel a shiver pulse through your very soul as you hold this frame. What is this one? This is like the Oblivion frame. You feel a shiver pulse through your very soul as you hold this frame. You feel very horrified. You aren't quite sure what you created while you were entranced in a blood and rage frenzy. But you can only watch in abject terror as your bees slowly crumble before your very eyes, only to be replaced in a flash by a grotesque simulacrum. You almost swear you can see it beating as if somehow it were alive, but surely not. That would be madness after all. Yeah, I don't think this is that good. Maddening frame of frenzy. You don't know how it came to you. Madness, is it not? You remember yourself swearing to others that you heard some kind of voice in the back of your mind, almost silently screaming. You can vaguely remember its ghastly call, screaming for you to burn the world in the purifying flames of chaos. You look into your hands and you distinctly remember feeling the chaotic energies burning through your body, singeing your very mind in its fire. But surely you didn't. That would be madness after all. Again, the same shit. This one has 10x mutation. This is really, really, really good. Gentle frame. The gentle frame is an item used in an apiary which increases the queen's lifespan and production at the cost of a slightly lower mutation rate. It has a durability of 200, which is slightly shorter than average. The gentle frame increases the bee's lifespan by 50%, increases production by 40%. Its mutation rate is lowered by 30%, leaving it at 70% of its initial mutation rate. In an elvery structure, the frame housing can be added to make use of the frame. Resilient frame. The resilient frame is an item used in an apiary which doubles the bee's productivity. It has a durability of 840, making it the most durable frame available. The resilient frame is the longer-lasting counterpart to the magic frame. In elvery structure, the frame's housing can be added to make use of the frame. This isn't that bad, actually. Necrotic frame. The necrotic frame is an item used in an apiary which drastically decreases a queen's lifespan and productivity. It has a durability of 270. The necrotic frame decreases a bee's lifespan to only 30% and its productivity to 75%. In an elvery structure, the frame housing can be added to make use of the frames. This is the one. Metabolic frame. The metabolic frame is an item used in an apiary, which drastically increases a bee's mutation rate as well as a slight increase in its production. It has a durability of 130. The metabolic frame increases the mutation rate by 80% and its productivity by 20%. Temporal frame. The temporal frame is an item used in an apiary which drastically increases a queen's lifespan to 150%. It has a durability of 300. For full frames, the temporal frame gives the highest lifespan increase. In an elvery structure, the frame housing can be added to make use of the frame. Essence of Scornful Oblivion. Breeding bees for mutations can be aggravating, especially with long-lived species. With a little cleverness and only the slightest hint of smugness, you have found a way to utilize the dimensional singularity in a manner that only sucks away the life force of your tiny flying friends bit by bit. Well, maybe significant amounts all at once. It's probably not going to affect them too badly. It may be somewhat tricky to obtain more than one of the dragon eggs necessary to obtain more than one of these. Perhaps there is a bee species that can assist with the limitation. The Oblivion frame is an item added by the Magic Bees mod, placed in an apiary or inserted in a frame housing within an elvery. It reduces the lifespan of the residing queen to a single life cycle, 27.5 seconds, allowing for a very rapid bee breeding. The Oblivion frame does not function if used alongside another frame, and that would cause it to take a lot of damage. Thaumium grafter. Simple grafters are almost uselessly fragile, and while proven grafters are useful, the rarity of emeralds make them annoying to procure. The solution? Make it yourself. The Thaumium grafter, like the Thaumium scoop, is a tougher, enchantable version of the most basic Arborimancer's tools. Use caution though. For although the repair enchantment can be applied on the grafter, its unusual properties make it exhausting to use. Thaumium scoop. Normal scoops are fragile and prone to breakage, and then 30 in epimancy you can do better. By adding some thaumium to the handle and lacing it with a measure of order, your new scoop will last up to 3 times longer. In addition, the thaumium in the device will accept the repair enchantment. Void scoop. Void metal is a curious thing, and it's time to see what it can bring to epimancy. The self-regenerative properties have seeped their ways into the net, as well as creating a most unsettling mesh. Hopefully it won't affect the beast too much. Void Crafter. While there's no doubt thaumium is an excellent material, your recent discovery of void metal and subsequent experiments have shown much promise in use as a tool material. The delicate nature of crafters and the repairing properties of void metal look to be a promising combination. Much like the thaumium grafter, this one seems to indicate the same exhaustion. Proven grafter. The proven crafter is significantly stronger than the bronze crafter and can be obtained by trading with villagers. Like its counterpart, the bronze crafter and the thaumium crafter, it makes it possible for one to achieve a 100% sapling drop rate from trees that have been bred with the forestry mod. It does not work on ordinary trees, and when it breaks, the last hit does not retrieve a sapling. Now you find a magical way to infuse a bronze crafter with saplings and pollen to get a proven one. Okay, that's 35. Or 79 plus 35, 514. Okay, little break. I'm back, being black. Yeah, I keep saying that. Ah. Man, we're on like a 17-hour pace. God, that would suck. 10 more hours. I'll be here till 1 p.m. Holy shit, actually release me. Ah. Can I fucking What the fuck is going on? Ah, it's fucking chair. Okay, let's go. Badania. Badania should be short as fuck. Magical flowers. All documents speak of magical flowers, but these seem to be extinct in the wild. Holy shit. I straight up just be trolling. Ugh. God. Okay. 3, 2, 1, go! All documents speak of magical flowers, but these seem to be extinct in the wild. You did notice that the mushrooms you've seen in the deep caves share a lot of the properties with these purported flowers. With the invention of alchemy, you think you can recreate these flowers by steeping the spores of a mushroom in the essence of surface plants. Nice. They're so short. Sometimes it's good to be backwards. You've revised your method for making flowers, and you are now able to turn them back into mushrooms. Botanical Brewery. Your latest research has resulted in a breakthrough in potion making. You improved the process so that you have bigger yields with less impurities. You can even store the result in one bottle and make an occasional swig without the outside air ruining the brew's properties. The dermological overgrowth. You ventured into an odd corner of carnivorous plants and created something nastier. At least animal test subjects seem to not be immortal. Oh my days. Sorry. Seem not to be a moral issue for you. Half glass flask. This extra-dimensional glass turns out to be an excellent container for potions. Since the glass is already highly magical, this flask absorbs less from the potion itself, leaving more for you. Floral cultivation. So far, all your alchemical attempts have only yielded flowers of the parent species. This new method allows you to take the color of something else and imprint it on the flower. Magic mushrooms. Sometimes it's good to be back. Okay, I've read this. I go like... Got it. Mana pylon. Using bookshelves to fuel your enchantments processes sounds old-fashioned to you. Instead, you've discovered a way to passively infusing your enchantments by focusing aura through a mana-rich device. It also seems to work as an infusion stabilizer. You needed something more powerful. This device can focus enough aura to pierce holes in the dimensional fabric. Only very small holes, though. Alchemy catalyst. Alchemy with ingredients is nice, but you think you can do even better. You have designed a machine that can replace some ingredients with mana. Runic altar. Recent revelations in artificing have revealed how to infuse items into another. For added flavor, you decided to take this approach a more natural way. Terrasteel. Recent publications have shown the power of uranium. You decided you want to pump energy back into a metal and come up with something new. It even looks more radiant to the untrained eye, but you know it's merely a brighter shade of green. Fucked up recipe, you know? The amount of fucking runes. This is like 20 slots, maybe 24, I don't remember. Let's go the portal to Alfheim. Rumors speak of a dimension much further removed than the Nether. Now that you have much higher energies to work with, it's time to try and build a portal. first we need a frame attuned to the energies involved in the process. The second part is the controlling mechanism. It is very difficult to reliably open a dimensional portal, and some further tinkering is needed to put the mana sources and redirecting attributes in the exact spot to establish a stable link. Yeah. Conjuration Catalyst. You've managed to improve your earlier Catalyst to replace all material resources with mana. The downside is that it can only create copies of simple materials. Gaia Pylon. Your aura focusing research has reached the pinnacle of thaumaturgic knowledge. Other thaumaturges call you mad over the energies involved and tell you to stop or even flee the scene, but they just don't seem to understand. After all, tearing a big hole in the fabric of this world is exactly what you want to do. Wait, what is what is knocked? What is knock cooked at? What temp? Nugget. No, not the fucking. Just a quick little tangent because I'm so interested in this. Oh, SSG 5k. Yeah, I don't think you can do that. Okay, let's go. Let's go next. Shards of Lapata. Sometimes you have to show off. You found a way to infuse a patch of land and make it float in the sky. It seems to be pretty difficult though. The Shard of Lapata works as a temporary vessel to house the energies required before it's pushed into the ground. I don't understand why this is like so expensive. Like this, there's no reason in this entire world for this to be so expensive. Since the amount of energy needed increases per area of land you want to float, you have quickly realized that you need better and better materials to do the job. The return on investment also doesn't appear to be that good. Yeah, like some of these are absurd. What is this shit? Who the fuck is building this? Who the fuck is making this? Terrablade. Terrasteel is a much more potent material than thaumium, so you decided to upgrade your existing Sword of Zephyr with some. Terra Shatterer. Terrasteel, as its name implies, has a high affinity with terrestrial materials. So, your old pickaxe of the core seems like a good starting tablet. Terra Truncator. Your latest metallic invention has good affinities with natural substances. With some extra work, you've now created a process to apply Terrasteel to the axe of the stream. Manasteel Range. You tried making a simple range out of basic Manasteel. It works, but it wasn't very durable. Tried putting a bit more magic in it, and you noticed two things. The range repaired itself, and more curiously, it now has an innate aversion to anything mechanical. This range works well at dismantling blocks, but it is not very good at other manipulations or handling non-mechanical items. What? The soft material isn't very good at dislodging high-quality nuts from their bolts either. You're sure further research could help. Terrasteel range. Your invention of Terrasteel is a promising substitute for your earlier range. Sure enough, the result is a much more durable tool, and the sturdy material is also able to disassemble more things than its predecessor. What didn't improve is its aversion to mechanical structures. Actually, you feel that this feature is even stronger now, though it has nowhere to go. This internal conflict seems to hinder the natural qualities of Terrasteel, and you wonder how you can improve it. What even is this? Range of Erosion. It took a small revelation that trying to make such a range repair things was never going to work. Instead, it could be much more interesting to amplify its destructive powers. By letting nature's aversion to mechanical structures run amok, this range now wants to fly over your hand to break the remotest parts of a structure and fetches you some of the remains. By targeting the heart of the machine, this range will systematically remove all of its mechanical parts. It is also very hungry for mana. This actually sounds fun. Maybe I should make this. Aluminium range. After you recently got your hand on some aluminium by trading with the elves, you take the opportunity to turn your most recent batch into a range. Much as you expected, this material is both slightly more resilient and more capable than Manasteel. You still didn't manage to make your range able to break constructs, nor will it repair or tweak mechanical ones. It still feels like a nice improvement over the original. For all the mana you put into it, it somehow feels behaved. Curious. Now that you've seen Elven Elementium in action, you notice it has an innate ability to recognize what it has touched. You've seen how an armor made of the material tries to defend its wearer. This thought seems to open up a new area of range making. You devise a new enchantment that makes the material believe individual blocks are an adversary. By tapping them once, you can now teach your range to target only selected blocks. What? This is pretty cool. As a final tweak, you decided to add some dragon stones to store extra mana and make it do more work at the time. I'm actually interested in these. I think these could be fun to use. Flower duplication. These flowers have proven very hard to grow in the wild, so you don't take well to being broken. Fortunately, your ventures into the thaumaturgy have resulted in a new botanical recipe. Now you can split off a branch and dip it in this concoction, and it will create roots once more. Okay, great. This is it. Yeah, I think I've done this. 24. 514 plus 24. 538. Oh, this is by the Wars of Flurben, the worst one. I mean, according to Flurben, this is the worst chapter. Where would I even start here? Yeah, it's difficult to keep track of like chapters like this that are huge as fuck. I have a bunch of entries from previous chapters. Pretty annoying. I will start here. Magical tobacco. Sometimes a thaumaturge just wants some resting from all those horrors of the thaumaturgy. He wants his mind clear and concentrated on the tasks. Other thaumaturges are known to smoke some kind of tobacco, but it harms the health of the thaumaturge a great deal, and can even cut the link between a human and the world of magic. You do not need this. You have managed to create a plant that functions just like tobacco, but it is absolutely fine for your health. Unfortunately, you are sure that your plant is the only one safe and no one apart from you can replicate it. Oh well. To properly rest a thaumaturge like you needs 3 things. A nice house, and you should have one already, this smoking pipe, and some tobacco. To properly make the tobacco, a thaumaturge must grind the leaves of a plant. You might need a pestle and mortar to do so. You will also need your smoking pipe, but you do not want those mundane pipes, do you? You discovered a way to properly infuse some great wood planks to make a perfect pipe. It is also good for your magic contact, since it has Celis Mundus as one of its components. Okay, by smoking the most mundane tobacco, thaumaturges do not gain much, but your tobacco is not so mundane. As is your pipe, you have a small chance to get rid of some temporary work by casually smoking it. You are sure that you can do stuff with the tobacco to make it more efficient. You just need to figure out what. The tobacco is consumed in the process. The pipe chooses at a first tobacco in its thaumaturge's pockets. The same way a bow chooses an arrow to shoot. A thaumaturge like you will also take some time to smoke. Why the rush? Miner's tobacco. You have heard of some mythical herbs that can gain their smoker such as strength that they are able to break stone in mere seconds with bare fists. All tales of the East. It might be impossible to break stones in a mere second, but you have managed to create a tobacco that will at least help you with casual mining. Smoke it before you go mining, and you should be able to mine stone and ores much faster than regular. The effects sure will wear off after some time too. Relaxing tobacco. Well, most thaumaturges use different smoking herbs to relax. You do not need that kind of relaxation. No, they are fools who will soon lose their magic if they continue doing so. However, your mind may need some relaxation from that warp. Sure, just a regular tobacco, that's the trick, but you can do it better, can't you? Okay, you can do it better, can you? You have created a perfect tobacco, which calms down your nerves and removes temporary warp. Saturating tobacco. You have found the way to stop hunger, starvation, smoking. The tobacco, with the addition of seeds and some primal aspects, tricks the mind into thinking that the body has already feasted. This is like regular cigarettes, though. As you can guess, it is pretty dangerous since the body is not receiving food. But if things get tough, this may help you last for a while. It, however, can have some negatives on your body, so you might want to be careful. Angry tobacco. You have long ago heard about some kind of warriors of fury who used to smoke before each battle. They were very scary. They were very scary warriors without pain and with unstoppable fury. They once were tearing their enemies apart. They are long gone, but there's the secret of their battle fury. You've discovered a way to infuse your tobacco with required magic to get a piece of their fury. Smoke this tobacco before a battle, and you will tear your enemies apart, just like those warriors. Wisdom tobacco. You seem to have. What? You have gone beyond the relaxing properties of the tobacco. Infusing your tobacco with knowledge sure was a great idea. You have managed to create a tobacco which puts you in a crystal clear mind state once you smoke it. The effect lasts a mere second, though it is more than enough to make a shocking discovery or two. However, you are afraid that you may see something horrible there which will corrupt your mind. Well, who does not risk does not get his reward, right? What does this even do? Eldritch tobacco. You have discovered a way to infuse regular tobacco with some eldritch energy. The result may not be that safe to smoke, however, should a Thaumaturge smoke such a thing, his vision will go grim for some time. Thaumaturge with such vision should not look at living things. It is also possible to attract the attention of an eldritch by doing so. However, the chances are so low that tobacco might cause sanity problems. I think this is for like deadly gaze, maybe. Tainted tobacco. You are not quite sure why you have even discarded this. Sure, you can infuse your tobacco with taint, forever changing it, so anyone who smokes it will have his mind corrupted by taint, and all the horrors of the dark will appear in his mind. But what is even useful in this? What? What is it even useful for? The taint piece also leaves tiny signs on the pipe of the smoker. You are interested in the ways this will affect things like silver, but probably nothing good. What happens if you infuse more magic into your tobacco? That is an interesting question. But the answer is much more fascinating. You have discovered a way to properly infuse some magic into your tobacco. The result seems to be fairly safe to fairly safe to smoke. It does not seem to carry negatives within self. However, should you smoke such a tobacco, a tiny life form pops out of your smoking pipe, a wisp. It also seems rather angry. You think it's because wisps do not like enclosed spaces, or maybe the smoke is the reason. Can you like make a wisp dependent on the fucking crystallized essence? That would be pretty sick. So with smoking pipe. Most tobaccos that you have managed to create are safe, not all of them though. You think that the only solution here is to get a better pipe. Silverwood can be perfect for that. It is however not as mundane as the greatwood is. It is however not as mundane as greatwood is, and requires much more complex processes than just arcane crafting. Oh my god. The silverwood smoking pipe is a better pipe. It negates most of negative effects on your tobaccos, and once they have no negative effects, will instead have additional positive effects. Yeah, Flurben was right. This does have quite a few typos. Fucking hell. Oh, maybe a little break. Okay. This part now. This is Yeah, this is from previous. Iron spikes. Sometimes a thaumaturge just wants to study his research calm, alone, and without any zombies at his back. Sure, sometimes a door might just be enough. Sometimes, however, a thaumaturge may want those fools to suffer. It's a shame thaumaturgy does not offer a way of passively killing enemies, or does it? You have managed to create a block that will damage everyone who steps on it. However, it also tears apart items drops by fools. There might be a way to resolve this problem. A thaumaturge may also notice that after killing a creature, the spikes get covered in blood. To wipe the blood, you need to use your enchanted fabric on these spikes. The fabric will get covered in blood, but it can be cleared in a crucible. Bloody thaumaturge's robes. You are not quite sure that is a good idea, but you have found that the enchanted fabric does not lose its properties and therefore can be used as an armor material. Strangely enough, even though the fabric had a tiny amount of blood, the robes are shining red. Maybe the magic is somehow involved. Anyway, you for some reason feel a little bit more powerful in this bloody robe, in these bloody robes, than in your thaumaturge's robes. Other thaumaturges have been wondering what are those new shiny robes made of, but you managed to keep your bloody secret. Thaumic spikes. You have managed to improve your spikes. You didn't manage the thaumic metal, thaumium. Those new spikes are sharper. They will kill fools that step on them faster than the mundane iron spikes. They are also much more picky when it comes to damaging foes, though you will not destroy items. They are also sensitive to redstone signal, and therefore will not damage anyone if they are powered by it. Pretty cool. Void spikes. You have managed to apply your knowledge of that strange metal made out of darkness to your spikes. The resulting spikes are extremely dangerous. They can almost instantly kill whoever walks over them. They will also not destroy items, just like Thaumic. They also react to the redstone the same way Thaumic spikes do. They, however, are somewhat more accurate at the job, which results in foes dropping its experience and aspects, just as they got killed by you. Just as if they got killed by you. The spikes, however, can't hurt. The spikes, however, can't hurt white metal since they are made of it. Okay. I know this. Thaumonite. A thaumaturge always searches for a better alternative to his materials. You have been playing around with thaumium metal for a while now. Maybe it's time to move onwards. Maybe it's time to improve. Thaumium can be processed further with the addition of more aspects and some witcheries. The processing of thaumium is too inefficient and leads to some thaumium destruction, and you do not see a way to overcome this problem. The result is a new metal, better than thaumium. It is almost as hard as diamonds and has much better enchantability than thaumium. It is also more magical and can be used in some advanced things thaumium can be used in. Cool. Thaumonite wand caps. A thaumaturge always seeks for a way to give discovered materials a real purpose. That metal you just unlocked, thaumonite, works just as thaumium, so why not use it in a wand cap? Well, thaumonite doesn't seem to be as bendable as thaumium, due to the high amount of witcheries in it. However, that property can be used to enhance regular thaumium caps. The infusion is capable of turning the thaumonite into small pieces, making it able to recrystallize directly on the thaumium caps. To ensure that cap and thaumonite are bound together for forever, you'll also need some quicksilver and also a bit of salismandus to reduce thaumonite's crystallization time. These new caps seem to be better than thaumium caps, but you feel something within them. Maybe there is something more to them. It's like 10%. Oh, it's 15. Okay, whatever, never mind. Thaumic wand rod. For a long time, thaumaturges haven't thought about using thaumium as their wand rod. But you are not just another thaumaturge. You have applied your knowledge to create a wand rod of thaumic metal, otherwise known as thaumium. However, thaumium seems to be way too inert. In addition of salismandus solves the problem just fine. The wand is pretty nice, holding up to 80 aspects of each type. You might have seen a lightning or two occasionally appearing at the surface of your wand for a mere second. That is just your imagination. Is it? The fuck? Void Wand Rod. Well, after your journey to the abyssal depths of insanity... Wait, does this one? Oh, this one just has a CC. Insanity, you have discovered a way to make a very strange metal. You have another strange idea. What if you create a wand rod out of that void metal? You might need to add additional things to it, like make it taint proof by using tainted cluster blocks. The result is a wand pulsating with power. This might be the most power you could get without adventuring into the darkness once more. Also, it seems to slowly accumulate aspects inside of itself. You wonder what of the components gave you that. Void seeds. Those void seeds are created by infusing a regular seed with a bunch of alienius and tenebra. However, the seed itself uses the ability to grow. You are over-infusing it. However, it might be possible to bring the seed back to life using the knowledge of plants you've just learned. By infusing a void seed with all kinds of plant life, you have managed to return the ability to grow the poor seed. I will go grab some water though. Yeah, I'm back. Oh. Thaumium anvil. You are annoyed by those anvils. They are breaking after a couple of hits, and they are sapping your life force as if they were some kind of experienced black hole. You have applied your knowledge of the magical metals, otherwise known as of the magical metal, otherwise known as thaumium, to create a battle anvil. The thaumium anvil lasts much longer than the mundane one, keeping full functionality. The thaumium is also the thaumium also is not your mundane iron. It can absorb much more life force at a time. Isn't the maximum level the anvil can work with up to 60. It also seems to repair items. It seems that repairing items here has no cost penalty. It is always as you are repairing your pick for the first time. Well, the thaumium anvil is all well and good, but it also breaks. Maybe not that fast, but it still does. However, you have had an idea since you unlocked that void metal. What if you try to make an anvil out of that one? The results are interesting. First of all, your new made anvil has kept the main property of the void metal, the ability to repair itself. The anvil will slowly repair itself should you cause a block update right next to it. The anvil, however, acts much different. Any operation here, no matter if you're renaming stuff or combining extremely efficient enchanted books, always costs the same 7 levels of XP. The anvil also seems to have no cost increase penalty, just as the thaumium one does. Whilst repairing, you have seen some void metal flowing into the cracks on your tools. Surely there is nothing to worry about, right? Thaumium alchemical furnace. You're extremely annoyed about the speed of your alchemical furnace. There must be a way to speed the damn thing up. Sure, attaching more bellows helps a tiny bit. Or that, what if you could use the air to use those bellows right next to the furnace's flame? Well, the flame burns too hot and quickly becomes a pile of useless melted construction. However, you have managed to use thaumium to make the furnace more heat resistant. The result is a furnace functioning just as an alchemical furnace, but 2 times faster. However, it is only achievable if the furnace runs on the alumentum. Bellows can also be attached to achieve more speed. Mage's campfire. If a person wanders around, for example, in the forest, when it is getting dark and he's too far from home to go to his bed, he's probably stuck here in the darkness with all those monsters around. You are a thaumaturge, sure you can solve the problem You have discovered sure you can solve that problem. You have discovered a way to make a campfire. To light it up, you first need to right click it with a big log. Magical logs may be more long lasting. Next, just insert any fuel in it. Your campfire is imbued with magic, so monsters nearby will retreat, just as creepers flee from cats. However, sometimes a hunger will make monsters ignore the campfire to a certain extent. It is not absolute protection. Brazier of warding. The campfire is well and good, but there is a problem. It requires too much manual control. You need to toss in logs. You need to toss in logs. What? You need to toss in logs. You need to toss in fuel. Maybe thaumaturgy can help you with this, and it sure can. You have improved the construction of the campfire. The brazier will do exactly the same, but it does not require manual fuel/logs insertion. It will instead drain ignis essentia from nearby jars and mirrors. Cool. Okay, so this part is done. I can do like atomic location. Those arcane levitators you've discovered, you have always been wondering why can't they be placed on walls. Discovered a way to slightly improve the construction of the levitator so it can be placed on the ceiling and the walls. Additionally, by slightly altering the recipe and using aluminum instead of nita, we have created an opposite device that will instead pull everything towards itself rather than pushing. Both devices keep the full capabilities and limitations of the arcane levitator since they work the same way. Okay, this is done. And now like this, node manipulation. Right? Yeah, sure. Node manipulation. You have discovered a way to support nodes by using stabilizers. You have discovered a way to tear them apart, opening a small rift to whenever. Is this it for the nodes? It seems unfair. There are so many types of them. Tainted, pure, hungry. They can be bright or fading, but all thaumaturgists stop here without attempting to go further. You can manipulate the very fabric of the node, making it stable. You can tear it apart, energizing it. Why not use those powers in combination to change the smallest fibers of the node? Why not study this? Is there something that stops everyone from going this way, or are they just too blind thinking that they are masters of thaumaturgy? Well, so far nothing really happened. Nothing came to stop you. Nothing killed you. Nothing corrupted your mind. Nothing. You do not understand. The others not going this way. You have discovered a way to create a device that will combine the powers of the stabilizer to make the node stand and the abilities of the transducer to move node fibers tearing apart. Well, it is not that simple. You also need to constantly move this back and forth. Some mirrors are required and some flux formers, which is critical, so flux scrubbers must be used too. For these contraction to be stable, some Celis Mundus is also required. Here it is the device that can manipulate the node itself. It is also not really that simple. This is like EV, right? The node manipulator. This is also pretty useless, I think. It is not really that simple. Actually, your device can only work with regular nodes. Energized are too powerful to work with. It also can only operate with the node from the top due to this flowing downwards. So it is impossible to have both the transducer and this device. It also turned out very mundane. It's unable to operate with the node at all, as you thought it would. It has the ability to do so, but the fibers of the node are not that simple to move. A foci is needed, and you do not know how to make one. You've tried regular one foci, not much luck, just a bunch of empty wisps. However, the foci must work the same way, harnessing the raw power of the device to work with the node. The device itself is pretty stable, and in fact, it does not require anything to work, which is comical due to the power of the device. The foci, should you obtain one, must be simply placed in the bottom of the device, harnessing the raw power. Just click on the device with the foci to put it in. Click with an empty hand to remove the foci. Click with another foci to swap between two. It is even possible to actually save the progress that way. It may require more or less time based on the action it is doing too. Node manipulator foci efficiency. Efficiency foci will affect the node in a very spectacular way. If any aspect is drained from the node affected with this foci, there is a 50% chance that the aspect will be used, but will not be drained. Works with everything once recharge pedestals, different contracts. Manipulated foci speed. Speed foci increase the speed at which node restores it, at which the node restores its aspect 5 times. It may be hard for a thaumaturge to see this in action, but should he use his wand or any of his viz using devices, it will become obvious. Manipulator foci sinister. Sinister foci. What are you doing this? Lodestone, some skulls. Sinister foci will make the manipulator slowly turn the node into a sinister node. Removing the pure modifier takes 30 minutes. It takes 6 minutes to turn a normal node into sinister. Manipulated foci instability. Instability foci will make the manipulator slowly turn the node into an unstable node. Will only work with normal nodes. Takes 7 minutes to finish. Manipulator foci purity. Purity foci will take the manipulator slowly turn will make the manipulator slowly turn a tainted node into a normal one and a normal node into a pure one. Will only work with normal or tainted nodes. Takes 3 minutes to finish with the normal nodes or 33 minutes with a tainted one. Note that the node will not receive aspects that pure nodes usually have in them, but will still turn the biome around to magical forest. Manipulator foci brightness. Brightness foci will make the manipulator extremely slowly turn the node into a bright node. Will only work with normal nodes. Takes 20 minutes to finish. Manipulator foci stability. Stability foci will make the manipulator slowly restore nodes. Will convert nodes into different types using time. Converting a fading node into a pale takes 5 minutes. Converting a pale node into a normal takes 10 minutes. Removing the sinister modifier takes 2 minutes. Removing the unstable modifier takes 7 minutes. Removing the hunger modifier takes 30 seconds. Removing the taint modifier takes 30 minutes. Manipulator foci destruction. Destruction foci will slowly destroy the node it is attached to. It will turn bright nodes into normal ones, into pale ones, pales into fading, and will completely destroy fading nodes. On the other hand, Vis from the node being destroyed will escape to the surroundings in the form of aspect orbs, which can be absorbed by any wand. Vis escapes much faster than regularly. Manipulator foci taint. Taint foci will make the manipulator slowly turn the node into a tainted node. Will only work with normal nodes, takes 6 minutes to finish. Note that the node will not receive aspects that tainted nodes usually have in them, but will still turn the biome around to tainted lands. Manipulator foci hungered. Hungered foci will make the manipulator slowly turn the node into a hungry node. Only work with normal nodes. Note the manipulator can freely be eaten by the hunger node if it chooses to do so. Takes 5 minutes to finish. Authors are in no way responsible for the possible damages done to you, your house, your world, other worlds, your pets, animals, monsters, nodes, and items. By crafting the foci, you agree to be fully responsible to anything that may happen with the foci manipulator node and everything surrounding the node. Nodes, the things that link your world to the world of magic. They are heavily used in thaumaturgy. Some devices use them to function. You need them to recharge your wand. However, there is a small problem. A node can always store that much of this. And if it has, for example, no terra in it, this is it. It has no terra. And that aspect can be gained from the node. There sure is a so-called node bullying, one node eating other small nodes, one node eating other smaller nodes. With the discovery of the advanced node stabilizer that can be worked with, but it takes a ridiculous amount of time and also is unreliable. You have discovered a device that might get the job done. The node linking device creates a mysterious link between two nodes and will move aspects from the linked one to the linker. You need two of the devices placed on top of nodes. And then just take your wand and right click on the receiver. After that, click on the transmitter and the link will be established. The link will firstly drain all aspects out of the transmitting node's pole, then it will draw the node's capacity and will increase the receiver's capacity based on that. Lastly, the node without any capacity left will fade away. The chance of the receiver node to increase its aspect capacity is around 70% for each capacity decrease of the on the transmission node, on the transmitting node. The transmission, however, is pretty unstable. Both nodes will react to the link. This will result in a so-called instability. The more time the device functions, the more instability it will have. Based on the amount of instability, different things may happen from the aspect escaping our nodes on both ends into air and in form of flux to the complete transmitting node destruction with the explosion. The receiving node, however, will never get harmed in any way. If you would only have a magic inert metal forged from both nether and that could if you would only have a magic inert metal forged from both nether and end that could stabilize the link. In theory, a block of this supreme metal above this device would be sufficient. I think it's this now. Want focus experience. The only ways of enchanting for a regular thaumaturge is either by using his own life experience to roll the dices or by using infusion matrix to control the process. Either way, some life essence is required. The more efficient way of collecting it is by killing mobs, mining. You think that thaumaturgy must offer something else more magical, and this is it. This foci will instantly break the block it is used on, providing a thaumaturge with twice the experience the block will usually drop. Providing a thaumaturge with twice the experience the block will usually drop. Blocks which usually do not provide experience will drop some based on the potency level of the foci. Decomposing upgrade. Available at levels 3 and 5, this upgrade will allow the thaumaturge to instantly decompose and leaving energy into experience based on the creature's current HP. The aspect cost is also based on the creature's HP. Note that the absorbed creature will still drop the regular shops and experience. Level 2 decreases the cost for consuming creatures to have. Conflicts with the vaporizing upgrade. Available at levels 3 and 5. This upgrade will make consumed blocks also drop some crystallized essentia based on the block aspects. Drop chances 50%, some very essential-rich blocks will not drop it. Level 2 increases the chances to obtain a crystallized essentia to 100%, conflicts with the decomposing upgrade. Want focus activation. Well, after your research on the ability of mirrors or transporting items, it would be logical to continue onwards. What if mirrors could transport simple force and image? Well, it's not that simple, so you had to make a wand foci for that mess you were getting yourself into. This wand foci will works really simple. Once equipped on the wand, the thaumaturge must shift click on the desired block's location, which will store it to the wand. After that, a simple click will act like a right click on the stored location. However, the range is limited to 32 blocks. Some mundane inventories are also too heavy for the transmitted force to interact with, should they be far from a thaumaturge. Once you upgrade available levels, this upgrade will increase the range of interaction by 10 blocks. Will not work in unloaded chunks. Overchanting. Thaumaturges often use their magic to infuse regular mundane items with magical force, making them better. This process is called enchanting. Thaumaturges have also discovered a way to do the same thing with an infusion altar, using it to make items stronger. However, there always seems to be a limit to the magic infused into the item. You have managed to push that limit a little bit further. I've managed to create an overchanting table which is able to increase the level of enchantments on the item by 1. Not only could it get items closer to the desired level, it can do more. It can increase the level beyond maximum, allowing enchantments like Fortune 4 or Sharpness 6. The device will improve the first enchantment on the item. The order is the same as displayed in the item's description. Previously buffed enchantments will be skipped. The device is not quite powerful enough to do things like Sharpness 7. It does not take the enchantment into account, so things like Silk Touch 2 are possible yet useless. To infuse the item, just put it in the only slot available and start the overenchanting process. by using your wand on the table twice. Then the Precantio essence will be drawn from nearby jars into the table. You will need 32 Precantio in total. The table also requires a player nearby, since in the middle of the process it will use 30 levels from the player in range of 6 blocks. Overchanting can be stopped at any time, just by taking the item from the table, but the levels and the essential will be wasted then. The table will drop Recantario from the range of 8 blocks. Mirrors will also do the job just fine. Once 7 players for the table will also skip players with level before 30, so having multiple people with total level of 30 will not work. Any item with enchantments can be overchanted. Put in a non-enchanted item and the overchanted table does nothing. Want to focus liquid rain. Sometimes the Thaumaturge wants to live under the sea next to his pineapple in his beautiful water dome. However, building underwater is a huge pain. Until now, this one foci will resolve the problem. It will destroy blocks of water the Thaumaturge is looking at without making all nearby water blocks flow. In other ways, it is perfect in creating tunnels. Our magic can only harness the water so long as the water will eventually return to its normal flowing state. It will also do so should a block be placed next to the not flowing water block. Water upgrade available at level 3. This upgrade will make destroyed water drop water crystallized essence in 40% cases, with a 10% chance the essence will get poisoned due to magic pollution, otherwise known as flux, resulting in a venom aspect. Netheric upgrade available at level 3. This upgrade will allow the foci to destroy lava as well as water. Destroyed lava will also make all lava near the destroyed one stop flowing. Just as water, the lava will start flowing again in some time. Foci will still be able to destroy water. Destroying lava costs additional 3 Ignis Essentia. Frugal upgrades will affect the Ignis cost too. One foci is Flux Scrubber. Flux Scrubbers are good, but they need to be more controlled. You'd wonder if you can stick one on top of your wand. Well, it is not that simple, but it's definitely possible. That this foci will remove the flux blocks. A Thaumaturge is looking at. Yes, it is as simple as that. Warping upgrade at level 3. This upgrade will warp the mind of the user of the foci, therefore adding some temporary warp every time a flux block is removed. Available at level 5. Common upgrade is the... What? Available at level 5. If the warping upgrade is present, this upgrade negates the effect of the warping upgrade. Of the warping upgrade, it will calm the mind of the user of the foci, therefore removing some temporary warp and some regular warp on occasion every time a flux block is removed. These both conflict with the crystallization upgrade. The crystallization upgrade, available at level 3 and 5. This upgrade will make consumed flux blocks also drop some potential crystallized essentia. Level 2 flux blocks will drop random crystallized essentia instead of potential crystallized essentia. Conflicts with the warping and calming upgrades. Concentrated taint. Your experiments with taint were quite successful, but you know that you can do much better. So you try to feed the bottle taint with some Vinium Essentia. The result is quite nice. It grows and gets even stronger. So why not trying this with a full jar of Vinium? Since you definitely don't want to taint your whole home, you'll need a control environment like the infusion. However, you should better stabilize the flask with some Salasmodus just to make sure that no taint escapes. Entity Deconstructor. Sometimes a Thaumaturge needs more knowledge to continue his researches. Sure, they can explore the world or use the deconstruction table. What else? By utilizing your knowledge of entropy, you have managed to create a device capable of breaking down mobs to their component aspects and transmitting that knowledge directly into your brain. Tooling the device to yourself, simply click it once it is placed in the world. However, the knowledge dissipates with distance and only seems to work within a 32 block radius. Prime Obsidian. Should a Thaumaturge die, he will reappear next to the bed he last slept on. However, beds are unreliable. They can be blown up and you can only sleep at night. Also, you may not sleep Also, you may not sleep now, there are monsters nearby. Or even this bed is already occupied, it's time to stop that nonsense. By infusing properties of the bed into obsidian block, you have created a crying obsidian block. Put another one on top of this one it will form an obelisk. Then right click it. You will also always respawn near the last obelisk you've clicked on. Is a full obelisk sleeping in the bed resets the spawn location. Oh, if it is a full obelisk, what? It will always respawn near the last obelisk you've clicked on if it is a full obelisk. Okay. Sleeping in bed resets the spawn location to the bed. NVT destruction improvements. You managed to advance in your researches of the energy destruction. You've discovered the basic constructor is rather limited. It seems you are simply unable to socket crystal blocks into the frame of the device, increasing instability and magical resonance. All primal aspects aspects can be used. Each crystal increases the maximum range of knowledge transfer of the device by 8 blocks. It will also make the device faster. When all 6 primal crystals are installed, it will gain the ability to decompose items about the same way it decomposes mobs. The items will not always produce knowledge, but they will do it with a better chance that the construction table. The constructed items will only produce primal aspects though. Okay, so this is done. I like this part. Decorative blocks. For a long time, thaumaturgists could only use amber blocks as their decorations. The ability to increase the variety of decorations came recently. Those are the latest decorations thaumaturgists were up to. Yes. Making quicksilver. Every time you were breaking down the silverwood planks, you were wondering what are those vapors. After some researching, it turned out that those were tiny quicksilver vapors. You have found a way to trap them in the crucible and crystallize them using the order aspect. However, the quicksilver from the silverwood is not really quicksilver, it wouldn't crystallize. To make it into crystals, you have had to apply some venom to it too. Celis duplication. Your latest researches have led you to a very interesting thought. Celis are created from balanced shards which contains our primal aspects. Well, what if you give a crucible all those primal aspects and let Celis stay there for a bit? Well, on its own, it is not enough. The Celis are too fragile and simply boil in a crucible. But after addition of Precanterio to the crucible, the Celis were strong enough to absorb the primals, and after a mere second, you were holding 2 piles of Celis Mundus. Celis Mundus blocks. The next step after learning how to duplicate Celis Mundus would be learning how to create blocks out of it, to create a block out of it. Since the Celis by default is a dust pile, making a block out of it requires additional fortification of it with aspects. You are not yet sure about the uses of this block apart from using it as an infusion stabilizer, but you're sure that you'll find more uses later. Make an ember. You have discovered a way to create amber by putting enough vinculum together with some spruce in a crucible. Interesting enough, other types of trees seem too mundane for making amber out of them. Simple duplication. You have managed to master the arts of alchemical duplication. Your idea with the ability to duplicate arrows and it worked. However, you have also discovered a way to duplicate nobles and strangely enough redstone. Insanium. Sometimes the thaumaturge just wants some of that nether essence, the blaze powder. However, it is not hot and it is hot and dangerous in the nether, and some thaumaturgists might not want to go there. So you have discovered a way to get blaze powder without venturing to the nether. Infusing a bucket of lava with some ignis and Cataneo creates a liquid that has lost its ability to spread. It will slowly crystallize when it is in the world. Once fully crystallized, it can then be harvested by per hands, dropping a random amount of blaze powder. Know that the liquid is still as dangerous as lava, and you should not swim in it. Alchemy restoration. You have discovered a way to make certain things more organized. By putting some blocks in a crucible together with some order essentia, they will take shape. For example, gravel can be restored back to cobblestone, not like any thaumaturge ever needs cobblestone. But still, really enough, this discovery also applies to packed ice, but Ordo does not no good here. There must be used instead. Crystal cluster blocks. After researching the way Ordo interacts with blocks in the crucible, you think that you can start a bigger project. You found that by making a crystal cluster in a crucible with some order, the aspect the cluster is based on, and some fabrico, the cluster collapses into a solid form. It is yet to be discovered that the solid form can be used for. What the solid form can be used for, but it has saved all the properties of the cluster it was made from. You have also discovered that by adding Virium Essentia during the process will taint the clusters, resulting in a tainted crystal block. Their uses are not yet discovered. All blocks can be used to stabilize the infusion altar. Alchemy back processing. Many things once broken down said they can be restored anymore by normal means. Wait, you are a thaumaturge. You can overcome that and even more. Create extra resources. You have unlocked a way to bring some items back into their original state. Getting sugar and cacti green back to their state is simple enough, however, less mundane materials require more effort. For example, you can turn a single piece of blaze powder back into a blaze rod state, but not only does that require Ordo, Ignis, and Brigadio to restore the powder. You will also need some Potentia to make it useful again, and some Primitario to give it back its properties, and some Fabrico to make it all stay together. Entropy destruction. You discover a way to apply extreme entropy to certain items using your crucible. This results in breaking on those items into their components. However, percent efficiency is not achievable here. Glass and nuggets, garbage. I did it. Yeah, I did this already. Oh, advanced entropy manufacturing. Alchemy offers much more than you can think of. Previously, you could only use entropy to break simple items. However, you have discovered a way to add entropy to more items than just to the most mundane ones. There must be a way to make the process more efficient, but that opportunity requires more research. Entropy manufacturing mastered, and here it is. After making some more research on those entropy manipulations, you have mastered them. You are able to receive 100% material cost for wool and sand, and 200% for blaze rods. Or destruction. Using your knowledge in entropy and block destruction, you have unlocked a way to process your ores should you mine them using silk touch. Using a silk touch pickaxe. This requires more aspects, just entropy is not enough. Shards simply break if not fortified with Precatario Essentia. The primal Essentia of the processed ore is also required, otherwise the shards instantly boil in the crucible. This is the best you can achieve in your entropy researching for now. Okay, this is done, I guess. It's present, okay. Enchantments. Magic Touch. Weapons enchanted with Magic Touch will cause more aspect orbs to be dropped from slain creatures. Vaporize. Weapons enchanted with Vaporizing enchantment have a chance to drop corresponding crystallized essentia of creatures slain by it. Elder's Wisdom. Weapons enchanted with Elder Wisdom has a chance to provide the thaumaturge using them with some knowledge of aspects of creatures slain. Tainted. Weapons infused with Taint will deal additional damage upon hit. It will also apply Taint Poison to the target. This is less effective against tainted creatures. Eldritch Bane. Weapons enchanted with Eldritch Bane will deal more damage to Enderman and Eldritch creatures. Let's do the seeds first. Thaumic Nature. Thaumaturgy is rich in directions it affects. Infusion, enchanting, thaumaturgy can do everything. Alchemy, infusion, enchanting, and thaumaturgy can do everything. However, most thaumaturgists ignore a very important aspect: the plants and plant life. Okay, I'll be right back. 1 second. I'm back. Yeah. Okay. However, most thaumaturgies ignore a very important aspect, the plants and plant life. However, are not most thaumaturgies. This direction of researches promises a lot. You can already see the possibilities of this. Well, it is so research rich that even this fact has allowed you to figure out the creation of the first stomach plant, the weed. This is technically a weed, however, should you let it grow for a little, it will grow to a full size. It can be harvested to drop sugar and reeds. However, it should be watched over since it does rapidly spread. Merlid. Sometimes the thaumaturge needs some metal for his ore processing, and there goes an iron ingot. Sometimes the thaumaturge needs metal for his crafts, and there goes more iron. You have discovered a way to put an end to this misery by infusing regular wheat seeds in a crucible with some metal and victus to keep the life in the seed. The seeds you have managed to create a plant that grows exactly like wheat, but gets tough and metallic in the latest stages of growth, and then can be harvested to obtain some iron nuggets. This discovery asks more questions than it answers, though, and you might need to research it further. As far as you can tell, you can't replicate the same with thaumium. Plaques. Sometimes the thaumaturge just needs to get him some string for magical candles or for magical clothes. It does not matter that much what for. And sometimes the thaumaturge just does not want to fight spiders for endless nights or shears sheep wool to process later. You have applied the knowledge of plants and nature you've just learned to solve the problem for you. The result is a strange crop named Plax, but which will grow on farmland in 8 stages, and once fully grown will produce 3 string. It functions just like a regular wheat crop, also needs light, and will only grow on farmland. Aurelia, upon your thaumaturgic researches, there has always been one aspect that is extremely annoying to get, Aurum. That one has extreme potential in its crafting usages, but to get it, you either need to break down aura nodes, which is not good, or venture to the depths of the nether to kill wisps, which is no good as well. You, however, using your plant knowledge, have discovered a way of getting that aspect without doing any of other ways. This plant, when exposed to the moonlight, will open up its petals to let the moonlight come in. It seems like the plant feeds off moonlight. However, due to the air of the very world, it is only possible during full moon. The plant will occasionally lose its petals, and they can be gathered from the ground near the flower. Those petals are extremely rich in aurum essentia. However, the plant will only feed from the moon if it has a direct view over it. Youth. Lazulia. Sometimes the thaumaturge needs some lapis for his thaumaturgy, and sometimes the thaumaturge is just too lazy to venture down into caves just to spend a good 5 hours searching for the blue ore. You have once again used plants to aid you with this nonsense. Lazulia will slowly grow, and once fully grown can be harvested. Upon harvesting, a thaumaturge will receive some lapis lazuli alongside with a seed. Lucrite. You have discovered the metalith further. You have researched the metalith further and discovered that you can create a similar crop by infusing a carrot with lucrum. This results in a very strange crop. It functions just like metalith, but takes twice as much time to grow. It is also very magic dependent. Without strong enough source of magic beneath the soil it grows in, it refuses to grow. Those Salis Mundus blocks seem to be just as perfect as possible. It will also accept bone meal, which with much slower rates. Taking 7 bone meal to grow. However, should you let it grow, and it will grow some golden nuggets on its branches. Since it is a carrot, it is also possible. Bless me. It is also possible to obtain one from the crop. Redlon. Even though thaumaturgy is a magical art and is not related to industry in any way, a lot of magical devices can actually operate or be controlled by that mythical red dust, the redstone. Actually, redstone seems pretty magical itself. What if you combine it with a plant? Well, The result is a plant that will slowly grow a block of redstone, just like a melon or a pumpkin. It, however, requires much more time than melons or pumpkins. Rainbow cacti magic is not always strict and logical. It is magic after all. The same goes to life. It can take various shapes, sometimes shocking, sometimes funny. Well, you have managed to create a plant that pretty much is a definition of the word funny. This plant functions just like the regular cacti, must be placed on sand and grows up to 3 blocks. However, once broken, it will only drop itself. If it will only drop itself if it is the last cacti block left. Otherwise, it will drop all kinds of dice. Briar. Plants are known for their medicinal uses. However, thaumaturgists often do not care about this side of nature. You do care. You have managed to bring the rose bush back to its wild state, thus creating a briar plant. Briar is a 2-block tall plant that will grow pretty fast. Once grown, its seed bags can be collected for a later usage. They can be combined with sugar in your arcane workbench to create a rosehip syrup. This item acts just like a buttermilk. It stacks up to 16, and it is known for helping thaumaturgists with some warp effects. It will not work with some purely mental effects, though. Primal shrooms. Those wish rooms were bugging thaumaturgists for quite a while. What are they? Why are there so many in the magical forest? What are they even useful for? You think that you can finally answer this question? It seems like those wish rooms are just a huge storage of aspects, without the ability to burst them. Who have done that to the poor shrooms stays unknown, but you have managed to restore that ability through a very simple crucible magic. If you let your new primal shrooms grow and then harvest them, they will cover everything around themselves in a rain of primal aspect orbs. Rosa Mysteria, a wise thaumaturge, keeps their knowledge in books and papers. That's why there are so many of those knowledge fragments scattered around the world. However, every living being has its sort of memory. Animals and humans use their brains, zombies use other brains. What about plants? They do have a memory too, don't they? Well, what happens should you infuse a plant in a lot of cognitio essentia? Well, the results are interesting for sure. Only one plant was able to survive the infusion, the rose. You tried planting it and letting it grow. No success, almost. A newborn Rosa Mysteria seems too weak for the regular soil. It dies off without any aspect support in its growth. So you tried putting it on top of Salis Mundus. Does not do the job. However, those aspect blocks serve like a decent enough base for the plants to grow. While growing, it will accumulate aspects from the block underneath it. Once grown, a knowledge fragment of sorts can be harvested. It will be attuned to a certain aspect based on the block the rose was growing on. Growing the rose on top of a mixed block yields a mixed fragment. It is up to you to discover what would happen should you grow the rose on a tainted block. But you have the feeling that nothing good will happen. Yeah. Flaxium. This plant looks funny. You had no intention on constructing something like that, but oh well. You are here with this thing in your hands. It's a little too late to worry about things. You've created a flower that actively absorbs flux from nearby air. However, it instantly builds up again, and once it has collected enough flux, it releases in a form of flux gas above itself. I'm not sure about the uses of this plant, however, but its ability to absorb aspects from its surroundings seems interesting. Maybe it can be used as a base for something bigger. Gleonia. What's the most awesome thing about thaumaturgy of light? Well, what is this next best thing? Virgin foci. Well, what is the third best thing? Digging foci. Really? We are talking about niter, okay? Jeez. Anyways, niter is pretty amazing. It shines brightly, creates fancy particles, all that fancy stuff. But there is one thing it requires. It requires glowstone to make. A wise thaumaturge can solve this nuisance. You have managed. What does it say? You have managed to create a plant that, once fully grown, will drop 2 glowstone dust. Interestingly enough, the flower does not emit any light whatsoever, even when fully grown. Why could that be? Okay. Thermic dendrology. Weeds and flowers aren't the only plants that can be infused with magic. To produce new wonders, trees hold immense power, yet their sturdy nature makes them resistant to the simple crucible. Infusion, however, is powerful enough to succeed. To test this theory, you have created a golden oak sapling. It grows like any regular oak sapling, but should it drop an apple, the fruit will gleam with gold. Sadly, an enchanted golden apple is too heavy for its branches to bear. Infused with the essential of greed, this tree clings to life. Selfishly, it drops fewer saplings than normal, hoarding sunlight and water for itself due to a magical anomaly. This is unique to GTNH. Its leaves will not yield themselves when sheared. Using a tool enchanted with silk touch allows you to collect the leaves normally, but you'll forfeit the chance to harvest golden apples. You can get these from infused seeds, by the way. Fun fact. Ender Tree. You have merged your knowledge of the alien realm, known as the End, with your expertise in thaumatically enhancing trees. This ender-infused tree slowly converts mundane blocks beneath it into endstone and obsidian, and are drawn together under its canopy, perhaps finding it an ideal gateway to slip free from the end. Other ender creatures may appear as well, but fear not, no ender dragons will ever emerge. Planks crafted from its wood are exceptionally stable and boast high blast resistance. Peaceful Tree. You have observed how animals are drawn to warmth and light, appearing as if conjured from thin air. Through careful study, you've grown a tree that creates ideal conditions for passive creatures to gather beneath its leaves. The types of animals attracted will match the local biome. Be cautious; they will keep coming without end unless you manage their numbers. Nether Tree. You have blended your understanding of the infernal nether with your talent for thaumic arboriculture. The result is a tree that spawns tiny, unseen portals beneath its leaves rifts, strong enough to corrupt surrounding blocks into their nether counterparts. Occasionally, nether creatures slip through these hidden gates. The tree's logs and leaves possess the quality of netherrack. They neither burn up nor spread fire, but once ignited, the flames will burn endlessly. Shout out 3 or whatever. 3 mentioned. 3's favorite tree. Never mind. Okay. The revolver. Yeah, I think the revolver and the bracelets are the only thing left. In this chapter, Thaumaturge's arsenal. Thaumic weapons are good, especially those where you do not have to get close to your enemies. Thaumaturgy, however, does not seem to offer much of those. Sure, there is a bow of bone, but it is a bow. Even though it is enhanced with magic, it still requires the wielder to pull the string. One might say there are foci. Sure, there are, and they are all great. But are they really weapons? They are put on top of wands and they use the energy of the wand. Well, what if the Thaumaturge prefers his scepters over wands? He needs to craft another wand just for some foci. Really? Some foci are also known for not working under certain conditions, but are say in certain places. You have been engineering for a while now. This is what you have came up with. A pretty strange contraption. Is not all that big and is comforting to hold in your hand. You have named the contraption the revolver. No, you have no idea why. The device is able to shoot very small yet extremely fast projectiles, which deal devastating damage to anything they come in contact with. Due to your weapon having a magical nature, those projectiles are also magical. They are created out of raw tellum, etc., stored in a jar inside of the revolver. One point of aspect is enough for just 2 shots. To open the revolver, sneak and left click anywhere. Sneaking also allows you to aim more precise. Right click to shoot, of course. That should be obvious. The revolver is also much more potent than it looks. You are sure that there are tons of ways to improve its construction by performing further infusions over it. You still need to discover them though. Some of the improvements might conflict with each other and therefore can't be installed together. It's also worth noticing that most improvements can be applied over and over again, but the stability of the infusion will suffer great penalties for each new level. The aspect cost will also increase for each level of improvement by the amount it originally cost. Revolver upgrade primal. The primal energy spells, what if you will imbue the revolver with them? The results are interesting. Your revolver seems to have become a head scan rather than a shoot type of weapon. It means the bullets travel to their targets instantly. The bullets have also gathered the ability to pierce walls. They also are much more dangerous now. However, the cost for using the revolver is now much higher to essential per shot. Max level conflicts with knowledge tainted. Max level 1. Well, this is fucking expensive. Revolver upgrade Eldritch. These fucking numbers are so yellow. Imbuing the revolver with the energy of the Eldritch certainly does something. You discovered what exactly. This upgrade will make the revolver much more potent against very strong creatures like bosses, but will decrease the effectiveness against others. Max level 2 conflicts with power, silver, Bane of Arthropods, Bane of Eldritch, dueling. Revolver upgrade Bane of Eldritch. You have found a way to improve your revolver against Eldritch creatures. This upgrade will make the revolver much more effective against those creatures. It will not affect the effectiveness against others. Max level 2. Power, silver, conflicts with power, silver, Bane of Arthropods, dueling, Eldritch. The revolver upgrade silver. Is it 5? Is it 5-2? Oh, this is 5-2. This is 2. Okay, max level 5. Revolver upgrade silver. You have discovered a way to improve the potency of your weapon against unholy creatures. This upgrade will make the revolver much more potent against undead creatures, demons, and werewolves, and will not decrease the effectiveness against others. Max level 5 conflicts with power, Eldritch, Bane of Arthropods, Bane of Eldritch, dueling. Revolver upgrade Bane of Arthropods. You find a way to improve your revolver against spiders and silverfish. This upgrade will make the revolver much more effective against those creatures that will not affect the effectiveness against others. Max level 5 conflicts with power, silver, Bane of Eldritch, dueling, Eldritch. Revolver upgrade dueling. Sometimes the simple words are not enough, and the thaumaturge needs to physically prove himself prior to the revolver discovery. That could be, hello ruins. Prior to the revolver discovery, that could only be done by mundane swords and bows. Now a thaumaturge and his offender can resolve their issues like two gentlemen with their guns. This upgrade will make the revolver much more potent against other players and will not affect the effectiveness against others. Max level 5 conflicts with power, silver, Bane of Arthropods, Bane of Eldritch. Revolver upgrade power. You have discovered a way to improve the potency of your revolver. This upgrade will increase the damage of the revolver. The damage the revolver does to any creature, no exceptions. However, the damage increase is worse than with the creature-specific upgrades. Max level 5 conflicts with Eldritch, silver, Bane of Arthropods, Bane of Eldritch, dueling. Revolver upgrade piercing. You have found a way to make your revolver much more devastating. This upgrade will make the bullets pierce through anyone that they strike, dealing more damage than usual and continuing on trolling forward. Max level 1, I think? 1, yeah. Conflicts with none. Revolver upgrade knowledge. You have found a way to bind the bullets to your mind. The result is interesting. Every slain creature might give you a sudden inspiration or simply a knowledge point. No risk of warping your mind exists. Max level 5. Conflicts with primal tainted. Revolver upgrade speed. You have found a way to increase the speed at which your bullets travel. Each level of this upgrade will increase the speed of the bullets by some amount. How can you tell? You clearly do not have any device or whatever to measure such fast movements. Max level 5 conflicts with efficiency accuracy. Revolver upgrade efficiency. You have found a way to decrease the talent consumption of the revolver. Each level of this upgrade will decrease the consumption by 1 unit of essential. Max level 5 conflicts with speed accuracy. Revolver upgrade accuracy. You have found a way to give your revolver more sniping potential. With this upgrade, your eyes will become more focused on the target while you're aiming. Some water. While you are aiming, allowing you to aim more precisely. Max level 5. No, max level 3 conflicts with speed efficiency. Revolver upgrade heavy. Sometimes the thaumaturge is just out of essentia that the revolver uses, but everything is not lost. The revolver itself is a decent melee weapon. Yep. Each level of this upgrade will increase the... Oh, sure, that can be an improvement. Each level of this upgrade will increase the damage the revolver does in melee by 2. Max level, I think 5 again. Conflicts with none. A revolver upgrade void. Infusing the revolver with some void metal gives the gun the primal ability of the void metal self-repairing. Warning: seeing the gun metal changing shape due to the void metal might not be a pleasant experience, may cause hallucinations and nightmares. Max level 3 conflicts with none. Revolver upgrade tainted. Imbuing your weapon with taint might not be that good of an idea, but you've tried anyways. And anyway, here are the results. This upgrade will increase the raw damage of the revolver against every creature except for the tainted ones. For them, the damage will be decreased. The bullets also will have a chance to inflict the victim with taint poison. Max level 3 conflicts with primal knowledge. Okay, where does it start? Probably Greatwood bracelets. Greatwood bracelets, similar to how wands can be made out of greatwood greatwood bracelets can too. It simply holds more vis than the golden one, yet keeping the same vis count. Okay, maybe this is that. Okay. Thaumic bracelets. Oh, I'm stupid. Thaumic bracelets. Since the discovery of wands, you have been thinking of alternating the way vis channels through the wand. The wand on its own has a very basic system of vis channeling. It uses the vis from the core and exports it into the world using the caps. Well, that makes the wand a universal device. It can use vis offensively, defensively, and for crafts, but it both lacks the power for offensive usage and the efficiency for crafts. Sure, there are staffs and scepters, but scepters are fine, but you think that the staffs can be made differently. By completely removing the core from the construction, adding some mundane parts to hold it all together, and making a zone of potency with the caps, you've discovered the bracelets. They are your alternative to the staffs. Due to their construction, they do not come in thousands of variants. There are some though. You are also sure they can combine different caps to create a bracelet. It will be unstable and will not work. Only the regular caps covered by thaumaturges can be used to create the bracelets too. The bracelet works just as your regular wand would. It can drain vis from nodes. It can be charged in a wand. Recharging pedestal. It can harvest the aspect orbs from mobs. The bracelet also works with foci. It is what they were made for. However, since the bracelet has no core, it is very limited in the amount of vis it can store. The most basic one, the iron, can only store 10. Due to the bracelets having no core, they can be used for crafting. However, what they shine at is the usage of foci. First of all, they have an amazing vis discount for doing so. Any foci in the bracelet will have its cooldown greatly reduced, and the foci are also much faster and potent than the ones. Lastly, since they also will get affected by the invisibility potion, since the bracelets are extremely small, they also will get affected by the invisibility potion if the carrier is. Gold bracelets, since iron is much more mundane than gold, you might want to use that instead. The golden bracelet simply holds more vis than the iron one and also gives more vis discount. Thaumium bracelets, since you have discovered a way to make more ones out of thaumium, you have applied the same to bracelets. This one holds more vis than the great one, has better vis discount too. Silverwood bracelets with tungsten steel. The Greatwood bracelet is great but there always is room for improvement. Using silverwood instead of greatwood also allows the creation of a better bracelet. It also has a pretty good viz discount. Void bracelets. You have applied your discovery of the void wand creation to the bracelet. This new bracelet has shares the same functionality. It will slowly regenerate aspects and it has a pretty good viz discount. So that's actually interesting. I would check this out later. Primer blueprint. Okay, let's go through these 6 first. Bone bracelets. You have created a bracelet that shares the same functionality as the bone void core. It will slowly regenerate Peridio essence inside it. You have created a bracelet that shares the same functionality as the quartz wand core. It will slowly regenerate Ordo Vis inside it. You have created a bracelet that shares the same functionality as Obsidian wand core. It will slowly regenerate Vis inside it. This is bone bracelet, quartz bracelet, obsidian bracelet. Blaze bracelets. You have created a bracelet that shares the same functionality as the Blaze wand core. It will slowly regenerate Ignis Vis inside it. Ice bracelets. You have created a bracelet that shares the same functionality as the Ice wand core. It will slowly regenerate Aqua Vis inside it. Reed bracelets. You have created a bracelet that shares the same functionality as the Reed wand core. It will slowly generate Air Vis inside it. Primer bracelets. Using your knowledge of the staff core of the primal, you have created a bracelet that shares the same functionality. It will slowly generate all aspects within itself up to 10%. It also holds the most viz out of all bracelets and offers the best discount. Lastly, similar to the primal staff core, it will automatically add 1 level of potency to any foci you use with it. Can we check this out real quick? Void bracelet. Oh, this doesn't. Okay, never mind. This doesn't show the discount. Delete the knock. This is it for thaumic bases, I'm pretty sure. Yep. Okay, 133. Oh, this will be big one. 538 plus 133. 671. 67. Okay, we're like pretty much we're more than halfway there. If we go at this pace, we will get there in 16 hours. Wait, we're actually gaining speed. Yo, let's go! Oh, this is so fire. Electric magic tools. Who says magic can't work with technology? Our researchers have collaborated with the top mages of the School of Thaumaturgy to bring you the effectiveness of magic coupled with the convenience of electric tools. We'll take this and then take bottom. Electric Hoe of Growth. You've managed to upgrade your Hoe of Growth. It now delivers little shocks to the land and plants around it, much like your regular Hoe of Growth would. Or the magic contained within this tool is too powerful for you to convert it fully using mundane electricity. So for the tool, still has limited number of uses before it breaks, but it is rechargeable. This is actually fucking useless. Diamond chainsaw. You are unsure why the thought of upgrading a chainsaw with diamonds, similar to what you have done with a drill, has never occurred to you. This upgrade makes the chainsaw capable of holding more energy and breaking blocks faster. Thaumium chainsaw. You have found a way to fuse thaumium to a diamond chainsaw, allowing it to fell trees quicker and hold more power. Nevertheless, these ameliorations do not come without drawbacks. During the process of using these materials, the chainsaw loses its ability to shear foliage, tall grass, and animals. You have an intuition you will be able to upgrade this tool in the near future. Chainsaw the Stream. After studying both the axe of the Stream and Thaumium chainsaw, you managed to combine most of their abilities, resulting in an electric tool that you can chop down whole trees without much effort. So expensive, holy shit. Thaumium drill. You have discovered a way to infuse thaumium with mundane electricity. Fusing thaumium to a diamond drill doesn't really show a diamond drill anywhere. Fusing thaumium to a diamond drill results in tool that can dig through stone faster and has higher capacity. While thaumium is a very useful and powerful material, it is nowhere near the strength of iridium. It is considered a mid-tier tool. This tool may not be the most powerful, but you have a feeling that you will be able to upgrade it in the near future. Drill of the Rockbreaker. After studying the pickaxe of the core, the shovel of the earthmower, and the thaumium drill, you have managed to combine most of their abilities, resulting in an electric tool that can mine a whole 3x3x1 area of pickaxe and shovel materials very quickly. This marvelous device is able to find the closest ore cluster on a shift right click, though at the cost of some U. Iron Omnitool while tinkering with the inner workings of some of your tools to see if a magical integration is a possibility. You've discovered a way to combine the mine and drill and the chainsaw, resulting in a tool capable of both mining, cutting down trees, and attacking enemies. As you are working with mundane metals, magic influence is not needed to merge these tools together. Diamond Omnitool. Your discovery of an iron Omnitool has driven you to accomplish the same with some more powerful devices. You have discovered a way to combine the diamond drill and the diamond chainsaw, resulting in a tool capable of both mining, cutting down trees, and attacking enemies, while maintaining the speed and capacity bonuses of the diamond tools. As diamonds are incredibly tough and nearly impossible to reshape, once the raw diamonds have been fashioned into tools such as drills and chainsaws, you will require a little bit of magic to coax them to merge. Thaumium Omnitool. After creating the diamond and iron Omnitool, the next logical step was to do the same with Thaumium. Fortunately, this isn't as easy. You have discovered a way to combine the Thaumium drill, Thaumium chainsaw, and Thaumium chainsaw, resulting in a tool capable of mining and chopping trees at a great speed with a high energy capacity. These tools have already been infused with magic once. If you are not sure what will happen if they were to be infused again. Cool. We will go like this, and then like this. Sure. Electric goggles of revealing. You have found a way to detect auras using purely electronic means, no longer requiring mystical energy. Can be depleted over time. You can now create a pair of goggles of revealing that can be recharged with EU while being able to see aura nodes. Just as you could before, a diamond helmet is required to house the sensitive vis sensing circuitry and prevent it from being damaged, which also has the added benefit of providing extra protection. Nanosuit goggles of revealing. You have discovered a way to incorporate your previous vis sensors into a nanosuit helmet without moving too much around. By infusing the nano helmet with magic, you will be able to use it to see aura nodes. During the magical process, the control circuits for the night vision feature are replaced with capacitors to absorb the excess magical energy and vis sensing microchips. This will prevent you from turning off the night vision effect of the helmet. Quantum goggles of revealing. It took a lot of trial and error, but you have found a way to slip in vis detection sensors to a quantum helmet. By infusing the quantum helmet with magic, you will be able to use it to see aura nodes. During the design process, you had to replace several control circuits that involve night vision and automatic viewing with vis detecting circuitry and capacitors to absorb the excess magical energy. You find that using a mining laser to contain it can safely focus and direct the explosive pulse where the vision effect and the fitting unit of the helmet lie. Have fun getting force-fed energy. This will prevent you from turning off the night vision and feeding nutrients and feeding features. It is useless. Not gonna lie. Compressed solar panels. You have found a way to compress 8 mundane solar panels in a magical one that acts as if it was made of 10 mundane solar panels, generating 10 EU per tick. You may repeat this process with compressed solar panels, allowing you to increase the power potential per block even higher. You can also by magical infusion create triple compressed solar panels, taking the folly a step further. It goes to octuple, right? This is like 1 billion or 100 million. Holy insane. Does this not have additional pages? No, it doesn't. Okay. Solar helmet of revealing. You now have a helmet that acts exactly like your quantum goggles of revealing, but can also recharge your chest armor. Generates 2048 EU per tick during the day and 148 at night. Entropy infused solar panels. You know that solar panels can stop working at nighttime. To counter that, you found a way to make your solar panels produce energy at night. Weather infused solar panels. You always hated rain, especially when all your power came from solar panels. You hated it so much that you decided to find a way to make your solar panels keep running during the rain. During rain, you managed kind of. The water infused solar panels work during rain and during rain only. Yeah, all the fucking octuples. Earth infused solar panels. You decided to get closer to the core. These solar panels produce more energy under by 10, but keep in mind the rebellious spirits need to be able to see the sun to work. Water infused solar panels harnessing the power of water. You managed to triple the output of your solar panels a day. Find a few solar panels, fascinated by nether. You created a monster. These solar panels will work like normal in the overworld, but also produce more energy when they are located in nether. A monster, I tell you. Add a few solar panels, your adventurous mind, and the natural amount of air existing at the top of the world make these solar panels yield more energy when located over 160. Nice. I've done this. Inventory charging ring, while other thaumaturgists use rings to charge their runic shielding. You feel there are better applications for them. By fusing power sources into a mundane ring, you have learned how to funnel its charging energy into electrical items in your inventory instead. It doesn't generate much at only 32 EU per tick, but that only means there's room for improvement. Armor charging ring, you found the low but constant recharge rate of your new ring to be more useful anticipated, but it would be nice if it charged your armor when when there wasn't a tool in need of power. By infusing a few more power sources and a piece of armor, you have found a way to have it just do that. Sadly, the new power sources do not increase the recharge rate, but progress is progress. This is just free, right? Yeah, I guess. Okay, so this whole thing is done. Now Mjolnir. Mjolnir, you have traveled the world. Okay, no, wait. The legend. You have always heard about the legend of the hammer. It is said that the god of lightning, Thor, had a hammer capable of summoning lightning. The legend also states that when the god retired in his dimension, he left his hammer hidden somewhere in a well-protected dungeon where only a worthy mortal could find it. You have long since wanted to go explore the world to try and find it. Mjolnir, you have traveled the world in a quest for the mighty hammer, the hammer of Thor. One day you stumble upon its broken remains and your heart crumbled with it. After some long and tedious research, you found a way to restore this magnificent tool to its past greatness. You have an odd feeling you seem to have a lot of these, that although this tool is amazingly powerful, you could do more with it. This is pretty cheap. I could make this. It's pretty fun. I don't know what it does though. Supercharged Mjolnir. This isn't really that much more expensive. After some exploration, after some more exploration of the dungeon existing all around the worlds and dimensions, you've managed to find a method that makes you able to overpower Thor's hammer, making his hammer yours. Ooh, that's why it says on. Yeah, that's so cool. Furthermore, you have managed to make your hammer summon defenders, some strange snow golem-like creatures that shall protect you. However, the hammer lost its power to summon lightning when you desired it to, and creates a ring of lightning around you. That sucks. Okay, let's go like this. Macerating native or clusters. You can macerate all native or clusters except Cinnabar. You will get 22 tiny dust per native or cluster macerated. The one ring. The rings for the 11 kings are the sun, 7 for the dwarf lords in their halls of stone, 9 for the mortal man doomed to die, 1 for the dark lord on his dark throne in the land of Mordor, where the shadows lie. 1 ring to rule them all, 1 ring to find them, 1 ring to bring them all, and in the darkness bind them in the land of Mordor, where the shadows lie. J.R.R. Tolkien's epigraph to the Lord of the Rings. You dream of being able to disappear from sight, therefore becoming invulnerable to any attack. You have heard that this ring lays somewhere in ruins, unaltered by time. Electric Cloud. All thaumaturgists except Crimson ones, I guess, enjoy the shine and heat of the magic flame called Niter, don't they? You decided to make it more energetic. Well, you did. Well, you did it. You have created a new kind of magic flame, the electric cloud. It behaves and looks like normal niter, but it has a purple color and creates purple lightning charges around itself. To upgrade into an electric cloud, you need to click RMB on niter with an advanced battery or better on hand. Thaumium plate, as every electrical engineer knows, the devices are the basis of many devices. Plates are the basis of many devices. We knew that pressing thaumium into plates would be a necessary step to facilitate integration of magic into our tools. This made mages of the School of Thaumaturgy very upset. They don't like us tampering with their precious metal. You can produce these plates as shown, which is a bit more expensive than a metal former. requiring only one thaumium ingot, which is a bit more expensive, or in a metal form, requiring only one thaumium ingot. Keep an eye out for envy mages. A lightning summoner. This item is dropped by your arch enemy, the supercharged creeper. You feel it is going to be very useful later on. If you do not have any luck, I have a recipe for you to make this magic ball of lightning. Tiny uranium. After processing all your ores and using them for the creation of nuclear reactors, you finally run out of uranium nuggets needed to make your beloved fuel rods. After long research sessions, you have managed to restore your leftover uranium into much needed nuggets. Fortunately, this process is a bit wasteful, but you believe it to be worth the cost. This is so good. I've done this thousands of times. Electric scrying tools. You have decided not to kill any more squid. Therefore, you researched a way to charge your scrying tools in a way which would make them not need any ink. Thankfully, it's static electricity and the ball pen technology. You managed to make the ink inside the scribing tool spin so quickly that you can recharge it. UU matter infusion. You always found the powers possessed by UU matter very strange. The ability to make a large number of shapes if manipulated correctly, and here you are, having discovered a way to shape the liquid through the process of infusion crafting. Many recipes are available, and all of them use between 4 to 32 of each primal aspect. Yeah, some fucking infusions. Some of this is useful, I think. Like, there's like... maybe this? No, not really. Portable node. After studying in an in-depth manner on the wonders of node jarring, you managed to create an item capable of spawning a random node. However, due to some parts of node magic with which you can understand, this portable node will always be failing and unstable. You can only get rid of it by shift right-click, and you think you should dispose of it as soon as possible, for stable nodes are rather unpredictable. Yes, useless fuck. Now the bottom half is left. Let's go like this. Probably, yeah, let's do this first. Feather wings. Duct taping feathers to cardboard sheets formed in the shape of wings sounded like a good idea. At least you can thrust yourself in the air when spar is hit. Not much, but it'll work. Using any wings underwater or during the rain sounds like a very bad idea. Included fall damage reduction 25%. Thaumium reinforced wings. The magically infused metal thaumium is well known. Therefore, reinforcing your cardboard wings with thaumium sounded like a good idea. You can thrust yourself much higher on spacebar, hit and slow your fall down when spacebar is held. Sneak to go down at steady pace. Included fall damage reduction 50%. Nanosuit wings, combining the magic harnessed by thaumium while nanotechnologies with the nanotechnologies in your wings seems like the logical way to go. You can thrust yourself much higher than before and fall even slower when holding spacebar. Included fall damage reduction 75%. Quantum wings, after exploring all the possibilities of nanotechnologies, you decided to do the last jump. Quantum, you can thrust yourself many blocks high, you have a very good protection, and your fall is slowed down a lot. However, your quantum unpredictability happens once again. Your fall will be completely stopped when spacebar and sneak are maintained. You don't know why, but it works. Included fall damage reduction 100%. Infused quantum chestplate, you had nothing to do, so you decided to do something useful. You had an idea in your head of making armor, which you can fasten the wings or backpacks too for being protected in flight. Take the wings or backpack in your hand and sit down to put on their armor. To remove them, hold shift plus and equip. Pretty useless. Some fucking fine neck. Fire. Stupid. Electric boots of the traveler with lots of precise mechanical components and a touch of magic. You have recreated the effects of the boots of traveler in a more stable form. These boots, like the original, will not wear away over time, but instead use EU. These boots negate all fall damage and have all the normal properties of the boots of the traveler. Nano boots of the traveler. Your electric boots of the traveler are nice, but you think you can do better. Found a way to upgrade those boots to the nano tier, improving the mechanical components and improving the spell cast on the Furber. These boots allow for higher jumps and faster running than before. Quantum boots of the Traveler. You have meddled with quantum physics, making these quantum boots of the Traveler so fast that you appear to be in multiple places at once, but do not forget what happens to the to Schrödinger's cat. Shield focus. Okay, no. Shield block. After studying the blocks created by the... Okay, no. Shield focus. With some experimentation with the portable hull, you have found out more about the transportation of objects to alternate dimensions. You believe you can reverse these effects to summon a swath of blocks from a dimension full of matter to shield yourself from any oncoming disaster. Caution is to be taken when using this focus, and when bringing these blocks into your dimension, it will transpose any blocks in the way into the dimension it came from, never to return again. You will also be unable to move while this shield is in existence. Well, after studying the blocks created by the shield focus, you have discovered how to recreate them yourself without relying on them to be summoned by the focus. They are highly blast resistant and even resistant to nukes. However, in the event of an actual nuclear explosion, while this shield block will survive the aftermath, the surrounding blocks will not. These blocks are unstable and do not drop when broken, even when silk touch is used. Christmas focus. Christ? What is this? Merry Christmas. Hey, thank you. You have found a novel use for the frost focus by exposing it to the magic of Christmas. You can summon your snowy friends at will to fire snowballs at your Festivus, celebrating neighbors. Energy ball focus. It's necessary to put on the backpack or nano-quantum chestplate for using this focus. You need 5120 EU to create one ball. It's not recommended for using co-space. Explosion focus. You have found a way to improve the 9 health focus by exposing the bats to the explosive properties of a mining laser. You have built a focus that acts similarly to the laser but uses Viz instead of U. However, its effects are incredibly unstable, so you make a note to be careful. Wand focus charging. You realize that you always carry a wand with you, along with your electric stuff. But sometimes you have run out of juice in your electric tools. That's why you created this wand focus. It is very simple but very useful, for it drains this from your wand storage and charges the items using mundane electricity. Mundane. Wand focus charging. You've discovered a way to take the benefits of the industrial recharge station and house them inside of a charging focus, reversing its polarity. Now it will drain electricity from your items in order to recharge your wand. That'll be at a rather high cost. Furthermore, you have realized that you need a full set of electric armor to be able to start the wand recharging process. That's pretty useless. Oh, thermic maintenance, wand focus maintenance. This is so good. I love it so much. After intense study of the supposedly mechanical nature of your apparati, you've finally done it. You've discovered a method allowing the use of this in repair. What are a few exploded clean rooms in the face of sheer progress? Now you can get rid of those dastardly mundane tools. Nice. Only this is left. Potential generator. After much studying and researching, you have finally discovered how to create electricity from your leftover essentia. Simply place a water jar containing potential in a 4-block radius of the machine, and it will draw it in to create EU. While potential seems like the most logical choice for producing EU, with essentia you believe you will be able to generate electricity from different essentia in the near future with a bit of tinkering. All essential generators give out galactic EU, so no transformers are needed. You can make a book containing information about essential generators, probably, that says. Cut off. And DDL processor. After tapping into Hell's power with the Infernal Furnace to get some rewards out of your mining sessions, you have finally something totally different in mind. You are now using the power of the good, the sky, and the so-called paradise. This serial processor doubles the yield of every smelting recipe and gives a 10% chance of getting a thaumium nugget as a bonus. You can also see 2 drawbacks to this. It is double your smelting yield. It takes twice the time to process the item. It is a highly magical device. Is this real? Can you do some crazy shit with this? As it is a highly magical device, some mundane smelting recipes do not seem to work. You are confident that smelting cobblestone into stone will not work in this wonder machine. Okay, maybe nothing works in it. Industrial one's charging station. You managed to combine the powers of one pedestal with those of the mighty U matter. Holy fuck, IV replicator, are you kidding me? A resulting machine capable of replicating aspects on your wand at the cost of 50,000 U to recharge every aspect of the wand to 1 unit. This is nuts. This is like insane. Nobody would ever use this. Ignis generator, just as you thought, with a bit of tweaking, you have found a way to instead of using Ignis, to instead use Ignis Essentia to produce power on the inside. This machine is able to heat water by consuming Ignis. The steam produced by this heat then spins the turbine similar to a typical generator, aurum generator, though it took a bit more work than you initially thought. This one is like the Lucrum one, this one, the only like possibly good ones. Though it took a bit more work than you initially thought, you found a way to produce EU using Aurum Essentia. This required complete reworking of the machine, relying on Aurum's pulsating magical power to spin a generator. Arbor generator, how much does this generate? It's like nothing. 60 U per tick, are you kidding me? You always seem to have excess Arbor Essentia sitting around, not anymore. By modifying your original potential generator, you found a way to produce energy using Arbor Essentia instead. Our generator, you have discovered the enormous power of the air, therefore decided to try a modification of your original potential generator capable of compressing air from Air Essentia in a nearby jar. This is gated HV, by the way. 37 EU per tick. HV gated. Fuck off. Lucrum generator, your greed kept you going further. You have found a way to convert Lucrum to VAR by infusing the potential generator with huge amounts of gold, Permutadio, and Lucrum. You managed to build a powerful generator that literally runs on gold, but as you thought, the infusion is unstable and will fail easily if you are not prepared. This is the only good one, 285 per tick, pretty much 3 amps, 2.2 amps. Does need Nebrism, which is annoying, but with infused seeds is free. Automate research, it was fun at first, but you've decided it's time to find a better way to handle all this research. And by mixing technology and magic, you have come up with a multi-block that can complete a research node by itself. To function, it needs nodes to be placed at the center of the structure and will slowly destroy them while running. Node stabilizers are optional but recommended for keeping so many nodes close together without them destroying each other. Okay, this is done. Plus 60. 731. We are moving so quick. 731. Okay, let's do 1 to 1 to 11 divided by 731 times 9.5. Wait, we're actually speeding up. It's now like at like 16-hour pace. After this one, we will be so fast. Holy shit, we win. We win, boys, we win. We might hit sub 12. Okay, let's go. Let's go with 3L familiar first. 3L familiar. Wisp have intrigued you for some time now. Many of these sentient bits of 3L magic seem to be passive but when attacked, they retaliate with surprising speed and efficiency. Not only that, but sometimes when just approaching a wisp, too quickly will provoke an attack. This behavior gave you an unexpected inspiration by exploiting the unusual responsive nature of a wisp. It may be possible to bend its defensive instincts to act as a personal protector. Fortunately, wild wisps have proven to be far too unpredictable to capture. By infusing large amounts of magic and a few binding agents into a sample of ethereal essence, an artificial wisp can be created. This ethereal familiar will anchor to its wearer's aura and act similarly to a turret when it is held in the amulet slot, shooting sparks at any hostile entities that attack the wearer. Its wearer. It is considerably weaker and slower than its wild counterparts. However, you feel that there are definitely methods of strengthening it. Flashburn. When upgraded with Flashburn, a familiar's energy is repurposed to generate a ridiculous amount of heat on attacking rather than dealing damage, lighting its foes on fire and leaving them scorched and weak to the light of the sun. It assumes 0/0 for Ignis and 0/0 to Ordo, Whisper, attack, and level. Lightning impact. A familiar with this upgrade will have a significantly more powerful arc when attacking, dealing more damage, and a reasonable amount of knockback. Consumes 0/3 air and over 2 per tissue whiz per stack and level. Enervation. This upgrade removes the familiar's damaging capability altogether and replacing them with the ability to suddenly drain large amounts of energy from targets. Enemies that are struck by enervation familiars will become weak, lethargic, and very manageable with a plain old sword. Consumes 0/3 Terra and 0/3 per tissue with per attack and level. Okay, this is another upgrade. Corrosive Venom. Familiar with this upgrade will inject a large dose of highly concentrated venom into its victims rather than doing damage, inflicting them with severe poisoning. Familiars with this upgrade seem to be able to detect which foes can be poisoned, and such it will only attack those that can be poisoned. Consumes an additional 0/3 Aqua and 0/4 per tissue with this per attacks and level. Sensitivity boost. By enhancing the Wisp sensitivity to external influences, you can slightly increase its range. Consumes additionally 0/4 air and 0/02 air Wisp and 0/1 or the Wisp per attack and level. Arc amplification. By concentrating more arcane energy into the Wisp, its attack power is effectively doubled. Consumes 0/3 Ignis Wisp per attack and level. Frequency emission overdrive. Some variations of familiars can have a considerable amount of difficulty dealing with large numbers of foes at once. This upgrade enhances an ethereal familiar so that it can attack twice as fast as before. The second stage both increases its attack speed and allows it to hit multiple enemies with a single strike. Consumes 0/2 Ordo and 0/1 Ignis Wisp per attack and level. These done. Golem core break. The golems fitted with this core will monitor and break marked blocks. You may specify a tool for the golem to use in its inventory. You can add a block to the golem's inventory to specify which blocks will be broken. Breaking speed depends on tool strength and speed. You can apply the order upgrade to specify which tool needs to be used on the associated mark block. You can apply entropy upgrade to ignore metadata on tools. Golem core harvest. Golems fitted with this core need not be attached to an inventory. Wait, they had this before. I heard this before. Golem core bodyguard. The golems are all good and fine, but even with upgrades, they still don't understand how to protect the master specifically. Adding a few modifications to the golem core guard, it easily remedies this issue. A golem equipped with the golem core bodyguard will be smart enough to follow his master around in a manner similar to that of tamed wolf. Silverwood golems. This golem is carved from a silverwood log. The extra magical affinities of silverwood allow this golem to hold more upgrades. Durability average, strength low, silverwood golem attributes. Self-repair average, carry limit 8, speed fast, upgrades 3. Arcane Dropper. After considering the properties of the dropper and how those properties can be extended, you have made a series of modifications to the dropper. The Arcane Dropper gives you the ability to extract, insert, and monitor items in a 3x3x3 area, as if they were inside of an inventory. To see this area of effect, hover over the Arcane Dropper with a wand without the focus. Only the flat sides of the Arcane Dropper can be interacted with. Golemic Shielding. After further experimenting with protective magic, you have discovered the way to apply runic shielding to your golems. In the same way runic shields behave when worn by yourself, a golem with this upgrade will be protected by a barrier of magical energy that wards out most types of damage until its charge is depleted. Does not protect against drowning and certain other environmental hazards. Armor disguise. You have found a way to change the appearance of your armor. The effects of the original armor will remain, while the appearance of the armor when worn will be that of the disguise. The original armor is placed on the central pedestal of the infusion, and the armor that will disguise the original is placed on the outer ring of the pedestals. However, the item that will be used as disguise will merge into the other item, and its appearance will be there, the only thing left of it. After giving it a second thought, you think if you replace the armor you want to have as new appearance with an invincibility potion, the potion might just merge with the armor, causing it to be fully transparent when worn. Throwing the disguised armor into purifying liquid causes a reaction that removes the disguised effect. The armor used as a disguise will be ripped off the other armor and reappears miraculously near the previously disguised armor. Yeah, we go this. Yep. No, wait, this is yellow though, because this is from this mod. Whatever, never mind. Atomic Sight. After extensively studying the goals of revealing, you have devised an enchantment that can give any helmet the same properties. The enchantment gives any helmet the ability to let you, the wearer, see aura nodes and the amount of essential in jars. It does not give the discount of the goggles, though. Core cleaning. Returning an aura core to its original state has proven very simple. Tossing an aspect core into the special bath of essential will allow the extra primal crystal code to be removed without damaging the aura core. Aura core. Many times the strange properties of the primal charm have always been puzzling. Constantly spitting out small sparks of primal energy and changing colors in a completely unstable fashion. The charm's behavior is unlike anything else, making the primal charm most difficult to use. By encasing the charm in a layer of crystallized thaumium, it is possible to calm these bizarre tendencies, resulting in a much more stable object known as an aura core. Like the charm that it was constructed from, an aura core has most of the primal energy removed in the crafting process. This leaves aura cores heavily susceptible to the presence of auras in the environment. Tossing one on the ground near a primal crystal cluster and then energizing the crystal cluster with a wand will cause the core to coat itself in an extra layer of crystal, forcing the core to tune to one primal aspect. 6 primal cores are possible to make. Finding a use for individual primal cores requires making them and then inspecting them directly. Essentia condenser. While experimenting with void materials, you discard an odd reaction between void seeds and liquid essentia. When a void seed is left in close proximity with a water jar for an extended period of time, the energy it releases has the odd tendency to make the essentia in the jar condense into a slightly more dense state, freeing up a small amount of space in the jar without actually destroying any essentia. Wait, did we? Yeah, we did. Destroying any essentia. After further testing, you found that the seed alone was not powerful enough to make any major difference, but with enhancements to increase the potency of the energy released by the seed, a device can compress essentia into a super dense state that could be made. The super dense state, device that can compress essentia into a super dense state could be made by condensing large amounts of void materials, infusing the resulting mass into void seeds to create a small cross-dimensional rift, and freezing the resulting anomaly inside a crystal shell. It's possible to increase the potency, the void energy the seed can release by several thousand times, despite the fact that this new element of darkness seems to be incredibly stable. Its effects are far too potent for a normal water jar to handle. It also has the unfortunate side effects of sucking all of the light out of any space it is dropped in, blinding anything that holds it or stands near it when it is dropped on the ground. Wait. Okay. By assembling a reinforced shell around the element of darkness and stabilizing the essentia flow with an aqua aura core, a device that is capable of storing massive amounts of essentia can be created. In order to assemble the machine, place all 3 blocks on top of each other and right-click with a wand. The essentia condenser can store all types of essentia inside one construct with a base capacity of 200 essentia that can be stored. The device does have some mechanical limitations though. Due to the incredible amount of energy in the core of the essentia condenser, it cannot safely interact with pipes, nor can the essentia be directly placed into the device by hand. Golems have to be used to insert the first bit of essentia into the condenser for it to start accepting on its own. Once essentia is stored, however, the condenser will actively pull in essentia from every available jar, reservoir, and mirror within 5 blocks of the device. However, it only seems to pull from containers that have less essentia inside them than the main condenser. Although direct physical interaction with the essential condenser is limited to column, infusion holders as well as any device that can pull from essential mirror can supply themselves. The essential condenser, like most things that contain large amount of liquid essentia, does not deal with large amounts of physical stress very well. If any of the blocks of the structures are broken while any essentia is contained inside, the entire device will violently explode, leaving a large amount of flux and taint behind. Unlike its slightly more tame counterpart, the essentia reservoir, if the essential condenser has any essentia within it, it will release enough destabilized flux to immediately taint the land. If an element of darkness is placed on an ancient pedestal near the condenser, the core of the condenser will consume it, allowing the condenser to increase its internal capacity by a reasonable amount. The highest point of the capacity of the condenser can be pushed to with this method is 3000 per aspect. You noticed while standing near the structure that the pull of the element of darkness in the condenser core is enough to gradually pull you closer. Could it be getting bigger? You don't think so, hopefully. Wow. Yeah, this is actually so hard. Bruh. Let's chill out for a second, why not? Let's drink some water. The insertion condenser done. We read this before. Yep. Book of Knowledge. Research and discovery made up the very essence of thaumaturgy. Yet sometimes the sheer amount of paperwork is enough to make even the toughest thaumaturge want to jump off a giant cliff without a thermostatic harness. The solution to this problem seems relatively simple. Animating a book to do the writing for you will be easy, right? Well, no. Making a book able to store knowledge is relatively simple, since that is what books do by default, obviously. Making it able to compile its knowledge into usable and comprehensible research is another ordeal entirely. In order to make the book able to do anything, it must be animated so it can open, close, and turn its pages and so on. After the book of knowledge itself is assembled, it needs to be placed on a flat surface that conducts magic in order to activate a roll, which an arcane pedestal serves perfectly. Once it is placed on a pedestal, the Book of Knowledge can be used for research. Simply dropping a research page on the ground near the book, displaying it with Cognitio Essentia, will start the research process. From that point on, the waiting game begins. You have found that placing any form of booster that can affect an enchantment table nearby will speed up the process, albeit not in any significant way. The Book of Knowledge has one more use other than performing research. It can be opened and used like any other Thaumonomicon, removing the need to constantly lug around a Thaumonomicon wherever you go. Aura Pylon. The Aura Pylon is a device that exploits the properties of an aura core tuned to Ignis. This device is able to destabilize the evaporate essentia into the local aura. This process is a bit slow, and the essentia needs time to reach full concentration. When it does, the aura concentration should be enough to physically influence the environment. After assembling the aura pylon, dropping a piece of crystallized essentia of the desired aspect on the ground nearby will allow the pylon to tune itself. Once the pylon pulls in the crystal and the flame on top changes color, liquid essentia can be fed into the bottom. Removing the crystal is as simple as getting close enough to pick it up. As for discovering what each different type of essentia does, the only way that you think you can find out is to test them. This is so expensive, fucking Osmiridium. Are you, like, these people are insane. Why is this gated fucking IV? The most useless thing ever, gated IV? Like, come on, kill yourself. Pause? I didn't say that. Most type of essentia have their own unique effects. However, some do some do not. Either way, keeping a log of what each aspect does seems like a good idea. Air creates a speed aura. Alien is nearby monsters become more dangerous. Aqua helps you to breathe underwater. Arbor increases growth speed of nearby plants. Auram diffuses some Ves into the aura. Bestia summons beasts. Ignitio grants more knowledge about primal aspects. Examines summons undead monsters. Fabrico improves your golems. Flames makes you feel hungry. Gelum cools down the surrounding area. Herba heavily increases growth speed of nearby plants. Humanus temporarily increases your health. Ignis spreads fire. Instrumentum increases your digging speed. Ether supports you for a longer journey. The Limus, the aura becomes more slimy. Lucrum increases your luck. Lux stops monsters spawning in the area. Mortus, the aura becomes more deadly. Modus increases your speed. Order provides a weak healing aura. Penis spawns wool on sheep. Peridio creates an aura of weakness. Perforio heavily increases your dig speed. Potentially increases your strength. Precantario increases your magic skills. Sano provides a strong healing aura. Sano senses lighten up the night. Spiritus, the aura seems more ghostly. Telum increases your strength a lot. Tempestus summons lightnings. Tenebre, darkness spreads in the aura. Terra increases your resistances. Tutamen increases your resistances a lot. Venom poisons its surroundings. Victus helps baby animals grow faster. Vinculum traps and slows down living things. Vitium spreads stained, which ways you can feel the air blowing through your stomach. Volatus increases jump height. This was like 50 entries, by the way. Pretty nice, isn't it? Okay. Mirror jars. The Essentia mirror is excellent for moving Essentia around for infusions, but you have the uncanny feeling that it has some untapped potential to Essentia mirrors. You can effectively allow Essentia to move between the 2 points of space. Place an Essentia mirror inside of a specifically altered water jar. The space inside of one jar can be effectively linked to another. In order to link 2 jars, simply place one in the world and right-click it with another mirror jar. If a network already exists, then the jar will be added to the current network. Unlike Essentia mirrors, mirror jar networks can have more than 2 jars. The space inside of a network is shared and balanced between its jars, between the jars it contains. To put it simply, the 2-jar network will hold 2 jars of Essentia. A 3-jar network will hold 3, etc. Also, when one mirror jar is filled, it will attempt to evenly distribute its contents between the other jars in the network. Sticky jars. Water jars are any thaumaturgy's bread and butter, but they can be a bit difficult to arrange when large tangles of Essentia tubes are involved. You decide to alleviate this minor difficulty by applying some adhesive to the bottom of the jars. Any jar that has its base coated will stick to the surface that it plays on, even if that surface is facing sideways or upside down. Breaking the jar does not remove the adhesive, allowing sticky jars to be reused. Also, many other types of Essentia containing jars other than basic water jars can accept this alteration. Automated infusion. What is an infusion? Considering there are many... this is expensive as fuck, I would never use this. Considering there are many situations in which you would like to be able to automate an infusion altar without being so close, you've been fooling with the wand recharge pedestal, trying to get it to move a wand rather than just hold it has proven difficult but not impossible. The resulting device is slightly sentient and somehow bound to your soul, but it seems to work well. Your eye has been twitching a bit recently, though you're sure everything is fine. Maybe /sniff. Maybe if you give this, the wand will charge. Place this device atop your infusion matrix and insert the wonder staff. They can be inserted and extracted from the top side when with the checkbox marked. Only empty ones can be extracted. This process adds instability to any infusion. An infusion is triggered with the infusion claw. The amount of instability depends on how good the wand you use is. The stuffs are a bit more stable, but the main factor is the amount of storage your wand has. You can trigger infusions by running a redstone signal into one of the 4 sides. This device can also be used to automate production of Thaumonomicons and crucibles, making your dream of a Thaumonomicon and a crucible factory possible. Innovation field emitter. Everyone hates creepers, especially given that at some point in a builder's career, one of those indescribably rage-inducing freaks will sneak up from behind, above, below, or even right in front of them, explode, ruining the project in progress completely. Almost by chance, you discovered an interesting way to solve this problem with essential gas. By exposing gunpowder to a small trace of Ordo Essentia, you found you could completely nullify its ability to explode when ignited. Turning Essentia into gas directly without having it dissolve into flux is all but impossible, but some careful tinkering with various alchemical machinery, components, and redstone yields a device that can use a slightly different process to acquire the same effects as liquid Essentia. The arcane innovation emitter diffuses a light aura of Ordo across a limited area. Any creepers in that affected area will be unable to explode. The emitter is slow to start, and when it receives fuel in the form of Ordo Essentia and the redstone signal, it will gradually expand its area of effects until it reaches maximum size. The size of its area can be controlled by changing the strength of redstone signal used to activate the device and monitored by placing a comparator running out of the device. After using this device for some time, you noticed, much to your delight, that the field that the arcane innovation emitter emits is strong enough to affect more than just creepers. It appears to stop a variety of destructive mob behaviors as well as inhibiting Enderman teleportation. It is strong enough to affect. It isn't strong enough to affect players though. Aggressive behavior. Suddenly and completely out of nowhere, the node released a huge bolt of energy. It may be a large amount of this flowing through the or a node destabilized and released as an arc of energy. These bolts seem to be attracted to anything that even closely resembles a living entity. You should probably stand back a bit while researching to avoid any other close calls. Secrets of growth. This is probably the one. At last, you have figured out the secrets of growth and the potential dangers in a growing node. The node becomes much more stable when fed a variety of aspects. If it is only allowed to consume the single aspects repeatedly, it destabilizes and stops growing due to becoming oversaturated. It only accepts pure aspects though. The lessons, crystal essences, and mana beans are weak forms of material. With the node doesn't react to them very much. Despite the fact that the node will consume ethereal essence, it seems to vastly prefer living wisps and aspect orbs. One of the best things to offer the node seems to be other ore nodes. This method does get expensive though. There are high risks too. The more saturated the node gets, the harder and more often the node attacks its surroundings. You wonder what happens when the node becomes fully saturated. Oh, growing nodes. This node is something different. You did expect an energized node to be the only stable connection between between us and the source of all of this, but the Sora node seems very stable too. Energizing an Aura node channels this from its source to the world and breaks it down to the purest primal aspects, but this node behaves much differently than others. Feels as though it's looking for something, seems restless. Something about this behavior is disconcerting in the extreme. What could it be searching for? Judging from what I know, so far it is similar to a hungry Aura node, but there is just something about it that is very disconcerting. Destroying behavior. It seems the growing node does not only bully the other nodes, it completely destroys them. If the growing node can find another node within range, it attacks it and breaks the other node into aspect orbs. Further research shows that the node stabilizers cannot stop the growing node from destroying other nodes, but the growing node does not seem to attack bigger nodes than itself. Growing behavior. The node has begun to display similarities to a hungry node in that it started to grow. The big difference between this node and an average hungry node seems to be that this node only attracts things containing pure aspects such as wisps or ethereal essence. As far as your research goes, it seems that the more pure the aspect is, the more likely it will fuse with the node. Aspect orbs and wisps are more absorbed most because they are most pure. A materialized or solid vis is in forms of essential like mana beans, material essence, or crystallized essential. May go too, but you feel you should take care with what you throw into this thing. Still, it is more fascinating than a hungry node by far. It in contrast to its hungry brother. This node seems to keep the complexity of its gain compound aspects instead of breaking them down to primal aspects. It seems to have something against primal aspects. Node manipulator. Aura nodes have intrigued you for the longest time. Where do they come from? Why are there so many varieties? For some time you found yourself asking another question entirely. Would it be possible to change how a node functions? After journeying far across the world and into the depths of the ancient eldritch mazes, you found a set of materials capable of changing the way Aura behaves. After carefully developing these materials and fusing them to augment the only device you found to be capable of channeling pure vis directly from a node, one of the most dangerous machines you could fathom finally fell within your grasp. The node manipulator is a device that essentially works in a manner opposite to that of a one creature pedestal. By drawing vis from a wonder staff and channeling it back into the node manipulator will force a node to destabilize slightly. The manipulator's main pedestal is not stable enough to alter nodes on its own, but an especially modified focus to hold the one/staff in place for vis extraction and a set of pillars to channel the extracted vis into the node. The device is finally ready for use. Just place one/staff on the pedestal and the node manipulator will start automatically. The node manipulator needs at least 70 of all 6 primal aspects to begin manipulating a node, but allowing more than 70 seems to yield greater results. Despite all of your research into node behavior, you still haven't the slightest idea of what the node manipulator will actually do to Aura nodes. The only way to find out seems to be testing it out. Yeah, this is done. This is done. Yep. Gate of the Voidwalkers. He who fights with monsters should look to it that he himself does not become a monster. And when you gaze long into an abyss, the abyss also gazes into you. Friedrich Nietzsche. At first, it was just a miracle, the discovery of the primordial pearl. Its light revealed many secrets of the world and of creation, but after a while, you began to tell that one pearl wasn't enough. Its light was warm, but seemed fitful and weak, as though it was only a spark. Dark ancient whispers have begun to pervade your consciousness, more powerful and insistent than before. They speak of a road not meant to be walked, a way too dark to see, a path to the greatest of all powers, hidden beyond the edges of the world. You suspect you know exactly what the voices speak of, and you have your piece of that power, and you have piece of that power in your possession. Now you only have to solve the problem of finding this invisible and tangible path. Not surprisingly, the solution to the problem of entering the path came directly from the Eldritch obelisks. These ancient devices each contain a node that, when enough vis is directed through, can be winded into a small stable portal. By altering the functions of a compound recharge focus to mimic the functions of the obelisk, the same type of vis redirection can be achieved. This new focus is not unlike the normal randomization focus, as it also needs to be placed atop a node manipulator in order to function. In order to build the gate frame, a node manipulator must be constructed in the same manner as normal, but with 4 ancient pedestals around the outside and the redirection focus in place of the usual randomization focus. The gate of the Voidwalkers needs 150 of each primal aspect to be assembled. Once assembled, 4 Eldritch Eyes must be placed on the pedestal somewhere around the gate, and also staff/wand containing at least 120 vis must be placed in the manipulator. Once the manipulator drains the necessary vis, the node atop the focus will be forced to open into a portal. First glance, it resembles any other Eldritch portal. However, when you look closer, you can see that it is far stronger and less stable than the others. You can see the gate will not survive more than one entity passing through, so return via the same portal will be impossible. As you step through the gate of the Void Walkers, you feel an odd sense of anticipation and foreboding, as though hundreds of ancient eyes are watching silently as you walk into the depths of the abyss. Ancient stones. There is more to the base of maze of the Eldritch than meets the eye. The Eldritch might not be the best room designers, but the stones they use to build show enormous magic potential. Exposing your everyday arcane stones to Eldritch energies alter the stones' magical properties to act more like the Eldritch relatives. Some of these stones have unique properties. Perhaps we can put them to use, and if not, we can always take advantage of them decoratively. Moonstone. Strange crystals. Okay. This is it for this chapter. Huge. 71 plus 95. 826. 1211 divided by 826. 6 times 10. 10.1, let's say. 14. Well, we're sub 15. Malefica, a disturbing find while we were out and about gathering magical knowledge. You came across something rather disturbing, a blood-stained ripped page from another Thaumonomicon. From your understanding, it gives an ideal for a darker side of magic. The darkness intrigues you, even though it eschews a dangerous path. But what have you got to lose? The thought of an adventure into the unknown excites you. The page is still rendered unclear, but you could only make out bits and pieces. But one day you will decipher this page and have a newfound mastery one day. Who wrote this? What is the one? Magic Fungor. These shrooms, the bane of every thaumaturge's existence. Every time you walk through a magical forest, you somehow end up stepping on one of these pesky mushrooms and start to feel sick. God. Okay. So yeah, when the timer hits 11:50, I will restart the stream. Okay. And started to feel sick. One day you had enough with these mushrooms. You plucked one from the ground and took it home with you. You have discovered that after combining with some mundane ingredients and a magic shard, the mushroom became edible. Wow. Furthermore, when eaten, you will gain research points at random. Be useless. Yeah, how are we going to do this? Let's go like this, and then this thing. Crystal blood. After having discovered the essential crystallizer, you managed to create a dagger that crystallizes the blood of your foes. Whenever a living creature is killed by this blade, a few drops of blood will be crystallized. It also seems that any blade that possesses the same bloodlust effect will crystallize any creature's blood upon death. You are certain this is no ordinary blood. It is because it is particularly interesting because Crimson Cold Attire seems to have similar properties. Tier 5 upgrade. Bloodlust. This upgrade can only be applied to the mage's mace focus. It will allow the mace to inherit bloodlust ability like that of the crystal dagger. Crimson Seamstry. After studying crystal blood for quite some time, you realize that the Crimson Cult's robes possess very similar properties. By staining shadow-imbued cloth with crystal blood, you were able to perfectly replicate the materials that the Crimson Cult used for their attire. Using crimson stained cloth, see right, you are able to make all the rope pieces. Their recipes are inscribed in the following pages. Crimson stained cloth caps. These are like what, 10%? 20%? Your research down the rabbit hole of such crimson seamstry and the darkness of shadow-imbued cloth caps led to a concentrated piece of an immense condensed metal. Led to a concentrated piece of an immense condensed magical conductor. It seems that the crystal blood from which the cloth was stained helps the caps channel this at a far more efficient rate. The crimson cloth caps usually provide a 20% this discount. Advanced Crimson Foragery. Strange whispers have been talking to you more than usual. They spoke of the Crimson Cult leader, and they hope to be the one to defeat them. And you hope to be the one to defeat them. You have been having visions, and you thought that with the discoveries of Crimson State Cloth and Crimson Plating, it won't be hard to replicate the Praetor's suit of armor. If you're wrong, you thought it would be easy enough, but apparently it is not. You had to use quite a bit more plating and cloth than expected, but you've managed to construct the armor. The recipes are written in the following pages. Weights and blood. While you love Crimson Cold robes, they are inferior to any armor made from white metal because they do not repair themselves. Till now, weights and blood is a simple concoction. It's just crystal blood infused with white aspects. Applying this elixir to Crimson Cold attire via a crafting grid will cause the armor to repair itself. Crimson Blade. This seems to be the conclusion to your studies on the Crimson Cold and Crystal Blood. You have finally done it. You created the legendary weapon, the Crimson Blade, the blade wielded by the cult's leader themselves. This blade will inflict weakness upon anything it strikes, and it also possesses the ability to crystallize blood, just like the Crystal Dagger. Shadow metal. Once upon a time, you were doing some crucible work, but you accidentally dropped a block of stone into a boiling mess. The result was shadow metal ore. This metal seems promising. All it takes is a mundane furnace to smelt it, resulting in a shadow metal ingot. It is extremely hard and has very high durability. You think you will need to research some more before it is usable? Maybe the whispers can give you more information, but who knows? Warped goggles of revealing. By infusing your goggles of revealing with shadow metal, you have solved an everlasting problem. A thaumaturge like yourself must choose between function and protection, but using shadow metal to strengthen your goggles, you have gained a few extra armor points, but at a cost. It seems that one of the lenses became clouded with warp, causing you to have strange visions at times. But no problem, it could be worse, right? Void metal goggles of revealing. By infusing your warped goggles of revealing with white metal, you have created a pair of goggles that repair themselves and have an extremely high vis discount. Sadly, they offer inferior protection to the original warped goggles of revealing. Your vision might become distorted and warped while wearing these goggles, but that's okay. Warp is not a bad thing. Is it like higher discount? Yeah, it is. Want focus, Mage's Mace. With this discovery of foci, you notice that most foci are ranged. For you, this can sometimes be a problem. By infusing some sharp objects into a block of shadow metal, you create a foci that acts as a mace. When equipped, the foci will grant increased attack damage to the staff or one you're using, turning it into the perfect melee weapon. Notice this comes at a cost. 60 fucking attack, 120 damage with a staff. That's insane. The focus uses this every time you hit a mob. No damage will be inflicted if your staff or wand does not have the required vis. The potency upgrade will increase the damage by 1 each level. Oh, that could be cool. Later though. Shadow Mute Cloth. When you discovered... Wait, let me write this down. I thought of something very, 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 very fucking smart. Let's write this down real quick. Thank God I didn't click F. When you discovered shadow metal, you ran a few experiments. Okay, shadow imbued cloth has similar... Using it, shadow imbued cloth was one of many results. Shadow imbued cloth has similar properties to enchanted fabric, though it is quite dark in color and has some interesting magical properties. It is soft, thin, light, and incredibly strong. You are certain it will be of many uses. Shadow imbued cloth caps. You've created a new type of wand caps using the exact same design as the cloth caps, except using shadow imbued cloth. The idea was definitely a success, though you would need to use a charged foaming wand cap to bind it all together. The shadow cloth caps are exactly the same as the cloth caps, but slightly more efficient. They will grant a 50% discount. Shadow metal wand caps, these are huge, 30%. With the discovery of white metal wand caps, you wonder if you could improve their performance even further. You tested this theory by infusing the caps with some shadow metal, as well as the primal aspects of a primordial pearl. It proved very successful. The caramel caps seem to be extremely efficient at channeling this, and will grant a heavy discount to 30% of 30% all primal aspects. Unbalanced shards. Applying certain aspects to a balanced shards proved to have some rather interesting effects. We decided to call this process unbalancing. So far you have discovered flux shards and warp shards. You're sure they will both prove very useful in your studies. One focus this shard. With the study of different types of shards, an incredible idea dawned upon you. Or if you could animate a this shard that to be used in combat. This focus can only be cast if you are looking at an enemy. The shard will float through the air, homing on its target, and will burst in contact. It would seem that the shard will also bounce off solid blocks. One focus Tainted Storm. After having seen the destructive power of flux, you thought it would be interesting to make a one focus that harnesses this power. The result is the Tainted Storm focus. This focus will blast an AoE attack of tainted bubbles within a range of 10 meters, inflicting a poison effect on contact and causing a fair amount of damage. Take caution when using this focus, for there is a chance you will get infected with the flux flu while using it, but that's only the consequence of handling such a large amount of flux. Tainted Shockwave. With the study of advanced foci and Taint, you felt the need for a focus that rather than offensive but defensive. The one focus Tainted Shockwave will gather an extremely concentrated amount of tainted energy at the tip of your wand, and then eventually explode in a 15 block radius. This will certainly blast all entities far away from you. Also seems that the enlarged upgrade in the focal manipulator will increase the radius. 50 zombies swarming you, no problem. Whip out your wand and they will be sent flying. Warpwood. While studying... Wait, did I do all this? Okay. Warpwood. While studying the magical trees in the Tainted Land, you have noticed just how rich with magic they are. Although they are too unstable and messy for your uses, you think it would be worthwhile to create a tree that is infused with warp. The Warpwood tree is just that, a tree imbued with the fundamental aspect of warp with a fundamental aspect of warp. You don't know what you will ever use this tree for, but maybe one day it will be just what you need. Warpwood 1 core. Ever since you discovered Warpwood, you've wondered if it would be possible to forge this wood into a wand, the primordial pearl. Given the answer to this question, since the wood is imbued with warp, I think it's only logical to use a zombie brain as a place to store the insanity, and using the power of the primordial pearl as the core in this rod, the power is immense. As the core is this rod, the power is immense. The wood is also extremely dense, making it able to store huge amounts of this, 250H. That is continued. It would also seem that the warp stored within the rod festers of your own, creating this as a byproduct and quickly filling up your wand. The more warp you amass, the greater the reaction and the faster the wand will recharge itself. Due to the process being fueled by the primordial pearl, the influx of this would put any other course to shame. Seeing as it wards off all warp, the warp ward buff seems to negate the reaction completely. Though today my wand started whispering strangely to me. As my insane mind grows stronger, the more my wand reveals to me. Warpwood Staff Core. After having seen the power of the Warpwood Wand Core, you wondered what would happen if you were to make a staff. Like most staves, simply adding a primal charm was not enough to bind them into a staff core. It took the use of a primordial pearl. This is like Tanasium? No, this is Shadow. The same auto recharging abilities seem to apply as well, and on top of all of that, this staff core offers a huge amount of storage. With this storage, 500 primal viz. Cloth caps. With the immersive study of wandcraft and the discovery of enchanted fabric, you decided to use some to cap a wand. You are not sure why it worked, seeing as it's just cloth. It is just cloth, but it did nonetheless. Using a few pieces of fabric and a little this, You have forged a fairly effective and cheap wand cap. This cap grants a 5% less discount. You're not quite sure why. Thaumium Fortress Blade. Using a design similar to Thaumium Fortress Armor, you have designed a blade that will fit the set perfectly. By improving the construction process of a Thaumium sword, you have increased the damage it will deal. This blade will also never take damage from use. Furthermore, you can charge your blade by holding down right-click upon releasing a strike. Upon releasing, a strike will be released with increased damage based on how charged the blade is. At full charge, the blade has the potential to deal up to 2 times its attack damage. The blade will remain sheathed at your hip when it is not in use. Volcanic inscription. You upgrade your fortress blade by inscribing runes upon it. This inscription will convert damage dealt into fire damage, which will bypass armor. Any target hit will be set aflame. Furthermore, when releasing a fully charged strike, an explosion fireball will be emitted from your blade. Will be emitted from your blade once one would hold down shift to cancel this effect and release a normal strike. Tainted inscription. You have upgraded your fortress blade by inscribing runes upon it. This inscription will cause your blade to deal magic damage, bypassing armor. Anything you hit will also be inflicted with taint poison. Moreover, if you release a fully charged strike, a cloud of taint will be emitted from your blade once one would hold down shift to cancel this effect and release a normal strike. Under the inscription, you have upgraded your fortress blade by inscribing runes upon it. This inscription inscribes a formula to deal with withering damage which bypasses armor. Your target will also be inflicted with withering damage over time. In addition, when releasing a fully charged strike on a target, you will be healed 25% of damage dealt. White metal fortress blade. By using the same construction process as the Thaumium fortress blade, by substituting the material for white metal, you have created a fortress blade that is even more powerful. The white metal fortress blade is not only sharper and stronger than its Thaumium counterpart, but also possesses the greater sapping effect, which will weaken anything you hit. They do say that this much white metal is not healthy for one's body, but you care not. Like in Thaumium fortress blade, this blade can be enhanced with various inscriptions. Super expensive. Holy shit. Shadow metal fortress blade. Is this more expensive? Yeah, kinda. After having discovered Shadow Metal Fortress armor, you were certain that you could make a Fortress blade from Shadow Metal as well. The results were astounding. By following the same construction process, the Thaumium and White Metal Fortress blade, you have created the strongest and sharpest Fortress blade you have ever laid eyes upon. The blade will also inflict a slowing effect while simultaneously blurring the vision of whatever you hit. Like a Thaumium Fortress blade, this blade can be enhanced with various inscriptions. This is done, this is done, this is done. This is it. This is all that's left. Okay, I've read this before. White Fortress armor. This is simple improvements on the concepts laid down by the discovery of Fortress armor. By using white metal instead of Thaumium, you are not only increasing the effectiveness of the armor, but also its durability. Of course, some people claim that wearing such a large amount of white metal is probably not good, but there will always be doubters, and they should be ignored. You find the dull ache that settles into your bone as you wear it comforting. Like normal forged armor, this armor can be enhanced by various different faceplates and modifications. Shadow Fortress armor. After having discovered Thaumium and White Fortress armor, you thought to yourself that Shadow Metal would be the perfect candidate to be made into Fortress armor. It worked perfectly. While this suit of armor did not inherit the auto repairability, it is drastically more protective than the White Fortress armor. It also seems that wearing multiple pieces of this armor will increase its protection significantly. Like normal Fortress armor, this armor can be enhanced by various different faceplates and modifications. Boots of the Voidwalker. You've been searching very hard for a set of boots to complete your Void Thaumaturge's attire. After a long night of researching, you finally devised the perfect pair of boots to complete the set. Boots of the Voidwalker offer outstanding protection as well as enormous speed boost while walking or flying. You'll also be immune to fall damage while wearing the boots. Voidwalker's Sash of Runic Shielding. After extensive study of runic shielding, you had a bizarre idea. Using white mail, shadow mail, the primordial little share of cloth, and a fine mixture of essentia. A sash of runic shielding more powerful than you had ever believed possible was created. The Voidwalker's Sash of Runic Shielding offers runic shield plus 20 and can be equipped in the belt slot. You are wearing the sash alongside. If you are wearing the sash alongside the boots of the Voidwalker, your speed and jump height will be increased greatly. One would shift right click with the sash to toggle this effect. Creation. The moment you this first. Shard of Creation. You finally found it. Something to challenge the Eldritch. The Shard of Creation, the Shard of Condensed Power, is the ultimate fuel source for your magic. A fragment containing the power to create. This shard might be the key to discovering how it all came to be. This is what you have always been looking for. This shard, as soon as the infusion was complete, a sensation of pure clarity filled your twisted mind. You had a revelation. It is all clear to you now. You are not a madman. You will show them. You will show them all. Nice. Creation. The moment you touch this new shard, a substance forged of power you barely understand, you felt something. You felt as if the entire universe had shifted. Your body went stiff, and for the first time since you opened the Thaumonomicon, the voices, they stopped. You saw through what the voices have always kept hidden. You saw through the lies, through the insanity, through the veil between worlds. You saw creation. Eons ago, when the world you know was yet to exist, the formation of another universe began. The primal energies in the form of this, flowing from beyond reality, clashed, combined, and given time created a blank universe exploding from nothing into existence. The energies which created this world, however, did not leave. They stayed, they twisted, they become a part of this new place, just as water or air are in your world. If enough time is given to any universe, it will eventually develop life. This universe was no exception, a race of being warped by power and twisted by magic. Every reference to them you've ever heard always names them the Eldritch. Time passed, as time is prone to do, and the Eldritch developed magic. They practiced it, refined it, and it became quite similar to the thaumaturgy practice, except for one difference. Warp was in every word they wrote. Twisting, fluctuating, their magic couldn't do anything without a far greater than equal reaction. So they would break the rules. They decided to create a new universe, without their limits. While the warp their universe underwent, they began to manipulate primal energy, clashing it into the forms that would spark the create. However, right before this universe was created, they split the forces in two. The power of creation was shoved into one half and the matter created into another. They ended up with two worlds, never-ending voidscape and the overworld. Nonetheless, the veil between these two worlds was weak, and the power contained within the voidscape was too dangerous to let the untrained hold. So the Eldritch constructed a trap. They laid out mazes upon mazes, each centered around a piece of the creation, the primordial pearls. To protect the pearls, they created the Guardians. This ensured the weak could not obtain this power, as it could be devastating if a fool were to use it incorrectly. Eons later, here you stand, one who has marched into eternity and emerged triumphant. You hold a piece of the power you used to create with the world, the pearl. With this piece of creation, you have forged the final piece of the puzzle, the shard of creation. You have the limits you once were bound by have been cast aside, just as the Eldritch cast aside theirs. With this, even the gods flee before you. Won't focus dark matter. After having paid a visit to the voidscape known as the Outerlands, the race known as the Eldritch have sparked your interest. You are very intrigued by the Eldritch Guardians, especially wait, did I read this already? was this here? Wasn't. My bad. By the Eldritch Guardians, and especially the orb. Okay, as the Eldritch have sparked your interest. You're very intrigued by the Eldritch Guardians, and especially the orbs of dark matter that they tend to hurl at you. After having made contact with this dark matter, you thought it might be worth it to take a shot at the Eldritch's magic. By utilizing the power of creation, you have managed to create a focus that summons these orbs of dark matter upon command. Because this focus is infused with the vacant power of the Shard of Creation, the orbs have turned out to be even stronger than the ones the Guardian fired at you. They deal 5 hearts of damage and inflict a weakness potion upon contact. However, you must take caution when using this focus. Every time you cast the orb, summon an orb, there is a chance the orb will cause you to gain a small amount of sticky warp. A little warp never hurt anyone, right? How useless. One focus time, using the basic principles of creation, you have created a focus to modify the world slightly. The time focus is simple, using the Shard of Creation to tap into the world's creational formula. You are able to shift the time from night to day and vice versa. The only problem is the immensely long cooldown of 30 seconds. This focus will not accept upgrades from the focal manipulator. Using the basic principles of creation, it wasn't hard to create a focus to modify the current weather in the world. The weather focus will stop a storm if one exists, or start one if no storm is present. The only problem is the rather long cooldown of 30 seconds. This focus will not accept upgrades from the focal manipulator. Plus 43. 869. Nice. What pace are we at? Yeah, pretty much the same. I'll go get some water. Yeah, I'm back. It would be interesting to hear my voice before I started, how I was talking. Like, I mean, when I started, and like compare it to around the finish. Thaumic exploration. Okay. Yeah. So fucking hard. Ah. See, I'm kind of happy that I didn't give up, because, I mean, I'm like pretty much there at this point. Like, look at this shit. 869. This is so close. I mean, that's not enough though. Let's start here. Boosts of the media. Your boosts of the traveler have been very useful, but sometimes you have desired even more mobility. By imbuing the boots of the traveler with the raw power of vagueness and potential, you've created a pair of boots with unrivaled mobility. These boots propel the wearer with the force of a meteor in the direction they are looking. They jump while crouching. Pressing the crouch button while in midair will launch the player towards the ground at incredible speeds, damaging anything near the point of impact. Boots of the Comet, Boots of the Traveler are fast, but you think there is room for improvement. By infusing the Boots of the Traveler with Aqua and Gelum, you've created a pair of boots with unrivaled speed. These boots allow the user to run with the speed of Comet, covering large tracts of land in a matter of seconds. Water can do nothing to slow you down, and the weather boot of the Comet, when wearing the boots of the Comet, the water will be temporarily frozen under your feet. Atomic Replicator, you've been able to break down blocks and items into Essentia with an alchemical furnace. Now finally, you've found a way to do the opposite. You've created a device that can replicate simple building blocks using Essentia. Right-clicking on the Atomic Replicator with the block, you can set the template. Clicking with the you want starts the application process. Simply look at the replicator with the goggles of revealing to see what Essentia is necessary and place this Essentia in nearby jars like you would for infusion. This Essentia will then form into the blocks that you set as a template. This block must be removed before starting the process again. Right-clicking will remove any blocks. Replicator and right-clicking again will set the template. This process can also be automated by starting replication with redstone signal and removing blocks with a hopper. Yeah, very useless. Crucible of Souls, you've discovered a way to take advantage of a previously untapped surface of Essentia, that of living creatures. Using an alchemical furnace with various occult regions and precise quantities of Essentia will create a Crucible of Souls, a device that will seek out the nearest living creature and slowly drain their life force, retrieving even Essentia at the final blow. This comes at the cost of the normal loot the creature would drop. Maybe I should just give up. This Essentia can then be piped out of any face except of the top via Essentia tubes. The Crucible of Souls is very unstable and has a high probability of converting some of the Essentia to flux, breaking down in its component parts. You should make preparations to dispose of the flux before it causes a problem. You have managed to install a basic safeguard to the device. The device will not attack humans, but your pets. But keep your pets at a safe distance. Magical golems should also be ignored by the device. Okay, we've read this before. Oblivion jar. Well, worry jars are very useful for getting rid of large amounts of a certain type of Essentia. You often find your infusion room overflowing with several types. Instead of wasting time making a word jar for every mystical aspect, decided that there must be an easier solution. The solution has manifested itself in the form of the Oblivion jar. While significantly more expensive than its wider water counterparts, only one Oblivion jar is necessary to handle all the excess Essentia from a network. It will obliterate all Essentia that enters the jar, much like a filled void jar. Thus, the Oblivion jar has the lowest suction of any jar, meaning that it will only take Essentia that has nowhere else to go. Golems may interact with this jar as well if they do not find another jar that can handle the Essentia they are carrying. Yeah. Everfull Urn. You have read about an Everfull Urn in your research, a mystical device created by the greatest Thaumonomicon Azanor. Decked as an endless source of water, you have finally constructed a device that can do that and more. Your Everfull Urn can not only supply water to an infinite amount of buckets, but it can also be pumped out of the top to an external tank. Your urn also has the ability to fill any nearby crucible and extinguish nearby players that are on fire. If Briny is installed, the urn is able to fill nearby peril apothecaries if one chooses to level for magic. Everburn urn. After researching more into your Everfull urn, you find a way to generate lava with one. You'll find that unlike water, lava needs energy to produce, and so the Everburn urn, as you decide to call it, will need CNTV to power it. Your Everfull urn can not only supply lava your Everburn urn can not only supply lava to buckets, but it can also be pumped out with the top an external tank. So expensive. View coils, so stupid. Imbalance, whatever. Using similar technology to that found in that thermostatic harness, you've created a special belt that nullifies the effect of combat, of knockback. Anytime you take damage, instead of being knocked around, you will instead remain in place. You have found this device to be extremely useful, not only flying using the harness, but also to travel at night. Talisman of Nourishment, you often find yourself needing to take a break during marathon researching sessions to satisfy your hunger. Finally, you have found a way to get past your need for food. When infusing a diamond with the essence of hunger, you have created an item that is able to suck the nourishing energy from various food items in your hotbar and store this energy within. It will then automatically replenish your food meter if it is depleted. So stupid. Exquisite ruby, that's not even diamond. This device will only work on simple food items, so food that involves excess such as rotten flesh and gold apples must be consumed normally. Rain sanitization. You discovered that by using a process similar to purifying zombie villages, you can reverse the effects of zombification on the brain. These cured brains exhibit much more intellectual capability than their diseased counterparts. What does it say? So you hope they will prove useful in future creations. Note that any type and duration of awakening potion will work. Weakening potion will work. Flesh purification. By imbuing rotten flesh with certain aspects, you've found that you are able to remove nearly all traces of the disease and the decomposition from the flesh, rendering it much more useful. Although this discovery may not be particularly useful, you are sure it will lead to exciting things. Magic tallow, I've read that already. Soul brazier. Warp is a dangerous, malicious force, while in a mind that's bad enough, releasing it into the world is even worse. This is why we made a way to hold this warp safe-ish. It needs both a wisdom from a node and Mortis Essentia, but it can hold the warp of the player has without too much damage to the environment. Loading candles. You always have felt that tallow candles are missing something. A touch of magic and an air shard should be enough to make them look right at home in any respected wizarding school. Floating candles can be placed in midair without a surface beneath them. These candles bob pleasingly and add a touch of magic to any room. Fortunately, the candles don't seem to have an effect on infusion. You are sure that this will be fixed in the near future. Thaumium wand caps, I've read this. Sojourner's wand caps. Even with the one research pedestal, refilling your wands has been a chore. One must go through the work of constructing the pedestal and placing the nodes in its vicinity. It has developed a special wand cap that will passively drain nearby nodes in a similar fashion to the wand research pedestal when the wand is held in the hand. This cap is more efficient in channeling this than gold wand caps, but less efficient than thaumium wand caps. Mechanist wand caps. You have researched nodes extensively and you feel you have reached a point in which you can no longer improve the draining speed of nodes without improving your node themselves. You've created a mechanical wand cap that is able to reconstruct and harvest waste from a node much more quickly than usual, using a combination of gadgetry and magic. This cap is more efficient in channeling this and than gold wand caps, but less efficient than the thaumium wand caps. Think tank. Your search for a way to automate research has finally come to an end. You have found that purified zombie brains make the perfect research aid. Placing a few of them in a water jar with some thermic devices and supplying them with an ample amount of books will result in a quantity of knowledge fragments. The system is not quality of knowledge fragments. The system is not perfect, and the supplied books are destroyed in the process. This think tank has very particular placement requirements. To construct it, to construct a working think tank, you must place the tank on top of a bookshelf with nothing when the place is in it 3x3 equipped around the tank except for the bookshelf just placed on. Note that the wand does not need to be used when setting up your think tank. Wow. God. Okay. Let's keep going. Enchantment binding. You have formulated an enchantment that binds a struck creature to a certain location. This enchantment can be applied to swords. When the creature is struck with a sword enchanted with the first level of this enchantment, they will be slowed temporarily. Taking an Enderman with this sword that carries the second level of this enchantment will stop the Enderman from teleporting away. Creepers stuck with a blade that holds the second level of this enchantment will not be able to explode for a short time afterward. Enchantment Night Vision. You formulated an enchantment that allows you to see in the dark. This enchantment can be applied to headgear. When done so, the wearer is able to see in low light conditions, similar to a night vision potion. The modern tray is installed. You can toggle this ability with the Dark Seal Armor Night Vision hotkey. Enchantment Disarming. You have formulated an enchantment that has a slight chance of knocking a weapon from a creature's hand. This enchantment can be applied to swords. When done so, struck creatures have a chance of dropping weapons they are holding. This disarming effect does not work on other players. This enchantment has the better chance to succeed if it is a higher level. Seal of jar binding. By adjusting the mixture of aspects that you soak the tallow seal in to account for Essentia's mystical properties, have found that you are able to bind the Essentia containers with particular water jars. Much like your previous binding seals, the jar binding seal can be dyed, and unlimited amount of networks can be created by right-clicking on a jar with a jar binding seal. You can create a new network. Right-clicking on a bound jar will link the seal to that network. Right-clicking on an unbound jar with a linked seal will add the jar to the link network. Note that only empty jars are able to be bound. You cannot bind void jars or jars with labels. Sealed jars have a higher suction than unlabeled jars, but lower than labeled jars. Nice. Let's do Taint. Haven't they read this before? This is here. It wasn't here. Let's go back. Sometimes thaumaturgy goes horribly wrong. Miracles become twisted calamities, and the very landscape twists into hideous forms. Tainted lands are places infected by sick runoff of magical workings. Flux. Local flora and fauna, become warped and mutated into forms hostile to normal life, and the very ground of a tainted land infects those who tread upon its pulsing fibers. Tainted lands can be found naturally in the world, but can also form when a careless thaumaturgy allows flux goo to stagnate for too long. They are recognizable, but they are are there by their telltale purple fibers and bright violet stalks. There alone, one of the tainted land will gradually extend its tendrils outwards, infecting more and more of the surrounding land. Dirt becomes thick, pulpy, tainted soil, while trees. What? Thick, pulpy, tainted soil, while trees and other natural materials are slowly covered in fibers and converted into structurally unsound crust, which can collapse or melt in the flex at any moment. Wispy Dreamcatcher. They say that the dreamcatchers are meant to stop nightmares from reaching their minds. The minds, though taint may not be a construct of your psyche. You think that perhaps the ill effects the taint has on a body can be contained using a modified dreamcatcher. If you hold this dreamcatcher in your hotbar, it will have a high probability of nullifying damage from taint or tainted creatures. Although this dreamcatcher does not nullify all damage, it will certainly make excursions in the tainted lands much less dangerous. Tentacle Ring. You have found a way to harness the knowledge you have gained from researching tainted lands. You have tentacles to aid you in combat, similarly to the large tentacles you have found in your levels. Wearing the ring in one of your ring slots activates this effect. Anytime that you take damage and are on solid land, a small tentacle will sprout, attacking nearby foes. Amber Wand Core. You have finally found a practical use for amber in the form of a wand core. Amber serves as a poor conduit for Viz and thus can only hold 10 Viz of each type. But it has other benefits. Amber cores seem to store a fleeting memory of Viz when empty. By harnessing this memory, you have created a wand core that can replenish all forms of Viz at a rather quick rate. When not at full capacity, while many other wand cores you have created have had regenerative properties, the Amber core regenerates 1 point of every type of Viz instead of one type in particular at 2 times the rate. Amber Staff Core is a staff core crafted from amber, can store 25 Viz of each type. Like the wand, it will slowly replenish its stores. Necromancer Staff Core. You create a Socorifying tool by infusing a bone staff core with remnants of the undead. This staff core is the perfect tool for the bloodthirsty thaumaturgy. It boasts a large capacity of Viz and receives 2 to 4 times the normal amount of Viz from killed monsters. In addition, the staff is even more proficient at melee combat. Striking a monster begins to wither life force away. Unfortunately, this does not come without downsides. The dark magic used to infuse the staff makes it less receptive with Viz obtained from other means, only effectively receiving 75 of the Viz and ordinary bond would from nodes or other sources. Transmutative wand cores. While experimenting with properties of primal charms, you have found that you can sporadically convert one form of Viz into another. You have found this property to be too unreliable to use for most purposes, but it is a charm that is infused with certain materials. It can be used as a wand core with unique properties. When the wand is filled at over 90% capacity, by a certain aspect, this Viz will be converted into other forms of Viz, albeit at low ratio. This wand also boasts a higher Viz capacity than a mundane rated wand, holding up to 75 Viz of each type. Transmutative Staff Core. A staff core crafted from a primal charm and various shards can store 775 Viz for each type. Like the wand core, it transmutes Viz forms with over 90% of capacity in particular type. This is the last one. Yep. Shard brings you found a way to reduce the amount of Viz used by casting wands. Simply carve the mystical shards that you find underground into the shape of a ring that give them the magic touch of magic. A ring can be made of each of these 6 primal aspects. You may wear up to 2 rings at a time. 2 rings of the same aspect will stack their discount. Okay, plus how much was it? 40. I can do that myself. 909. Thaumic Machina. Concepts. A concept in layman's terms is a base theory for how something works within the universe, from which you can use to build up other concepts. Concepts are a necessity. Concepts are a necessity. If you do not understand how something works, you will never be able to utilize it. Most of the time, a concept will not give you items or anything directly, but rather open a gate to the next part of your studies. Concepts usually have round research nodes. Concept can be customized in the config file, turned to easy mode, perishable, or turned off completely automatically unlocks. This is the magical energy which is prevalent throughout the universe. However, it is more so abundant near special regions of space. In space where you find where a high concentration of this is found, known as an aura node. Your original knowledge of this was limited, however, it was fast enough to allow you to enter the basic of thaumaturgy. This knowledge, however, is far too simple for complex parts of thaumaturgy. More knowledge required. More knowledge and understanding of this is required. Okay, I've read this one. Oh god. This is so boring. These studies. Further studies into this has shown you that this is made of a mixture of multiple types of base energy. These energies are the fundamental building blocks of all other forms of energy, including energies such as gravitational, thermal, kinetic, nuclear, and quantum. You are sure further study will show you about how the universe works on a fundamental small level. Using your greater understanding of how this is structured internally, you may be able to work with this on a much greater level. Charge and how it functions. Wow. Study into how this and matter interact and function together has shown you a new side of this previously invisible to thaumaturgists. You have discovered a new property and value of this, simply known as charge. Charge is the name given to this in general when it is charging through the atomic lattice. It is given this name because it often induces a magical charge within the object. Charge is a very interesting thing, as it can be observed differently depending on a set of parameters, which include, but are not limited to, what object the charge is trying to pass through, how it's being observed, and what's happening to the object it's trying to pass through, and more. Every object within existence has a value known as its charge resistance. While charge is trying to pass through the atomic lattice of an object, depending on what exactly the lattice is doing and how it's behaving, the charge may experience a resistance while passing through the lattice. Things such as vibration of atoms, movements of electrons, and atomic density can affect the resistance. This resistance is exactly what charge resistance is. Study into how charge resistance actually moves throughout the universe has shown that how charge actually moves through the universe has shown that charge often likes to take the paths of least resistance. This is no different for ones. Different ones have different charge and resistance values. This is partially why some want cores are better than others when it comes to storing and using this. Further study into the concept of charge has shown that the movement of charge seems to lead to spontaneous aura fields being induced. Aura fields. By studying ethereal essence, which is a manifestation of breaking a node, you have discovered a new realm previously invisible to thaumaturgists. The universe is comprised of many small regions of space, all encapsulated in specific fields, in a special field, which controls the flow of this throughout the universe. You call this field an aura field. An aura field is similar to that of a gravitational field. It is a special field which is dynamic and ever-changing. Any piece of matter and energy can cause the field to be warped. What do aura fields actually control? This. Well, more specifically, the flow of this throughout the universe. This will flow from auras with higher aura density to from areas with higher, from auras with higher aura density to areas with lower aura density. An aura field can only be changed in one way. A section of it can be made denser, hence that section having a higher aura density. If you think about aura fields in a geometrical way, where the field is represented by a set of lines, the closer the lines are together, the denser the field is at that point. Think about an aura field having a constant density value throughout the whole field. No area of higher or lower density, all the same density. Were it to place a piece of matter in the center, the aura field would bend and warp towards the matter. In doing so, the lines of aura fields would be pushed together, hence the aura density being higher. In the zone, higher in the zone. This is not exactly what happens in the real world. There are many smaller aura fields altogether, all interacting with each other, and these interactions cause the density value to rise and fall randomly. You have also made the discovery that these fields also produce an effect similar to that of a magnetic field, in that it interacts under a certain manner. Further research into this phenomenon has proven that the field resist effect matter with low charge resistance. Nodal studies. As nodes seem to be a suitable source for this to use in ones and other constructs, the nodes seem to not be powerful enough to act as a suitable source for more powerful thaumic constructs, namely constructs such as thaumic duplicator, when duplicating more complex items, and node transmodifier in detail. The this the nodes produce seems to not be potent and concentrated enough to fuel the various constructs which require more potent sources of energy. Even Essentially is not potent enough and is not potent and concentrated enough. Ironically, the one thing thaumaturgists use the most seems to be the one thing thaumaturgists seem to not understand all too well. You have set out to fix this by studying aura nodes, that what they are made of, how they work, and what they can possibly allow a thaumaturgist to do. You have come to a greater level of understanding about what exactly the nature of nodes are. You don't exactly understand the things you are finding, but the simple concept seems to be lining up, allowing you to start studying and learning about nodes on a much greater level. Let's do this first. Bond augmentation basics. While working on your way up through the chains of thaumaturgy, you have gradually been becoming more and more comfortable and knowledgeable with your wands and how they work. You thought you knew everything about how they work, and you thought you researched the upper limits of wands. However, further study into the nature of wands has shown you were very wrong. The very concept of what a wand is and how it works seems less of a discovery and more of an incomplete theory. Wands themselves seem more like an incomplete technology, and you think you just unlocked what may open the doors to a new realm of technology for you. Wand augmentation are sort of like upgrades or modules that you can install on your wand to modify how your wand behave right now at the fundamental level. Augmentations can add a wide array of abilities onto your wands. For example, you may be able to install an augment that allows you to store more vis in a wand. Perhaps install an augment which decreases the vis cost or foci use, or maybe install an augment which adds a touch of darkness to your wand, allowing you to use your wand in the various constructs within the realm of dark arts. All augments require a wand augmentation core, a single piece of Celeste Modus, a primal focus, and a catalyst item which can be found on the augments research entry. The more augments you have installed, the higher your wand instability gets. See the wand instability stuff for this research for a rundown. Charge buffer. Research into how wands actually store vis has shown that by changing the charge resistance of some sections of the core, you can effectively store more vis within your wand. Applying the augment to the wand will give that wand an extra 25% vis storage, adds 5% instability to the wand core. Augment vis channels. Your use. What does it say? Vis channels. Okay. Your use with wands showed you that by upgrading a variety of things, including but certainly not limited to, the wand caps and your own robes, you can lower the vis cost of wand use. You have given great amounts of time and thought into discovering another way you can lower the vis cost. You have finally discovered a way. By adding special channels of Thaumium into your wand core, you can create pathways that pathways with vis will prefer to go down, effectively lowering the vis cost of wand use. Playing this augment to a wand will give the wand an extra 10% reduction of vis use and adds fine stability to your wand. Augment contact discharge. Your dedication to studying the Crimson's findings has led to a discovery. When an object has a body of vis moving through the atomic lattice, the body induces a charge in the lattice. This is not new to you, however, that what follows is if the body of vis is moving through a high enough velocity, and if the body is dense enough, it can cause the vis to mutate to thermal kinetic energy, which violently vibrates the lattice in living creatures. This causes some pain. Applying this augment to a wand will allow the wand to deal 2 hearts of damage while hitting an enemy, a cost of 0.15 points of every type of vis within the wand. If the wand does not have at least 0.15 points of each type of vis, the wand will not deal damage. This damage can bypass armor, however, certain atomic protections and ancients may contract the vis. Wand stability. As you install more and more augmentations onto your wand, you'll notice that your wand gets increasingly unstable. This is the result of modifying your wands at a fundamental level. Every augmentation adds a certain percentage of instability onto your wand. The percentage tends to be fairly low, but some augmentations push your wand to its limits and have a higher percentage. See the research entry for each augmentation to see the instability percentage. In low amounts, wand instability can serve as mere annoyance. However, as your wand gets increasingly unstable, the effect can be quite severe. Stability cannot be removed from a wand once it is applied. However, it can be dulled down with discharge. This effect serves more as an annoyance than a dangerous effect. This instability causes a random amount of vis to discharge from a wand at any given time. This instability effect manifests at any instability percentage above 0%, steadily worsens as your instability increases. Augmentation invert. This effect is one of the more potentially severe effects. This instability effect will invert the effects of a randomly selected augmentation. For example, if you have a charge buffer augmentation installed, instead of aiding extra 25%, this effect causes 25% of your wand's base capacity to be subtracted from the base capacity along with disabling the augmentation. This effect effects will be displayed in that manifestation effects, and it manifests at an instability percentage above 25. A Crimson philosophy. As a thaumaturgist, you have heard. Is it the start? Yeah. As a thaumaturgist, you have heard a lot about a group of cultists known as the Crimson Cult. Reading up on the Crimson Cult, it seems as if the Crimson Cult are just a bunch of nutjobs that believed in a ritual-esque religion of sorts. It seems that their final goal is to open the insert name of the eye or whatever. What? Having read the Crimson Rites more, it appears that they knew a lot more about the universe than you thought, coming close to discovering the world of thaumaturgy, even. You believe that they have discovered difficult and empowering theories and concepts about how the universe works, and you also believe that they documented their discoveries from your latest revelation. It appears you are very correct. The Crimson Rites seems to have very detailed theories and discoveries, but what seems like simple concepts to you or other thaumaturgists. Fortunately, you are unable to transcribe nor understand a lot of the entries. You do understand some of the more simple theories, however. You may be able to document these theories in your own Thaumonomicon and expand upon these theories by putting further study into the theories you document in your Thaumonomicon. Crimson Thaumaturgy. Although the Crimson Cult did not know about thaumaturgy, they did know a lot about energy and have actually discovered this. A lot of entries talk about a very powerful energy which is located All throughout the universe, the energy often induces positive charges in matter, referencing charge, and sometimes passes into our physical world. They simply call this energy cosmic energy. Some entries talk about interactions that this has with different types of water, different types of matter, not water. They have actually recorded and analyzed interactions this has with potential thaumic materials. You start to think about what the Crimson Cult could have accomplished aside from their most important task if they knew about thaumaturgy. Crimson Mount Ogmets, working with the Crimson Discoveries, has shown you a whole new side to the world, to thaumaturgy even. You know much better, you know much more than you knew when you started, even when you discovered all the fundamental theories and concepts. You think you have found a few new toys to play with in the field of one augmentation. With this one, I don't know, it's stupid. Crimson Astrology, reading the entries within the Crimson Rites, it seems that some entries seem to be talking about the cosmos and the universe as a whole. You can see a few different pages that talk about the universe. However, you are unsure what exactly these entries link to. Realization, the Crimson Cult and their findings has opened you up to the powerful, albeit darker side of thaumaturgy. All the entries you have read, every single one of them, from the most basic ones to the most advanced, seems to talk about a missing link in the universe, a missing concept that baffled the Crimson Cult. What they didn't realize is the answer was right under the nose, and with thaumaturgy they would recognize that this link is not missing. The missing link they were referring to is the concept of aura fields. They found a blank spot in their research. They tried hard to fill the blank spot in, but they could not fill it. You already know about the fields. However, thinking about it, the concept of aura fields does not exactly match the blank spot all too well. The more you think, the more you start to doubt it. Perhaps you do not understand the universe well after all. But how could this be after the research you have put into thaumaturgy? Looks like it's back to the drawing board for now. Celestial fields. After hours of painstaking study and research, you have made a new discovery about the aura and aura fields. It appears that aura fields do ultimately control more than just the flow of this through the universe. Your research suggests that perhaps the other side of the aura field is in the actual dimension of the aura resides in. Maybe the dimension ultimately controls the cosmos and how it behaves. However, there also appears to be a secondary type of field above aura field that is actually behind the control of the cosmos. The name aura fields does not fit it. Aura field does not fit it, so this new type of field, you give it the name, the name celestial field. Plus 19. 909 plus 19. 928. Let's do Thaumic boots and let's reboot the stream, to be honest, because Thaumic Horizons will take a while. And then it's pretty much the last stretch with Blood Magic and Witching Castle being just the two last hurdles to overcome. Thaumaturgic shoemaking. In your studies, you have discovered something rather peculiar. In this, you found you were somehow able to equally combine different forms of magic energy to create something unique, a new form of energy, somehow greater than some of its original parts. You wonder where else this could be applied. Yeah, these ones. Meteoric Boots of the Void Walker. Void Magics. Whatever. Let's go unique magics. Your studies of the magical phenomena, in your studies of magical phenomena, you've run into something peculiar. There are certain magics that can only be recreated in exact scenarios. The first of these you've stumbled upon being a seemingly simple slowness curse. However, while you were able to reproduce the boots themselves, you cannot, for the life of you, understand how the magic energy works, nor how to recreate it directly. Begin to wonder if you'll stumble upon energies in similar situations. Seasonal magics. In your studies of magical phenomena, you discovered that something in particular. So they discuss something in particular. There are spikes of magical energies around specific parts of the solar calendar. These spikes have been known to cause various transformations, such as transforming chess to presence and vice versa as they pass. Interestingly, you've managed to capture this chaotic energy, yet you wonder if there is some way to make you may be able to stabilize these energies. Stabilize seasonal magics. As you continue your studies of the seasonal magic phenomena, you notice something interesting. It actually is possible to attune these energies into a specific phenomena, resulting in a drastically boosted seasonal effect, which with one caveat, these effects become increasingly diminished after the season has passed. The first of these effects you've noticed is a drastic increase in steady running speed over time, while freezing water was similar to that of comet attuned magics. Though you almost swear you can hear sleigh bells. 25%, holy shit, Christmas spirit. Eldritch celestial bodies. Studying the void, you have made a unique discovery. The void has celestial bodies itself. Quite peculiar revelation that you began to wonder if it contained a similar magical energy like those of the mundane plane, and found something miraculous similar to their counterparts. The void bodies likewise contain innate magical properties. What? With one small caveat, they can't be tapped into directly. However, by combining the energies of the void with the energies of the cosmic, you are able to make the two more combined sets of boots. Continue to wonder if there may be more possibilities than you thought. Yeah. 5% hazmat spacesuits. Celestial magics, your study of the sky and stars yielded, after intense research of these celestial bodies, discovered what you call comets and meteors. In this, you discovered some magics innate to the heavens, able to be infused to your boots, yet you feel as if there were something still more to discover. Combined celestial magics. In your studies of the stars, you have discovered two distinct forms of celestial energies, those being the energy of the comets as well as the energy of meteors. However, after combining your discovery of the atomic combinator, you begin to wonder if there were a way to to combine these two energy signals. Lo and behold, there was two distinct methods actually, though the results are currently shockingly similar. Perhaps there might be a way to enhance these further. Artificial celestial magics. As you continued your studies of electricity, you noticed something interesting, like the traditional magical energies. Electricity was likewise able to be combined with other energies. However, one caveat, it doesn't exactly mix into the energy, but rather converts the natural into artificial. In your application of this to the celestial energies, you found that they were able to run on electricity, when being able to be overcharged, enhancing their natural tendencies. Rather interesting revelation. Artificial magics. Recently, a peer of yours discovered something peculiar, a form of seemingly mundane energy similar to that of lightning. Studying it, however, you were able to discover it wasn't quite as mundane as you thought it at all. Rather, this new electricity seems to have an intrinsic tie to the natural energies found in this, and yet somehow different artificial. In this, you found that you were able to create a pair of boots that ran on this electricity rather than the innate, and even more so, you were able to overcharge and improve their designs further. You wonder where else could this new energy be applied? Artificial void magics. As you continue your studies of electricity, you notice something interesting. Like the traditional magical energies, electricity was able to be combined into other energies. However, the caveat, it didn't exactly mix into the energy, but rather converts the natural into the artificial. If you're in your applications of this to void energy, you found that not only can they run on electricity, but likewise they can be It can both be overcharged and electricity and boosted by enhanced void. A rather interesting revelation. Here it is. Void magics, your study of your own mind and the void has yielded strange new properties previously thought impossible. Speed unlike any other. When during flight, weight and power tendons, allowing you to soar into the sky. You even saw a significant improvement in your innate ability to channel natural bliss energies. And yet you feel as if there exists more potential than past this. Nice. That's 11. 939. What is it? 9. What am I clicking? 939. Okay, time to restart the stream. Hey guys, time to restart the stream to fucking please YouTube. All my days. Wait a second. Visibility public. File name, list stream STL, audience, customization. Live call, live interaction, message delay, live chat replay, live chat summary. Sure, precision about anyone, analytics. Save. Clips, copyright, analytics. Okay, I hope this will get saved, because if this word doesn't get saved, I will cry, literally. Okay, let's end stream, I guess.